The Military Writings of Leon Trotsky. Volume 1, 1918. How the Revolution Armed. These writings were first published in 1923 by the Soviet government. They were translated by Brian Pearce. Annotation is by Brian Pearce. Footnotes are from the original Russian edition. Transcribed for the Trotsky Internet Archive, now a subarchive of the Marxists' Internet Archive, by David Walters in 1996 with permission from Index Books/Trade Union Printing Services, 28 Charlotte Street, London, W1P1HJ. Converted to ebook format by Collective Yakov Perlman, from the online version of The Military Writings of Leon Trotsky, Volume 1, 1918, available at Trotsky Internet Archive on January 28, 2013. Introduction to the online version. This 5-volume collection of Leon Trotsky's military writings are a major contribution to revolutionary Marxism. Trotsky was Commissar of Military and Naval Affairs for the newly formed Soviet Republic. In this capacity he led the organization of the Red Army and Navy. This Workers' and Peasants' Army, the first regular army of a workers' state, was to immediately face its first conflict with imperialism and its Russian representatives in 1918. The 5 volumes represents the sum total of Trotsky's articles, essays, lectures, and polemics as the leader of the Red Army. Some of the writings here were given at Red Army academies, at Bolshevik Party meetings and at national and local Soviets. These writings represent official Soviet policy in general and Bolshevik Party positions specifically. All the writings represent Trotsky's thoughts in reaction to the events as they were transpiring around him from 1918 through 1922, war, revolution, counter-revolution, all without the calm reflection a historian, for example, would have enjoyed in writing about such events with the advantage of 20/20th hindsight. These are the writings of a revolutionary under the actual gunfire of counter-revolution, oftentimes written on the armored train Trotsky used to command the Red Army during various campaigns of the Civil War. This online version consists of everything available from the printed Russian and English editions with the exception of the color maps showing the various stages of the Civil War, which were to find in detail reproduced for the World Wide Web. David Walters. Contents. 1. Author's Preface, Through 5 Years. 2. Introduction, The Path of the Red Army. The Spring of 1918. 3. We Need an Army. 4. Our Task. 5. Work, Discipline, Order. 6. The Internal and External Tasks of the Soviet Power. 7. 2 Roads. 8. Into the Fight Against Famine. Organizing the Red Army. 9. The New Army. 10. The Red Army. 11. Decree on Compulsory Military Training. 12. The Socialist Oath. 13. To all province, uyezd and volast Soviets of workers, peasants, and Cossacks deputies. 14. The organization of the Red Army. The military specialists and the Red Army. 15. A necessary explanation. 16. The first betrayal. 17. To the commissars and the military specialists. 18. The officer question. 19. The demonstration by ex-General Novytsky. 20. About the officers deceived by Krasnov. 21. Order by the People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Red Army and the Red Navy. 22. Order by the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic. 23. About the ex-officers. 24. The military specialists and the Red Army. 25. The Military Academy. 26. Scientifically or somehow. 27. Order by the People's Commissar for Military Affairs. 28. Decree of the Council of People's Commissars on the call up for compulsory military service of persons who have served in the forces as non-commissioned officers. 29. The non-commissioned officers. 30. The Communist Party and the Red Army. The Civil War in the RSFSR in 1918. 31. The first acts of intervention by the Allies. 32. The Czechoslovak Mutiny. 33. The fight for Kazan. 34. The revolt of the Left SRS, July 6–8, 1918, in Moscow. 35. The Red Army in the Civil War. 36. En route. 37. The International Revolution. 38. Chronology of the most important military events. Author's preface. *******. Through 5 years. The idea of publishing my articles, speeches, reports, appeals, orders, instructions, letters, telegrams, and other documents devoted to the Red Army arose in connection with the celebration of the 5th anniversary of the Red Army. Comrade V.P. Polinsky took the initiative in publishing these papers. Selection, critical checking, arrangement and correction of the material was undertaken by Comrades Yat. G. Blyumkin, F.M. Vermal, A.I. Rubin and A.A. Nikitin. The notes, the chronology, and the indexes of names and subjects were compiled by Comrade S.I. Ventsov. When I looked quickly through the manuscripts after they had already been assembled for printing, the general impression I got was, how inadequately and, most important, with how little concreteness, all this material reflects the actual work involved in building the Red Army. Today, when it has become possible for us to survey the entire achievement of the revolution through 5 years, it stands out quite clearly that nearly all, if not all, the questions of principle and the difficulties of Soviet constructive work arose before us first and foremost in the sphere of military affairs, and, in extremely hard, concise and compact form. In this sphere, as a general rule, no respite was allowed us. Illusions and errors brought with them almost immediate retribution. The most responsible decisions were taken under fire. Any opposition there might be to these decisions was tested in action there and then, on the spot. Hence, by and large, the inner logically in the building of the Red Army, the absence of any wild leaps from one system to another. It can be said that, in a certain sense, it was precisely the acuteness of the danger to which we were subjected that saved us. If we had had more time for discussion and debate we would have made a great many more mistakes. The most difficult period of all was the first, covering approximately the second half of 1918. Partly through necessity, partly through mere inertia, revolutionary effort was directed above all into breaking all the old links, removing from all posts the representatives of the old society. But at the same time it was necessary to forge new links and, in the first place, the strictest, most peremptory and coercive of links, namely, the links of new, revolutionary regiments. Our party alone, with its still far from numerous, though sturdy cadres was capable of effecting this turn, under a hail of shrapnel. The difficulties and dangers involved were colossal. At the time when the vanguard of the proletariat had already accomplished, though not without internal problems, the transition to work, discipline, and order, the broad masses of the workers, and, even more so, of the peasants were only beginning to shake themselves free, wiping out, as had to be done, everything that remained of the old order, and they were not as yet thinking in a practical way about the new one. This was a very critical moment in the development of the Soviet power. The Party of the Left Socialist Revolutionaries, an organization of intellectuals, one wing of which extended to the peasantry and the other to the mass of the urban Philistines, reflected most vividly, in its fate, the painful transition from the spontaneously destructive period of the revolution to the state-building period. The petty bourgeois who has taken the bit between his teeth, der Rabiat-Schwarden-Spießbürger, to use Engels's expression, does not want to know about any limitations, any concessions, any compromises with historical reality, until the moment when the latter bangs its beam against his skull. Then he collapses into prostration and helplessly surrenders to the enemy. The Socialist Revolutionary Party, which reflected the peripheral spontaneity of the revolutions yesterday, was utterly incapable of understanding either the Brest Peace, or centralized authority, or the regular army. The opposition of the left SRS on these questions was quickly transformed into revolt, which ended in the political ruin of that party. It has pleased fate that Comrade Blyumkin, a former left SR who in July 1918 staked his life on the fight against us, but who is now a member of our party, should have turned out to be my collaborator in putting together this volume, which in one of its sections reflects our mortal conflict with the left SR party. The revolution is highly skilled both in separating men from one another and also, if need be, in bringing them together. All the most courageous and consistent elements that existed in the left SR party are now with us. Taken as a whole, the revolution signifies a sharp turn in history. But, if we examine it more carefully, we find within it a series of turns which are the more acute and critical, the further the events of the revolution unfold, at a furious pace. Each of these partial turns is, above all, a very great test for the leading party. Schematically, the task of the party, or, to be still more precise, that of its fighting center, breaks down into the following elements: appreciating in good time the need for a new stage, preparing the party for this new stage, carrying through the turn without detaching the party from the masses who are still governed by the inertia of the previous period. At the same time, it is necessary to remember that the revolution is very sparing in its allowance to the ruling party of that basic raw material, time. If the leading center makes the turn too sharply, it may find itself in opposition to its own party, or the party may find itself in opposition to the revolutionary class, but, on the other hand, a party that drifts with the current of yesterday, along with the class that it leads, may turn out to be too late in fulfilling urgent tasks posed by the objective course of events, and every such violation of the dynamic equilibrium threatens to prove fatal for the revolution. This applies, with the necessary modification regarding tempos, not only to the army but also to the economy. The old army was still straggling back across the country, spreading hatred for war, when we were already having to form new regiments. The Tsarist officers had been thrown out of the army, and in some places dealt with in merciless fashion. Yet we had to invite former officers to come and serve as instructors of the new army. The committees in the Tsarist regiments were the very embodiment of the revolution, in its first stage, at least. In the new regiments, committees could not be tolerated, being a source of disintegration. The curses cast upon the old discipline had not yet ceased to resound when we were already obliged to introduce a new discipline. Then followed the transition from voluntary to compulsory recruitment and from guerrilla bands to regular military organization. The struggle against guerrillism was waged unremittingly, from one day to the next, and it called for the greatest persistence, intransigence and, sometimes, severity. Guerrillism was the military expression of the peasant background of the revolution, insofar as the matter had not yet been raised to the level of state consciousness. The struggle against guerrillism was at the same time a struggle for proletarian statehood against the anarchical petty bourgeois spontaneity that was undermining it. Guerrilla methods and habits found expression, however, in the party's ranks as well. An ideological struggle against them within the party was a necessary supplement to the organizational, educational, and punitive measures that were taken in the army. Only through maximum pressure was anarchical guerrillism brought within the framework of centralization and discipline. This pressure was both external, the German offensive, and then the Czechoslovak revolt, and internal, by way of communist organization within the army. The articles, speeches, and orders assembled here reflect, as I have said, only to a very inadequate degree the work of actual construction that was done. The principal part of this work was generally performed otherwise than by means of speeches and articles. Besides which, the most important speeches, namely, those which were addressed to military workers on the spot, at the fronts and in the army units, and which had profoundly practical, concrete significance, determined by the demands of the moment, these most important and significant speeches were, as a rule, not taken down in writing by anyone. To all which it must further be added that even the speeches that were mostly recorded badly. The art of writing shorthand was in that period of the revolution at just as low a level as all the other arts. Everything was done hastily and anyhow. When deciphered, a shorthand transcript often consisted of a collection of enigmatic phrases, the meaning of which it was not always possible to reconstruct subsequently, and all the less so when this task was undertaken by someone other than the person who had delivered the speech. Nevertheless, these pages do reflect the great years that have passed, which is why, with all the reservations set out above, I have agreed that they be printed. It is no bad thing for us, from time to time, to look over our recent past. Furthermore, these pages may prove to be not without use to our comrades abroad who are advancing, even though slowly, towards the conquest of power. The fundamental tasks and problems which we have overcome will in due course confront them too. Perhaps these materials will help them to avoid at least some of the mistakes that lie in wait for them. Nothing is ever accomplished without making mistakes, and a revolution least of all, but it is good, at any rate, to reduce these mistakes to the minimum. L. Trotsky. February 27, 1923. Moscow. P.S. Included in the present publication are, predominantly, articles, speeches, documents and so on which were delivered publicly, or which have already been published in the press. A comparatively small section is made up of materials which, for one reason or another, were not published at the time they were written, and are printed here for the first time. The book does not include numerous documents, orders, reports, correspondence over the direct wire, etc., the time to publish which has not yet come, and will not come so soon. This circumstance needs to be kept in mind when evaluating the book as a whole. Lt. Notes. Blyumkin, or Blur-Akin, who killed the German ambassador Merbach in order to provoke war between Soviet Russia and Germany, was pardoned after Germany's defeat had made it safe to do this. He resumed his work in the Chikha, later the GPU. In 1929 he visited Trotsky in exile, taking back with him a letter to Russian oppositionists. He was betrayed, apparently, by Radek, and executed. Note by transcriber, Blyumkin was a left SR who helped coordinate terrorist actions against the Bolsheviks. His assassination of Merbach was an attempt, as stated, to provoke Germany into attacking the Soviet Republic and workers' state. The assassination of Merbach was perpetuated by the same political fringe that attempted the assassination of Lenin. It was not done at the behest of the Bolsheviks, but rather it was directed against them. David Walters with help from Jiskarab. Introduction. *******. The Path of the Red Army 1. The problems connected with the creation of the armed forces of the revolution are of immense importance for the communist parties of all countries. Disregard of these problems, or, even worse, a negative attitude towards them, hidden behind humanitarian pacifist phraseology, is really criminal. Arguments to the effect that all violence, including revolutionary violence, is evil and that communists therefore ought not to engage in glorification of armed struggle and the revolutionary army, amount to a philosophy worthy of Quakers, Doukhobors, a Russian Christian sect who refused to perform military service. To escape persecution many emigrated to Canada at the end of the 19th century and the Old Maids of the Salvation Army. Permitting such propaganda in a communist party is like permitting Tolstoyan propaganda in the garrison of a besieged fortress. He who desires the end must desire the means. The means for emancipating the working people is revolutionary violence. From the moment of the conquest of power, revolutionary violence takes the form of an organized army. The heroism of the young worker who dies on the first barricade of the revolution when this is beginning differs in no way from the heroism of the red soldier who dies on one of the fronts of the revolution after state power has been taken. Only sentimental fools can suppose that the proletariat of the capitalist countries is in danger of exaggerating the role of revolutionary violence and showing excessive admiration for the methods of revolutionary terrorism. On the contrary, What the proletariat lacks is, precisely, understanding of the liberatory role of revolutionary violence. That is the very reason why the proletariat still remains in slavery. Pacifist propaganda among the workers leads only to weakening the will of the proletariat, and helps counter-revolutionary violence, armed to the teeth, to continue. Before the revolution, our party possessed a military organization. This had a dual purpose, to carry on revolutionary propaganda in the armed forces, and to prepare strong points within the army itself for the overthrow of the state. Since revolutionary enthusiasm seized hold of the army as a whole, the purely organizational role of the Bolshevik cells in the regiments was not particularly noticeable. But it was very important, given the possibility that existed for selecting elements which, though small in numbers, were decisive, elements whose significance proved so great in the most critical hours of the revolution. At the moment of the October insurrection these men played their part as commanders, commissars of units, and so on. Later, we encountered many of them in the role of organizers of the Red Guard and the Red Army. 2. The revolution grew directly out of the war, and one of its most important slogans was for the ending of the war, which corresponded to the phenomenon of war weariness and loathing for war. Yet the revolution itself gave rise to new dangers of war, which kept increasing. Hence the extreme external weakness of the revolution in the first period. The almost complete defenselessness of the revolution was revealed at the time of the Brest-Litovsk negotiations. Men did not want to fight, considering that war had been altogether consigned to the past. The peasants were seizing the land, the workers were building their organizations and taking over industry. Hence there emerged the colossal experiment in pacifism of the Brest-Litovsk period. The Soviet Republic declared that it could not sign the enforced treaty, but neither would it fight, and issued an order for the army to disband. This was a very risky step to take, but it followed from the circumstances of the time. The Germans resumed their offensive, and that became the point of departure for a profound turn in the consciousness of the masses. They began to realize that it was necessary to defend ourselves with arms. Our pacifist declaration introduced a ferment of disintegration into Hohenzollern's army. The offensive of General Hoffmann helped us to get down to serious work for the creation of a Red Army. At the outset, though, we did not yet decide to have recourse to compulsory enlistment. Neither the political nor the organizational possibilities were present for mobilizing the peasants who had just been demobilized. The army was built on the voluntary principle. Naturally, it was filled not only with self-sacrificing young workers but also with the vagabond, unstable elements that were so numerous at that time, and which were not always of the highest quality. Our new regiments, created in the period of the spontaneous break-up of the old ones, were lacking in steadiness and not very reliable. This was made fully obvious to friend and foe alike when the revolt of the Czechoslovaks, inspired by the SRS and other whites, broke out on the Volga. The Czechoslovak Corps was formed in Tsarist Russia from among prisoners of war. After the October Revolution the Corps wanted to go home, and the route chosen for their move was along the Trans-Siberian Railway and through Vladivostok. Our regiment's capacity for resistance was infinitesimal. Town after town fell, during the summer of 1918, into the hands of the Czechoslovaks and of the Russian counter-revolutionaries who joined them. Their center was Samara. They captured Simbirsk and Kazan. Nizhny Novgorod was threatened. From beyond the Volga they prepared to strike at Moscow. At that moment, August 1918, the Soviet Republic put forth extraordinary efforts to develop and strengthen its army. For the first time, the method of mass mobilization of communists was applied. A centralized apparatus of political leadership and education was formed for the troops on the Volga front. Along with this, in Moscow and the Volga region an attempt was made to mobilize certain age groups of the workers and peasants. Small units of communists ensured the carrying out of this mobilization. In the provinces of the Volga region a strict regime was established, in accordance with the extent and acuteness of the danger. At the same time an intense agitation was carried on, by means of both the spoken and the written word, with groups of communists proceeding from one village to the next. After initial hesitancy, mobilization developed on a wide scale. It was backed up by a stern struggle against desertion and against those social groups which sustained and inspired desertion, the kolas, part of the clergy, and what remained of the old bureaucracy. The newly created units were infused with worker communists from Petrograd, Moscow, Ivanovo-Voznesensk, and so on. For the first time, commissars were given in the units the status of revolutionary leaders and direct representatives of the Soviet power. By means of a few exemplary sentences, the revolutionary tribunals warned everyone that the socialist fatherland, which was in mortal danger, required unconditional obedience from all. This combination of measures of agitation, organization, and repression brought about within a few weeks the turn that was needed. Out of a shaky, unsteady, disintegrating mass, a real army was created. We took Kazan on September 10, 1918, and recovered Simbirsk on the following day. That moment was a notable date in the history of the Red Army. Immediately, we felt firm ground under our feet. These were no longer our first helpless attempts, from now on we could fight and win. The apparatus of military administration was built at that time, all across the country, in close combination with the local Soviets of every province, uyezd and volast. Gubernia, Governorate, the largest administrative unit in Russia at that time, has been translated as province. An uyezd was a subdivision of a province, and a volast was the smallest administrative unit, a group of villages. The territory of the Republic, which, though split up by the enemy, was still enormous, was divided into districts, each comprising several provinces. Originally 6 military districts were formed: Yaroslavl, Moscow, Orel, Ural, Volga, and Northern Commune, White Sea. In this way the necessary centralization of the administration was achieved. The political and organizational difficulties were incredibly great. The psychological changeover from the destruction of the old army to the creation of the new, was achieved only at the cost of continual inner friction and conflict. The old army had thrown up committees elected by the soldiers, and elected commanders who were actually subordinate to these committees. This measure was, of course, not military but revolutionary political in character. From the standpoint of controlling troops in battle and of preparing them for battle, it was intolerable, monstrous, fatal. There was and could be no question of controlling troops by means of elected committees and commanders who were subordinate to these committees and might be replaced at any moment. But the army did not want to fight. It had carried out a social revolution within itself, casting aside the commanders from the landlord and bourgeois classes and establishing organs of revolutionary self-government, in the shape of the Soviets of soldiers' deputies. These organizational and political measures were correct and necessary from the standpoint of breaking up the old army. But a new army capable of fighting could certainly not grow directly out of them. The Tsarist regiments, after experiencing the Kerensky period, disbanded after October and were reduced to nothing. The attempt made to apply our old organizational methods to the building of a Red Army threatened to undermine it from the very outset. Electivity of commanders in the Tsarist army was a way of purging it of possible agents of restoration. But the system of election could in no way secure competent, suitable, and authoritative commanders for the revolutionary army. The Red Army was built from above, in accordance with the principles of the dictatorship of the working class. Commanders were selected and tested by the organs of the Soviet power and the Communist Party. Election of commanders by the units themselves, which were politically ill-educated, being composed of recently mobilized young peasants, would inevitably have been transformed into a game of chance, and would often, in fact, have created favorable circumstances for the machinations of various intriguers and adventurers. Similarly, the Revolutionary Army, as an army for action and not as an arena of propaganda, was incompatible with the regime of elected committees, which in fact could not but destroy all centralized control, by allowing each unit to decide for itself whether it would agree to advance or to remain on the defensive. The left SRS carried this chaotic pseudo-democracy to the point of absurdity when they called upon the individual regiments to decide whether they would fulfill the conditions of the armistice with the Germans or would go over to the offensive. In doing this, the left SRS were merely trying to raise the army against the Soviet power which had created it. The peasantry, taken by itself, is incapable of creating a centralized army. It cannot get beyond local guerrilla units, the primitive democracy of which is often a screen for the personal dictatorship of their atamans. These guerrilla tendencies, reflecting the element of peasant spontaneity in the revolution, found their most finished expression among the left SRS and the anarchists, but also took possession of a considerable section of the communists, especially those who came from the peasantry or had formerly been soldiers or NCOs. In the first period, guerrilla warfare was a necessary and adequate weapon. The fight against the counter-revolution, which had not yet pulled itself together, uniting and arming its forces, was waged by small, independent bodies of troops. This kind of warfare called for self-sacrifice, initiative and independence. But as the war grew in scope, it increasingly called for proper organization and discipline. The habits of guerrilla warfare began to turn their negative pole towards the revolution. Transforming units into regiments, putting regiments into divisions, subordinating divisional commanders to commanders of armies and of fronts was a task of great difficulty, and one that was not always effected without loss. Indignation against the bureaucratic centralism of Tsarist Russia formed a very important constituent feature of the revolution. Regions, provinces, uyezds, and towns vied with one another in trying to show their independence. The idea of power in the localities assumed an extremely chaotic character in the initial period. On the left SR and anarchist wing it was linked with reactionary federalist doctrinarism, but among the broad masses it was an inevitable and, so far as its sources were concerned, a healthy reaction against the old regime which had stifled initiative. From a certain moment onward, however, with the tighter unification of the counter-revolutionary forces and the growth of external threats, these primitive tendencies to autonomy became ever more dangerous, both from the political and, in particular, from the military standpoint. This problem will undoubtedly play a big role in Western Europe, above all in France, where prejudices in favor of autonomism and federalism are stronger than anywhere else. The quickest possible overcoming of such prejudices, under the banner of revolutionary proletarian centralism, is a prerequisite for future victory over the bourgeoisie. The year 1918 and a substantial part of 1919 were spent in constant stubborn struggle to create a centralized, disciplined army, supplied and controlled from a single center. In the military sphere this army reflected, though in sharper forms, the process that was going forward in all spheres of the construction of the Soviet Republic. The selection and creation of commanding personnel involved a number of very great difficulties. We had at our disposal what was left of the old corps of regular officers, a broad stratum of the officers commissioned during the war, and, finally, the commanders brought forward by the revolution itself in its first, guerrilla period. Of the old officer corps there remained with us either the more idealistic men, who understood or at least sensed the meaning of the new epoch, these were, of course, a very small minority, or the pen-pushers, inert, without initiative, men who lacked the energy to go over to the whites. Finally, there were not a few active counter-revolutionaries, whom events had caught unawares. When we took our first constructive steps, the question of these former officers of the Tsarist army came up in an acute form. We needed them as representatives of their craft, as men who were familiar with military routine, and without whom we should have to start from scratch. Our foes would, in that case, hardly permit us to pursue our self-training until it had reached the required level. We could not build a centralized military apparatus, and an army to correspond, without drawing into the work many representatives of the old officer corps. They now entered the army not as representatives of the old ruling classes but as henchmen of the new revolutionary class. Many of them, to be sure, betrayed us, going over to the enemy or taking part in revolts, but, in the main, their spirit of class resistance was broken. Nevertheless, the hatred felt for them by the rank and file masses was still intense, and constituted one of the sources of the guerrilla attitude. Within the framework of a small local unit there was no need for qualified military workers. It was necessary, while smashing the resistance of the counter-revolutionary elements among the old officers, to secure for the loyal elements among them, step by step, the possibility of working as part of the Red Army. The oppositionist left tendencies, which were actually intellectual and peasant tendencies, in the sphere of building the army tried to find a generalized theoretical formula to serve their purposes. The centralized army was declared to be the army of an imperialist state. The revolution must, in conformity with its whole nature, give up for good and all not only positional warfare but also the centralized army. The revolution was entirely based upon mobility, the bold stroke, and maneuvering. Its fighting force was the small, independent unit, made up of all types of arms, not linked with any base, relying on the sympathy of the population, moving freely into the enemy's rear, and so on. In short, the tactics of the revolution were proclaimed to be the tactics of guerrilla warfare. Serious experience of civil war very soon refuted these prejudices. The advantages of centralized organization and strategy over local improvisation, military separatism, and federalism were revealed so quickly and vividly that today the basic principles of the building of the Red Army are beyond dispute. A most important role in the creation of a commanding apparatus for the army was played by the institution of commissars. They were chosen from among the revolutionary workers, the communists, and in part also, in the first period, the left SRS, until July 1918. The role of the commander was thereby bisected, so to speak. Only purely military leadership was left in the hands of the commander himself. Political and educational work was concentrated in those of the commissar. But what was most important was that the commissar was the direct representative of the Soviet power in the army. The commissar's task was, without encroaching on the purely military work of the commander, and in no case lowering his authority as commander, to create conditions such that this authority could not be used against the interests of the revolution. The working class gave its best sons to the fulfillment of this task. Hundreds and thousands of them fell at their posts as commissars. Later, no small number of revolutionary commanders emerged from the ranks of the commissars. From the very start we set about establishing a network of military training schools. At the beginning, these reflected the general weakness of our military organization. Short courses lasting a few months produced, in the main, not commanders but merely middling Red Army soldiers. Since, however, more often than not, those who went into battle in that period were masses who handled a rifle for the first time when they entrained, those Red Army soldiers who had undergone a 4-month course were frequently given command not merely of sections but also of platoons and even of companies. We assiduously recruited former NCOs of the Tsarist army. However, it must be appreciated that a considerable proportion of these had been drawn, in their time, from among the better-off sections in country and town. They were, predominantly, the literate sons of peasant families of the kulak type. At the same time, hostility towards the men with the golden epaulets, meaning the officers, with their noble and intellectual background, was always a characteristic of theirs. Hence the split running through this category. They gave us many outstanding commanders and army leaders, whose most brilliant representative is Budiani, but this same set of men also furnished many commanders for counter-revolutionary revolts and for the White Army. Creating a body of revolutionary commanders is a most difficult task. And while the higher command was selected already in the first 3 or 4 years of the Red Army's existence, where the lower levels of commanding personnel are concerned, this cannot be said to have been fully accomplished even today. Our principal efforts are now being directed to providing the Army with section commanders who are completely capable of performing their responsible task. The work of military training can be proud of its very great successes. The training and education of Red commanders is steadily improving. The role played by propaganda in the Red Army is widely known. The political work which with us preceded every step forward along the path of construction, in the military sphere as well as elsewhere, led to the need for creating an extensive political apparatus for the army. The most important organs of this work are the commissars, already mentioned. However, the bourgeois press of Europe patently misrepresents the matter when it depicts propaganda as some devilish invention of the Bolsheviks. Propaganda plays an immense role in all the world's armies. The political apparatus of bourgeois propaganda is very much more powerful and richer technically than ours. The superiority of our propaganda lies in its content. Our propaganda invariably united the Red Army, while disrupting the enemy's forces, not by any special technical methods or procedures but by the communist idea which constituted the content of this propaganda. This military secret of ours we openly divulge, without fearing any plagiarism on the part of our adversaries. The Red Army's technique reflected and reflects the general economic situation in our country. In the first period of the revolution we had at our disposal the material legacy of the imperialist war. In its way, this was colossal, but extremely chaotic. Of some things there was too much, of others too little, and besides, we did not know just what we possessed. The chief voluntary administrations artfully concealed that little which they themselves knew about. Power in the localities was in the hands of whoever happened to be present in a given territory. The revolutionary guerrilla leaders took supplies for their units from anything and everything that came their way. The railway authorities cunningly directed trucks laden with ammunition, even entire train loads, to destinations other than those for which they were intended. The first period was thus a time of frightful squandering of the resources left over from the imperialist war. Individual military units, mostly regiments, dragged around after them armored cars and airplanes while they had no bayonets for their rifles, and often even lacked cartridges. War industry had stopped production at the end of 1917. Only in 1919, when the old supplies began to near exhaustion, was work begun on reviving the production of arms. In 1920 nearly the whole of industry was already working for war purposes. We had no reserves. Every rifle, every cartridge, every pair of boots was dispatched, straight from the machine or the lathe that produced it, to the front. There were times, and these lasted for weeks, when every one of a soldier's stock of cartridges counted, and when delay in the arrival of a special train bringing ammunition resulted in whole divisions retreating along several dozen versts. A verst is 3,500 feet, or 1,067 meters of the front. Despite the fact that the subsequent development of the Civil War led to collapse of the economy, the supplying of the army, thanks, on the one hand, to the direction given to the forces of industry, and, on the other, and mainly, thanks to the increasing degree of regulation of the war economy itself, became, and continues to become, more and more what is needed. A special place in the development of the Red Army is held by the creation of the cavalry. Without going here into the argument about the role to be played by cavalry, in general, in future wars, we can say that, in the past, it was backward countries that had the best cavalry, Russia, Poland, Hungary, and, still earlier, Sweden. For cavalry one needs steppes, wide open spaces. Here, it naturally came into being on the Kuban and the Don, and not in the environs of Petersburg and Moscow. In the Civil War in the United States the advantage as regards cavalry was wholly in favor of the southern plantation owners. Only in the second half of the war did the Northerners master this arm. It was the same with us. The counter-revolution entrenched itself in the backward borderlands, and tried, pressing inward from there, to squeeze us into the central area round Moscow. The most important arm wielded by Denikin and Rgel was the Cossacks, and, in general, the cavalry. Their bold raids often, in the first period, created very great difficulties for us. However, this advantage possessed by the counter-revolution, an advantage derived from backwardness, proved to be within the reach of the revolution, too, once it had grasped the significance of cavalry in a civil war of maneuver, and had set itself the task of creating a force of cavalry at whatever cost. The Red Army's slogan in 1919 became, "Proletarians, to horse." After only a few months our cavalry could stand comparison with the enemy's, and subsequently it seized the initiative once and for all. The army's unity and self-confidence steadily increased. In the first period not only the peasants but also the workers were unwilling to join the army. Only a very narrow stratum of devoted proletarians consciously set about creating armed forces for the Soviet Republic. And it was this stratum that bore the burden of the work in the first, most difficult period. The mood of the peasantry vacillated unceasingly. Entire regiments composed of peasants, true, in most cases they were quite unprepared either politically or technically, surrendered in the first period, sometimes without putting up a fight, and then later, when the whites had enrolled them under their flag, crossed over to our side again. Sometimes the peasant masses tried to show their independence, and abandoned both whites and reds, going off into the forests to form their green units. But the scattered nature and political helplessness of these units foredoomed them to defeat. Thus, at the fronts of the Civil War the relation between the basic class forces of the revolution found expression more vividly than anywhere else. The peasant masses, for whose allegiance the landlord bourgeois intellectual counter-revolution contended with the working class, constantly wavered from this side to that, but in the end it gave its support to the working class. In the most backward provinces, such as Kursk and Voronezh, where the numbers who evaded the call up for military service amounted to many thousands, the arrival of the general's forces on the borders of these provinces produced a decisive change in attitude, and impelled the masses of former deserters into the ranks of the Red Army. The peasant supported the worker against the landlord and the capitalist. In this social fact is rooted the final cause of our victories. The Red Army was built under fire, and consequently, far from always in accordance with a definite plan, and often by way of rather disorderly improvisations. Its apparatus was extraordinarily unwieldy and, in many cases, clumsy. We made use of every breathing space to tighten, simplify, and refine our military organization. In this respect we have had undoubted success during the last 2 years. In the period of our fight with Rigel and with Poland, in 1920, the Red Army had in its ranks more than 5 million men. Today as of May 1922 it includes, together with the Navy, about 1.5 million, and is still contracting. This contraction has proceeded and is proceeding more slowly than would have been desirable, because it is paralleled by an improvement in quality. The tightening up in the rear and auxiliary apparatus has been incomparably greater than in the combatant units. In contracting, the army has not become weaker but, on the contrary, stronger. Its capacity for deployment, if war should come, is increasing steadily. Its loyalty to the cause of the social revolution is beyond doubt. May 21, 1922 Moscow. Notes. 1. This article was written for Yezhegodnik Kominterna, Komintern Annual, May 21, 1922. It appeared previously in No. 8/1922 of the Journal of the Chief Administration of Military Schools. It is reproduced here as the introduction to this work because it generalizes all the material which has now been printed in these volumes. 2. The military organization of our party began in 1905 and played a considerable role in developing the revolutionary movement in the army. The first attempt to unite the work of the party cells in the army was made at the end of March 1906, when a conference of the military organizations was convened in Moscow. After the arrest of those who took part on that occasion, the conference was held in Tammerfors in the winter of 1906. In 1917, after the February Revolution, the military organization developed its influence first in Petrograd and later also at the front, especially in the northern sector and in the Baltic Fleet. On April 15 appeared the first issue of the newspaper Soldatskaya Pravda, the central organ of the organization. At the Congress of the Military Organization in Petrograd on July 16 up to 500 separate units were represented, with a total membership of not less than 30,000 Bolsheviks. The military organization carried on direct preparation for the rising and sent some active comrades from its membership to serve in the Petrograd Military Revolutionary Committee, and later in the War Department, Comrades Podvoisky, Mikhanashian, Krylenko, Javaltovsky, Raskolnikov, and many more. The spring of 1918-3. We need an army. *******. Speech at the session of the Moscow Soviet of Workers, Soldiers and Peasants Deputies, March 19, 1918. From Pravda, March 21, 1918. Comrades, our Soviet Socialist Republic needs a well-organized army. In the world situation in which it has been the will of history to place us, amid the conditions of unprecedented difficulty that surround us, conditions that, again, are not of our making, we need to be strong. This is given sharp emphasis by the entire international situation. To describe that situation, together with the international developments we expect, I will mention some of the most important facts in this sphere. The most recent telegram received from the West informs us that Germany has approached the governments of our former allies with a peace proposal, in which the Germans offer to withdraw their troops from France and Belgium and above all, to restore Alsace-Lorraine to France. For if we look more deeply into this matter, we see that it means they have in mind a peace at Russia's expense. Already at the beginning of the war we said that world war would inevitably entail the complete exhaustion of the less rich among the belligerent states, and that the weakest of the contending countries, regardless of which camp they belonged to, would suffer severe defeat and become so much ready cash for settling accounts when the booty was shared out. That is precisely the fate that threatens us. Furthermore, the bourgeois newspapers of nearly all countries falsely allege that along the Trans-Siberian Railway there are up to 20,000 well-organized prisoners of war who are hostile to the Allies. The source of these false and provocative statements is the Japanese General Staff, which is spreading such rumors with the clear intention of creating a legal pretext for occupying Vladivostok and Siberia. In Britain a struggle is going on between two political trends, one of which, embracing all the parties of capital, favors a certain compromise with Germany at the expense of Russia, while the other, reflecting the revolutionary ferment among the masses of the British people, warns against making such a deal at Russia's expense. But in Britain, too, power is held by the extreme imperialists. We are surrounded by enemies. If our ally France were really to be offered Alsace-Lorraine, the French stock exchange would unhesitatingly sell Russia out. This would not, of course, be hindered by the friendly feelings entertained towards the Russian people on the part of our counter-revolutionary allies, who are so warmly defended by the representatives of the right-wing trends. In view of this, we say, comrades, that Russia, exhausted and unarmed, will inevitably become the slave of international imperialism united against her if the international proletariat does not save her in time by its support, and if we ourselves do not organize our own defense. We are reproached for not having given everything that we promised. In reply I say that, first and foremost, we must arm and fight, so as to ensure the mere possibility of carrying out our program, and that, if the European proletariat fails to come to our aid in the fatal moment of our tragic lonely struggle, then, by remaining unarmed, we may perish altogether. We were the first to raise the flag of revolt amid this bloody and black night of imperialist war, and it is hard for us, sometimes almost beyond our strength, to fight against the iron ring of enemies that surrounds us. Is it surprising if we are not accomplishing all that we wanted to accomplish? We need an army, which would give us powerful strength for the inevitable coming struggle with international imperialism. With the aid of this army we shall not only defend ourselves but shall be in a position to help the struggle of the international proletariat. For there can be no doubt that, the more international imperialism grabs and strangles, the more passionate and terrible will be the wrath of the European worker soldier who, emerging from the trenches, will find at home, as the result of his inhuman sufferings, his family reduced to poverty and hunger, and his country in a state of economic collapse. Let those of little faith, yielding to weariness, no longer wish to hear of the revolutionary movement of the proletariat of other countries, of the victory of the world revolution. We declare that the moment of social explosion in all states is inevitably approaching, and we, to whom history has given victory sooner than the rest, with all the possibilities that follow from this, must be ready, at the first thunderclap of the world revolution, to bring armed help to our foreign brothers in revolt. And, in particular, at the moment when the German proletariat, which is nearer to revolution than any other, when this proletariat, enveloped in the flames of militant enthusiasm, comes out into the streets, and it will come, whatever has been said by the croakers of ill omen in their party, who have struck themselves forever out of the international, we must be ready, prepared, organized in fighting units to go to their aid. Our party deliberately set out to break up the old Tsarist army. But the whole course of the war itself led to the complete disintegration of the ranks of the old army. Even without the work of our party, the army would have broken up into its component parts all the same. This result was fully prepared for both by Tsardom and by the entire policy of the Kerensky period. So early as the beginning of the February Revolution, the question of peace and war sharply confronted the soldiers. Upon the answer to this question depended the fate of the country's armed forces. Precisely then, in the interests of the country and of the army, it was necessary to undertake in a practical way the solution, first and foremost, of the problem of peace, on the Russian and international scale. But just at that moment, when our army, which was already quite exhausted and deprived of strength, was burning with impatient expectation of peace, Kerensky and his colleagues and allies hurled the worn-out forces into the bloody offensive of June 18. 5. The Russian offensive of June 18, 1917 is usually referred to in Western books as the July offensive, owing to the difference in the calendar used at that time. That offensive dealt a mortal blow to the army. There has been talk here of the Constituent Assembly. Let it be known to the party which predominated numerically in that assembly 6 that it was precisely itself that on June 18 destroyed the army, raised the country against itself, and thereby killed the Constituent Assembly. In our work to create an army we shall undoubtedly come up against a number of obstacles. Whether we like it or not, we are heirs to all the previous way of doing things of our political adversaries, and the entire burden of recent events, above all, the Brest Peace, has fallen tragically upon us only through the previous management of affairs by the Tsarist regime and, following it, by the regime of the petty bourgeois compromisers. And if the spirit of revolutionary enthusiasm has not yet been finally extinguished in the depths of the masses, that spirit without which the victory of the revolution is inconceivable, this is only because, at the time when the people are suffering these present tragic experiences, all power is really in their hands. In the October days the people fought for power and seized it. We are now entering, armed with the plenitude of this power, into an epoch of construction and renovation of the life of the revolutionary people. Before us are immense tasks, restoring railway transport, the necessity of feeding the hungry, the need to draw the masses into creative and properly organized work. There can be no doubt that these tasks are at the given moment considerably complicated by the fact that the old discipline has been uprooted among the masses, while the new, revolutionary discipline has not yet taken shape. There is in the country a great deal of wanton behavior, due to ignorance which, though awakened, has not yet been enlightened. All this is, of course, the inevitable product of all our previous history. All the sooner do we need, rolling up our sleeves, to get down to the rough work, with a mighty effort dragging out of the bog the cart of state which is so deeply stuck in it. We need exact, persistent, and systematic work in all fields. While we were fighting with the Kaldinit 7 we could successfully remain content with units which had been put together in haste. Now, however, in order to cope with the creative work of reviving the country which is what we have to perform, in order to ensure the security of the Soviet Republic under conditions of international counter-revolutionary encirclement, such units are already inadequate. We need a properly and freshly organized army. When we speak of this need, those who formerly collaborated with the Tsar's generals blame us for having called up the regular officers and entrusted them with responsible posts. Yes, we are making use of the military specialists, for, after all, The tasks of Soviet democracy do not in the least consist in casting aside technical resources which can be usefully applied to ensure the success of its historical work, after subjecting them politically to the established order. In the matter of the army, too, all power will remain exclusively in the hands of the Soviets, which will dispatch into all military organs and units reliable political commissars who will exercise overall control. The importance of these commissars must be recognized as very high indeed, and their authority will be unlimited. The military specialists will be in charge of the technical side, of purely military matters, operational work, and combat activities, while the political side of the organization, training, and education of the units must be wholly subject to the plenipotentiary representatives of the Soviet regime, its commissars. There is and can be at the present time no other way. We must remember that, in order to fight, we need, besides the enthusiasm which is latent among the people, technical knowledge as well. For proper organization of the army and, in particular, for expedient utilization of the specialists, we need revolutionary discipline. We are introducing this with determination at the top, but we need with no less vigor to introduce it down below, arousing a sense of responsibility among the masses. When the people realize that discipline is being introduced now not in order to defend the money bags of the bourgeoisie, not to restore the land to the landlords, but, on the contrary, in order to consolidate and defend all the conquests made by the revolution, they will approve even the strictest of measures aimed at the establishment of discipline. We must at all costs and at any price implant discipline in the Red Army, not the previous sort, the automatic discipline of the rod, but conscious, collective discipline, based on revolutionary enthusiasm and clear understanding by the workers and peasants of their duty to their own classes. We shall not be halted by any difficulties. It may be that, in order to bring our cause to triumph and accomplish our great tasks, we shall have for a time to work not 8 hours but 10 and 12 hours a day. So what? We shall work twice as hard, we shall harness ourselves together, we shall go forward along the road of labor discipline and creative work. We did not say, and we do not say now, that everything will come by itself. No, the difficulties that face us are beyond counting. But we have proved to be richer in spirit, resources, and forces than we ourselves had thought we were, and that is no small thing, that is the pledge of victory. Let us work tirelessly, so that at the moment when the European proletariat rise up, we shall be able to go fully armed to their aid and, together with them, in a combined effort, overthrow forever the power of capital. Notes 3. In order that the reader may appreciate more precisely the speeches and articles that follow, it is necessary to give a brief historical review of the struggle waged by the Soviet Republic down to April 1918. In the October days the Red Guards constituted a force that was sufficiently strong for its task, even though it was weakly organized. Kerensky's attempt to liquidate the Bolshevik insurrection with the aid of a single Cossack division under General Krasnov's command ended in failure. The front gave no help to Kerensky. In the fighting on the Pulkovo Heights the Red Guards defeated Krasnov. On November 1 our units captured Gatchina. The counter-revolution shifted to the poorly proletarianist border regions. The first fighting units were formed in the proletarian centers. The old army, which was in the grip of its urge to demobilize, played, on the whole, no part in this struggle. The disintegration of the old army, which was accompanied by the separation from it of the national units, the national units means those units made up of non-Russian nationalities, Ukrainians, etc., which held together amid this disorder, making it their task in the new period to fight for the independence of their homelands reached its climax, and by January 1918 that army could be regarded as having been demobilized. The working class scored rapid victories in the fight against the internal counter-revolution. On January 18 combat groups in the Ural area put down Tyutov's revolt. Ataman A.I. Tyutov, leader of the Orenburg Cossacks, was one of the first and also one of the most persistent of the white commanders. He operated in an area of great strategic importance, which, because it blocked communication between European Russia and Central Asia, with its vital supplies of cotton, came to be called Gutov's Cork. Not until March 1920 did Gutov, with the remnants of his army, retreat into Chinese territory, where he was assassinated a year later on January 26. The Red Guards occupied Kiev. On February 13, revolutionary units led by Comrade Berdan. The Berdan mentioned here is R.Y.U. Berdan, 1888 to 1939, a party member who, after his victory on the Western Front, and service in the Supreme Military Inspectorate, took command in June 1918 of the North Urals and Siberia Front. Not to be confused with Ya.K. Berdan, 1903 to 1938, who was one of the Red Army officers who participated in the Spanish Civil War, or with Ya.A. Berdan, 1881 to 1938, a non-military figure who was Soviet ambassador in Switzerland in 1918. All three men were Let's occupied Rogachev. Rogachev is on the river Dnieper, northwest of Gomel, and is a station on the north-south railway line linking Mogilev and Moser, and put down the movement of the Polish Corps commanded by Dauber Musnicki. On February 21, after stubborn fighting, units made up of Donets miners, helped by workers from Petrograd and Moscow, took Rostov. The fortuitous and chaotic organization of the first units, their motley armament, the absence of any planned supply service or unified leadership, all were overshadowed by the enthusiasm and valor they displayed in their struggle against the internal counter-revolution. However, these weak sides made themselves sharply felt when the first clashes with foreign troops occurred. On February 18, after the interruption of the negotiations at Brest, the Germans launched an offensive along the whole front. The disintegrated old army rolled back without resistance, abandoning in the trenches a large quantity of ammunition and a substantial proportion of their guns. The freshly formed units were also unable to put up adequate resistance. By the beginning of April all was quiet on the Western Front, and the Germans held the line that had been laid down in the Treaty of Brest. In the Ukraine our forces continued, without success, to fight against the advancing Germans. See Map I. For Alsace-Lorraine, with its rich deposits of coal and iron, was taken from France by the Germans as a result of the Franco-Prussian War of 1871. Recovery of Alsace-Lorraine was France's principal war aim. 5. The offensive of June 18, 1917. Carrying out the High Command's directive of June 18, the 11th and 12th Armies, on the southwestern front, began an attack on the enemy's positions. A little later, on June 23, the 8th Army, under General Kornilov, joined in the offensive. Despite the intense preparation, the concentration of shock battalions, and Kerensky's personal visits, the army, which was in a process of general disintegration, was incapable of sustaining a prolonged breakthrough. After 2 or 3 days, the attack came to a standstill. On July 6 the Germans, who had concentrated 6 divisions against the left flank of the 11th Army, advanced quickly to Tarnopol. Tarnopol, now Ternopol, was then Austrian, in eastern Galicia, i.e. western Ukraine, and already by July 15 the southwestern front had rolled back, without offering any resistance, to the line of our former state frontier. The July debacle led to the provisional government taking a number of decisive measures by which it hoped to restore the fighting capacity of the front. Restoration of the death penalty and of military censorship, together with arrests of Bolsheviks, prepared the ground for Kornilov's mutiny. The June offensive brought about a marked increase in the Bolsheviks' influence in the army. 6. The majority in the Constituent Assembly was held by the SR Party. This was due to the fact that the elections had taken place on the basis of lists drawn up before the October Revolution. The Bolsheviks were then in a semi-underground situation, and the SRS, who were represented in the government, possessed considerable advantages. 7. General Kaldin began so soon as June 1917 to concentrate on the Don the Cossack units that had been at the front. A little later, General Alexeyev, and, after his escape from Bykhov prison, Kornilov as well, began to form the cadres of a volunteer army, recruiting cadets and officers who had fled from the front and from Central Russia. At the end of November Kaledin seized Rostov, and tried to extend his authority northward, into the Donets Basin. Under the overall leadership of Comrade Antonovov-Zyenko, units of the Red Guard completed their concentration by the beginning of January 1918. Forces led by Sievers R.F. Sievers, an ensign during the First World War, died of wounds later in 1918, numbering 10,000 men altogether. The basic nucleus consisting of regiments of the Old Army, advanced through Nikitovka towards Taganrog. Forces led by Sablin, numbering some 6,000, the nucleus being formed of reserve regiments from the city of Moscow, moved along the lines Iverovolokhe and Novokirkisk, this advance being helped by local units led by Comrade Petrov. The Whites were beaten in battles before Rostov and Novokirkisk, and the remains of Kaledin's units withdrew into the Salsk steppe. Kaledin shot himself. Seizure of the initiative and rapid concentration of Red Guard units which, though poorly organized, were numerically superior, gave quick victory to the Soviet Republic in this first period. The course of events can be followed in detail with the aid of the chronological table. The Salak steppe lies southeast of Rostov-on-Don, on the border of the Kulan territory. The spring of 1918. Artask. In face of the unprecedented calamities and dangers threatening the Soviet Republic, there is only one path of salvation, it is the path of sustained work and revolutionary discipline. We must increase the economic strength of our impoverished country. We must ensure armed defense of the Soviet Republic against the beasts of imperialism. In these terrible days every honest citizen has the duty to be a worker and a soldier. The next few days will see the introduction of a law on universal compulsory military training. 8. The Republic places upon experienced instructors the duty to render every citizen, in town and country alike, capable of answering the first call to go, arms in hand, to the defense of the homeland. Military training will be carried on outside ordinary working hours. Nobody will dare to ask for any sort of recompense for the hours that he devotes to his supreme civic duty, namely, studying how to defend the Soviet Republic. In order that, in a moment of emergency, all armed citizens may go to the defense of the country, we need to create firm, reliable cadres. This is the urgent task of the months and weeks immediately ahead of us. The Soviet Republic, encircled by enemies, is proceeding without delay to organize battalions from the staunchest and most self-sacrificing fighters. Their livelihood and that of their families will be looked after from the people's common resources. The Soviet cadres must be welded together with iron discipline, trained, equipped and armed in accordance with the latest requirements of the art of war. Just as industry needs engineers and just as agriculture needs scientific agronomists, so, too, the task of defense needs military specialists. The Soviet Republic urgently summons the military specialists to work. The grave situation of Russia, which the world's beasts of prey want to crucify on the cross of imperialism, prompts all honest military and naval specialists to the realization that they dare not stand aloof. The Soviet power gives them full opportunity to devote all their powers, knowledge, and talents to the cause of organizing the country's defense. The specialists must become instructors, military teachers, technical leaders of the army. In the specifically military sphere they must be given the decisive word, and upon them must be placed the whole burden of responsibility. In the sphere of the molding, ideological welding and political education of the People's Army, the decisive word will belong to the Soviets, at the center and in the localities. This work will be carried out in accordance with a common plan, worked out with the participation of the best military experts and under the constant military technical supervision of special inspectors. The Soviet Republic needs an army that will be able to fight and conquer. It is the responsibility of the Soviet power to make sure that none of the separate institutions or units of the People's Army are transformed into foci of counter-revolution, into instruments directed against the workers and peasants. Political control over the entire organization and life of the army will be entrusted to military commissars. The post of military commissar is one of the most responsible and most honorable in the Soviet Republic. The Commissar will safeguard the closest internal bond between the army and the Soviet regime as a whole. The Commissar will incarnate the principle of revolutionary duty and indestructible discipline. The Commissar will ensure, with the full force of his authority and power, immediate and unquestioning fulfillment of the operational and combat instructions issued by the military leaders. These are the principles which the government lays down as the basis for creating the army, universal and obligatory military training in schools, factories, and villages, immediate formation of firm cadres from the most self-sacrificing fighters, bringing in military commissars as guardians of the highest interests of the revolution and of socialism. In the name of the Socialist Republic, the Council of People's Commissars calls upon all Soviets, all conscious workers and peasants, all honest citizens who are devoted to the people's cause, to redouble their efforts in the great work of safeguarding the independence and freedom of our country. Liberated Russia will not be enslaved. It will arise and grow strong, it will cast out the beasts of prey, it will live in fraternal unity with the liberated peoples of all lands. That is needed is that, in these dark days of calamity affecting the whole people, all true sons of revolutionary Russia shall have no thought, no desire, no commitment but the salvation of our blood-drained homeland. Let there be no wavering, no doubts. Work, order, perseverance, discipline, self-sacrifice, and we shall triumph. Lt. March 21, 1918. Notes. 8. The decree on universal compulsory military training was adopted by the All-Russia Central Executive Committee of the Soviets on the basis of Comrade Trotsky's report of April 22, 1918. The spring of 1918. Work, discipline, order 9. ******. Report to the Moscow City Conference of the Russian Communist Party, March 28, 1918. Comrades, the conference is meeting at a time of profound internal crisis in our generally critical epoch, and at a moment when our mood cannot be one of enthusiasm and militancy. Without any doubt we are passing through a period of internal confusion, of great difficulty, and, what is most important, of self-criticism, which, let us hope, will lead to an inner cleansing and a new upsurge of the revolutionary movement. We inherit our authority from the October Revolution, which some of those who marched in ranks close to us, or marched parallel with us, are now disposed, as it were, to repudiate. And the October Revolution is even now regarded by many sages as being either an adventure or a blunder. We communists cannot look upon the question of the October Revolution from this subjective point of view. After 1905, during a number of years preceding the Revolution of 1917, we not only forecast the inevitability of a new revolution, but declared, theoretically foresaw, that, if this revolution came to a victorious conclusion, it would inevitably put in power the working class, relying on all the poorest sections of the population. Our analysis, which was confirmed in October, was called utopian. Now they call utopian our socialist prospect, our communist program. But it is obvious to everyone that the dictatorship of the working class, which we forecast, has been realized, and that all those total abstainers who saw in our forecasts only utopianism and our subjective desires have turned out to be cast aside by the development of the class struggle in our revolution. The February Revolution revealed the basic relation of forces: first, the combination of all the property-owning and ruling classes, a combination headed by the Cadet Party, within which were dissolved all the contradictions, all the antagonisms between the different groups among the property owners, precisely because the revolution posed sharply the root question of property as such, and thereby eliminated the differences among the property-owning classes. The compromising groups constituted the second major camp in the revolution, politically much larger than corresponded to its real social strength, for reasons about which I shall now say a few words. The third camp was made up of the working class, headed by our party, and the working masses who were linked with it. I said that the compromisers' camp, which set its fatal mark on the first phase of the revolution, appeared to itself and to others incomparably more powerful than actually accorded with the social nature of the stratum from which this camp was recruited, I mean the bourgeois and petty bourgeois intelligentsia from which the compromiser parties drew not only their leaders but also their fighting cadres. What explains why it was that, in the first phase of the revolution, the Menshevik and SR parties played the leading role, and thereby held back the development of the revolution, worsened the country's collapse, and gave to the whole subsequent process of development an extremely acute and painful character. This is to be explained by the circumstance that our revolution grew out of the war, and the war had mobilized and organized the most backward and ignorant masses of the peasantry, endowing them with military organization and so causing them to exercise, in the first phase of the revolution, a direct influence on the course of political events, before these masses had passed, under the leadership of the proletariat, through even the elementary school of politics. Regiments, divisions, and corps elected their deputies to the Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, alongside the working class. But the working class elected its deputies within the framework of its natural places of work, the factories. The peasants, having been shut up, by means of the state machine, in the compulsory organizations of the army, elected not peasants' deputies but deputies of regiments, companies, and so forth. Through the army the peasants were drawn into exercising immediate active influence upon the course of political events before, I repeat, before political schooling under the leadership of the working class had given them the necessary internal incentive for this and the necessary minimum of political ideas. It was natural that this peasant mass sought representatives and leaders from outside itself, and it found them among the petty bourgeois intelligentsia in the army, among the volunteers, the young, the more or less revolutionary officers, in short, among men of bourgeois origin who possessed certain formal advantages over the mass of peasant soldiers, such as the ability to express their thoughts more or less articulately, such as literacy, and so on. That was why the soldier cadres of the SR and Menshevik parties multiplied so greatly in the first phase of the revolution. They relied upon the peasant army numbering many millions. And in so far as the working class tried instinctively to avoid breaking away from its ponderous peasant reserves, this class, too, showed a certain inclination towards the compromisers, because they were the bridge linking it with the peasant and soldier masses. That was the reason why, in the first phase of the revolution, the SRS and Mensheviks set the all-determining imprint of their influence upon its development. They expressed their influence, however, not only in refraining from setting about the solution of a single one of the questions raised by the revolution, but in directly delaying and hindering the solution of all questions, intensifying all difficulties and causing the heritage which fell to us in October to be a frightful historical burden. When, by the inner logic of the class struggle, our party, standing at the head of the proletariat, came to power, the third camp was brought to the test, the camp of the working class, which by its entire nature is alone capable of fulfilling the fundamental tasks of the revolution. In the political and directly military sense, the October Revolution took place in an unexpectedly and unprecedentedly triumphal fashion. There had never in history been such a case of a mighty offensive by an oppressed class which in such a planned and rapid way seized power from the possessing and ruling classes in all parts of the country, spreading its rule from Petrograd and Moscow into every corner, every cranny of Russia. This triumphal character of the October Rising revealed the political weakness of the bourgeois classes, which had its roots in the peculiarities of the development of Russian capitalism. Taking shape under conditions of the complete disintegration of small and medium industry and of the old capitalist ideology in Western Europe, Russian capitalism, which arose from the start in highly concentrated form, undoubtedly developed great economic strength and, along with this, the internal capacity to go over to an improved form of economy, that is, it created the basis for nationalization of the enterprises. At the same time, though, these same conditions transformed Russian commercial, industrial and financial capital into a small, privileged class, few in numbers and cut off from the broad masses of the people, lacking ideological roots in the depths of the people, without a political army of its own. Hence the slightness of the political resistance which our bourgeoisie proved able to put up against us in October, November, and the subsequent months, when in particular parts of the country there occurred the revolts of the Kaldanites, the Kornilovites, and the Dutovites 10 and of the Ukrainian Rada. If the Ukrainian Rada was and still is temporarily victorious over the Soviet power in the Ukraine, this fact is due exclusively to the help given it by the mighty machine of German militarism. 11. Both in the advanced and in the backward, less industrialist parts of the country, everywhere our possessing classes showed themselves helpless when it came to resisting with their own resources the armed revolutionary offensive of the proletariat, fighting to win state power. This shows us, above all, comrades, that if, by the power and will of historical fate, something which I do not think will happen, and neither do you, we were to be driven from power, this would be a mere episode, lasting only a brief interval, for development would proceed subsequently along the same basic line as before. The deep social gulf between the bourgeois upper strata and the laboring classes, and the deep unity between all the unfortunate masses and the proletariat argues for this and guarantees it. Even if temporarily driven from power, the proletariat would still be the leader of the immense majority of the laboring masses of the country, and a fresh oncoming wave would inevitably restore it to power. We derive from this assurance the most profound inner confidence in all our political work. Because of the whole social structure of Russia and because of the international situation in which we are living, we are, in the full sense of the word, invincible, despite all the difficulties, and even despite our own inadequacies, mistakes, and blunders, about which I am going to speak. The armed resistance of the bourgeoisie was smashed in a very short time. They then brought into action another mechanism of resistance, in the form of sabotage by the officials and technical personnel, all the skilled and semi-skilled forces of the intelligentsia which in bourgeois society function both as mechanism of technical leadership and as mechanism of class rule. All these elements reared up after the seizure of power by the working class. From the theoretical standpoint this should not have been, and was not, unexpected by any of us. In connection with the Paris Commune, Marx wrote that when the working class comes to power it cannot automatically take over the old state apparatus, it must reconstruct this apparatus completely. 12. And this fact, that the working class cannot simply take over the old machinery, found expression here in two forms, in the distrust shown by the mass of the workers and the Soviets towards the old government officials, and in the hatred shown by the old officialdom towards the new master, the working class. Hence, sabotage, desertion, disorganization of all governmental and many social and private institutions, on the part of their leading technical and administrative staffs. This sabotage, in so far as it was not a mere outcome of the panic inspired in the educated elements by the heavy hand of the working class which had taken power, in so far as it pursued a political aim, relied upon the approach of the Constituent Assembly, seen as its natural goal, as the new bridge whereby the possessing classes could return to power. Whereas what corresponded to the Russian bourgeoisie, the Russian propertied classes generally, by virtue of their nature, their political interests, was a monarchy limited by a parliament elected on the basis of a property qualification, to the educated elements which headed the compromiser parties, to their interests and concepts, what corresponded best was a constituent assembly, which allows the petty bourgeois intelligentsia to play a disproportionately big role, because, thanks to its glib tongue, it can come forward in parliament in the name of all the most ignorant and backward masses who cannot speak for themselves, and because, standing between the possessing and the laboring classes, it can play the part of compromiser, broker, and mediator. And the Constituent Assembly, as they saw it, was to be the great chamber of conciliation, the great compromise-making institution of the Russian Revolution. The Soviets, that is, the working class, organized in Soviets, throughout the Constituent Assembly, declaring that in the epoch of direct and immediate conflict between class forces only one class or another can rule, openly and solidly, that at this moment there can be either the dictatorship of capital and land ownership or the dictatorship of the working class and the poorest peasantry. By suppressing the Constituent Assembly, the Soviets first and foremost broke politically the backbone of the intelligentsia's sabotage. The resistance of all those technical, administrative, and official elements was overcome. Direct and open civil war, together with the fight against sabotage, had to a certain extent distracted our attention from our fundamental, organic tasks in the spheres of the economy and of administration. On the other hand, it was natural that, having smashed the Kaldenites and Kornilovites, having finally taken power into our hands and put down sabotage, we should feel confident that we were at last about to get down to our real creative work. After the military resistance of the bourgeoisie, the Kornilovites and the Kaldenites had been smashed in open battle, thanks not to our military technique, which was at a very low level, but to the circumstance that the bourgeoisie lacked reliable masses that it could bring into action against us, and after the sabotage by the administrative and technical personnel had been broken and it had proved possible to harness this intelligentsia to work, after all that, we found ourselves face with all the immense tasks, difficulties, and obstacles which we had inherited from the past. Naturally, the Civil War and the methods by which we broke the official sabotage in all the institutions, had the effect, in themselves, of intensifying the state of collapse which was bequeathed to us by the war and by the first phase of the revolution. We saw this and were clearly aware of it. But that did not stop us, for we knew and were profoundly confident, with the confidence that we drew from our entire analysis of historical events in Russia, that for us there was only one way out onto the main road of historical development, and this way out lay only through the dictatorship of the working class. We knew that if obstacles presented themselves on the path of this dictatorship, they must be swept away. If such sweeping away of obstacles momentarily intensified the state of collapse, then all this must be made up for 100-fold by the politically intense creative work in the economic field which the working class must get down to without delay once it had come to power. Now, comrades, having overcome the political obstacles, we are faced in real earnest by all these organizational difficulties. History has put sharply to the working class, to us as its representatives, the question, can you cope with all the difficulties which preceding decades and centuries have piled up for you, here and there tying them in Gordian knots, elsewhere offering them to you in the form of a quite chaotic state of ruin extending all over Russia? Will you cope, shall we cope, with these tasks? In other words, will the working class, led by the Communist Party, in this moment of the greatest test to which the working class has ever been subjected throughout its history, prove to be up to the level of its historical responsibility? The difficulties confronting us can be divided into two categories, those which are objective in character and those which are subjective. The difficulties which are objective in character are founded in external conditions. They consist in the mere fact of universal ruin, of our system of communication having broken down. Our railway carriages have been stripped and smashed up. A very large percentage of our locomotives are out of action, while those that are in good shape are not moving along the rails as they should. The war has thrown everything into disorder. Our factories and works are disorganized, owing, first, to the mobilization and then to the partial, extremely incomplete demobilization. We suffer from very great difficulties in the sphere of food supplies, partly because we have been impoverished generally, and partly because all means of transport, accounting, and control have broken down. These are the difficulties, colossal in their depth, which lie before us, and which we have to overcome at any cost. If we do not overcome them, the country will be wrecked in the very near future, for there is no one to take our place. While, as the working class, we, in Marx's words, cannot simply take over the old state apparatus in a mechanical way, this does not at all mean that we can get by without any of those elements which entered into the composition of the old state apparatus. It is the misfortune of the working class that it has always occupied the position of an oppressed class. This misfortune is expressed in the level of its education and in the fact that it has never acquired those habits of rule which are possessed by a ruling class, and which such a class passes on from generation to generation, through its schools, universities, and soon None of that is possessed by the working class, it has it all to acquire. Having come to power, the working class had to examine critically the old state apparatus of class oppression. But it must, at the same time, extract from this apparatus all the valuable skilled elements which are technically needed by it, must set them in their appropriate places, and must bring these elements under pressure from its proletarian class might. This, comrades, is the task which now confronts us in all its magnitude. This first period of struggle against sabotage consisted in ruthless smashing of the saboteurs' organizations. This was necessary, and therefore right. Today, in a period when the power of the Soviets has been set on a firm footing, the struggle against sabotage must express itself in transforming the saboteurs of yesterday into the servants, executive officials, technical guides of the new regime, wherever it needs them. If we do not grapple with this task, if we do not attract all the forces we need and enlist them in the Soviet service, the struggle we waged yesterday against sabotage will thereby be condemned to futility and fruitlessness. Just as in dead machines, so in these technicians, engineers, doctors, teachers, and former officers there is embodied part of our people's national capital, which we must exploit and utilize if we want, in general, to solve the fundamental problems that face us. Democratization does not at all consist, this is elementary for every Marxist, in utterly denying the importance of skilled forces, of persons who possess special knowledge, but only in replacing them, wherever necessary, by elected boards, mainly as organs of supervision. Trotsky quotes from this 1918 speech in his pamphlet Terrorism and Communism, 1920. In this quotation the concluding phrase in the above paragraph beginning democratization is given differently. Instead of, but only in replacing them, whenever necessary, by elected boards, mainly as organs of supervision, it appears as, and in replacing them, everywhere and anywhere, by elected boards. This, except for the first word, which is but instead of and, is how the phrase appeared when the speech was first published, as a pamphlet in 1918. An English translation was published in the American journal Class Struggle, 1919. An elected board consisting of the very best representatives of the working class, but not equipped with the necessary technical knowledge, cannot take the place of a single technician who has passed through a special school and who knows how to do a particular technical job. This flood tide of the collegiate principle which is at present to be observed in all spheres is the natural reaction of a young revolutionary class, only yesterday oppressed, which is throwing off the one-man management principle of its masters of yesterday, the bosses and commanders, and everywhere appointing its elected representatives. This, I say, is a quite natural and, so far as its origin is concerned, healthy revolutionary reaction. But it is not the last word in the economic constructive work of the proletariat. The next step must consist in self-limitation of the collegiate principle, in a sound and salutary act of self-limitation by the working class, which knows where the decisive word can be spoken by the elected representatives of the workers themselves, and where it is necessary to give way to the technician, the specialist, who is equipped with specific knowledge. A great deal of responsibility must be placed on him, and he must be kept under vigilant political control. But at the same time the specialist must be allowed the possibility of acting freely, of performing uninhibited creative work, because no specialist who is at all competent and gifted in his own field can work properly if he is subordinated in his specialist activity to a board of persons who are not conversant with that work. Political collegiate control by the Soviets must be introduced everywhere, but for executive functions we must appoint technical specialists, putting them in responsible positions and imposing responsibility upon them. Those who are afraid of doing this are unconsciously adopting an attitude of profound distrust towards the Soviet regime. They think that drawing yesterday's saboteurs into technical specialist posts threatens the very foundations of the Soviet regime. They do not realize that it is not because of some engineer or former general that the Soviet regime may stumble. In the political, revolutionary, and military sense the Soviet regime is invincible. But it may well stumble through its own incapacity to cope with creative organizational tasks. We need to take from the old institutions everything that was viable and valuable in them, in order to harness it to the new work. If, comrades, we do not do this, then we shall not cope with our basic tasks, for it will be absolutely impossible for us to bring forth from our own midst, in a very short time, all the specialists we need, while casting aside everything that was accumulated in the past. Actually, it would be just the same as if we were to say that all the machines that hitherto served to exploit the workers were now to be scrapped. That would be madness. Enlisting the scientific specialists is for us just as essential as taking over all the means of production and transport and all the wealth of the country generally. I repeat, we must, and immediately, take stock of the technicians and specialists we possess, and introduce the principle of labor service for them, while at the same time offering them a wide field of activity, under our political control. And it is here, comrades, that there arise before us those difficulties of a subjective kind which I mentioned, and which lie within the working class itself. Here also we see the effect of past centuries of Russian history. Here too make themselves felt those ages when the mass of the people were bound to the land, robbed materially and spiritually, and kept without the opportunity to acquire the most necessary habits of government. We already knew that we lacked the needful organization and discipline, that is, the needful historical schooling. But this in no way hindered us from advancing open-eyed to the conquest of power. We were sure that everything would be learnt, and all would come right. Now, with power in our hands, we, the representatives of the working class, must quite clearly and honestly review those internal sins and shortcomings of ours which constitute the greatest danger to the cause of socialist construction. These have, as has been said, their historical explanation, which lies in the old dense way of life of the muzhik, when he was not yet an awakened, free, independent human individual, but, as Gleb Uspensky, author of a number of sketches of Russian peasant life, Uspensky lived from 1843 to 1902. The allusion here is to the dried flesh of the roach, a popular delicacy in Russia. Put it, a roach, part of a compact mass which lived and died just as a compact mass of locusts lives and dies. The revolution, which awakened the human individual out of his oppressed state, naturally, at the start, gave to this awakening an extreme, if you like, an anarchic character. This arousal of the most elementary instincts of the individual personality often has a crudely egoistic, or to use a philosophical term, an egocentric character. Yesterday the mass man was nobody, a slave to the Tsar, the nobles, and the bureaucracy, an appendage to the manufacturer's machine. In peasant life he was nothing but a beast of burden and payer of taxes. Today, liberated from all that, he becomes aware of himself as an individual personality for the first time, and starts to think that he is everything, that he is the center of the universe. He tries to grab for himself everything that he can, he thinks only of himself, and is not disposed to consider the people's class point of view. Hence the flood of disorganizing attitudes, individualistic, anarchistic, predatory tendencies which we observe especially in wide circles of the declassed elements in our country, among the men of the former army, and also in certain elements of the working class. This is nothing more than growing pains. We should be both blind and poor-spirited, comrades, if we were to see in it some sort of fatal danger, some symptom of disaster. No, this is no such thing. Like a child's measles, or like the pain felt when one is cutting a tooth, this is an organic malady of the growth of the class, the pangs accompanying the arousal of its class strength, its creative power. But, all the same, it is a malady, and we have to try and overcome it in the shortest possible time. Negative phenomena are to be seen everywhere, in the factories and workshops, in the trade unions, on the railways, among the new officials in the institutions, here, there and everywhere. We have broken the old sabotage and cleared out most of the old officials. But what we have replaced them with is far from always first-class material. On the one hand, into the jobs vacated have gone our own party comrades, who carried on underground work and passed through the school of revolution, the best elements, militant, utterly honest, disinterested people. On the other hand, there have come in careerists, intriguers, yesterday's failures, those who, under the old regime, were not good enough for the job. When it proved necessary to draw into work all at once, tens of thousands of new skilled workers, it is not surprising if a lot of crooks managed to get through the interstices of the new regime. It has to be said also that many of the comrades working in the various departments and institutions have proved to be by no means always capable of organic, creative, sustained work. We quite often notice such comrades in the ministries, especially among the October Bolsheviks. They work for 4 or 5 hours a day, and not very intensively at that, at a time when our situation demands of us the most intense work, not from fear but from conscience. Many who, though honest, are weak-willed, easily yield to the suggestion that now, in this situation when the country has been weakened, when everything has fallen apart and been shaken loose, there is no point in displaying energy, because in any case it will not make any difference to the general economic state of the country. Many people say to themselves, what's the point of my straining myself amid all this chaos? Consequently, comrades, a quite new task is imposed upon the representatives of our party. If we were the foremost in the revolutionary battle, as previously we were foremost in the underground work, and then foremost in conquering the positions of the enemy class, we must now, in every post that we occupy, I do not forget for one moment that we are now the ruling class, display the greatest conscientiousness, executive sense, and creativity, in short, those qualities which are characteristic of a class of genuine builders of a new life. And we need to create within our party a new morality, or, to speak more correctly, the morality that should be a development of our revolutionary fighting morality of yesterday. While yesterday the one most highly esteemed was he who was able with the greatest selflessness to live clandestinely, he who renounced all personal interests and feelings, he who was capable at any moment of sacrificing his life, now these same qualities of the Russian revolutionary which we used to acclaim must find new application in all posts, however prosaic these may look from outside. Everywhere there must be advanced executants of all functions, all tasks, all the requirements of the Soviet Socialist Republic, and in doing their work they must show all their devotion, all their enthusiasm. We must, acting through our Communist Party, create in every factory a model nucleus which will be the labor conscience of that factory. This nucleus must watch over and observe, from the standpoint of the interests of the whole people, the life of the given factory, and inspire the workers with awareness of the need to fulfill everywhere their most elementary duty to our Soviet country, responsibility for the fate of which rests, after all, with its full weight upon us, and for which only we answer, as the ruling class and the ruling party, especially now, when the Left SR group has left us, when immediate and comprehensive responsibility lies with the Communist Party alone for all that happens in the state life, and through that also the economic life, of the country. We must, through the party and the trade unions, instill this new attitude into the factories, bring into the masses this new awareness of labor duty, labor honor, and, relying on this awareness, must introduce labor courts, so that the worker who shows an apathetic attitude to his duties, who steals materials or deals carelessly with them, and the one who fails regularly to put in his proper hours of work, shall be brought to trial, so that the names of these violators of socialist solidarity may be printed in all Soviet publications, as the names of renegades. This, comrades, is the communist morality that we must now propagate, uphold, develop, and strengthen. This is the first priority task for our party in all branches of its activity. On the fulfillment of this task depends the fate of our policy. As an example, let us take the railways. Up to now, where railway matters are concerned, we blamed each other, we attacked the previous government, the former administration of the lines, or the Victual 13, and we were right to do so. Since we have won our battle, power and leadership in this sphere has passed to us. The railway lines are now in our hands, but, comrades, this is not yet the end of the matter, or even halfway there. It is, perhaps, only 1/10 of the matter. We now need to transform the apparatus of the railways into a punctually operating mechanism, and this is at the present time one of the most important political tasks of the Communist Party and the Soviet power. This is the whole essence of the matter, and this we need to understand. Whereas previously the political task consisted in agitation, in propaganda, in open struggle in the streets, on the barricades, in winning power, in elections, now the political task of our party lies in organizing the railways, establishing labor discipline on them, with everyone assuming full responsibility for the post he holds. Why? Because if we do not cope with this task, we shall be overthrown, and that will go down in the world history of the proletariat as a big setback. We realize, of course, that, in the end, the proletariat will win. Nevertheless, it will not go for nothing, but will be a black mark against us, if at this moment our party and our class fail to stand the test. That is why all the organizational, creative state tasks which I have mentioned are now being transformed directly and immediately into political obligations for our party to fulfill. All this is related, as a whole, to the sphere with which I am now most closely concerned, namely, the military sphere. I am not now going to speak about the country's international situation, about the external prospects and dangers. For the purpose of my report it will be enough for me to say that, in so far as the fate of the Russian Revolution depends on the world's situation, it is bound up with the fate of the revolution in Europe. If no revolution occurs in Europe, if the European working class proves unable to rise up against capital as a result of this war, if this monstrous assumption should be realized, that would mean that European civilization is doomed. It would mean that, at the end of the mighty development of capitalism, as a result of this worldwide slaughter into which world capitalism has driven the people, the European working class has proved incapable of taking power and liberating Europe from the nightmare of the imperialist inferno. It would mean that Europe is doomed to disintegration, degeneration, regression. Yes, of course, if Europe is thrown back to barbarism, and if civilization then develops elsewhere, in the East, in Asia, in America, if Europe is transformed into a backward peninsula of Asia, like the Balkans, which in their time were a focus of cultural development, but then came to a standstill and were transformed into the very backward southeastern corner of Europe, if all this happens, then, of course, we shall not survive. But, given that we have absolutely no grounds for adopting such monstrous hypotheses, given that we are convinced that the European proletariat, as a result of this war and probably already while it is going on, will rise in revolt, and the new offensive on the Western Front is impelling it to take this road, since once again the working masses have been shown the whole hopelessness of their situation, we can therefore say that the future of our revolution, inseparably bound up with the fate of the European Revolution and, therefore, with the fate of Europe on the international scale, is rather favorable. But we, as a factor in this European revolution, as a constituent part of it, must take care to be strong, that is, specifically, to be equipped with an army that, in the first place, will correspond to the spirit of the Soviet regime and, in the second place, will be able to defend that regime and to assist the world revolution. You have read the basic proposals which the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs has put to you. We consider that, since the further development of international relations may, in the very near future, once more subject us to severe military trials, we must forthwith create firm and reliable cadres for the army, and these cannot be formed on the principle of universal compulsory recruitment because we shall not carry out such recruitment in the next 2 months. This is why we are going to have to rely for the time being on the principle of voluntary enlistment, which will have, of course, to be cleared through the establishment of strict personal and political criteria for all volunteers. Party organizations, committees, and cells will everywhere be obliged to take care that the elements entering the army are of good quality in the political and moral sense, and that when they have joined the army they do not lose their ties with the mass of the workers but are brought under systematic influence from the latter. Running on ahead somewhat, I must mention that certain of our own party comrades are afraid that the army may become an instrument or a focus for counter-revolutionary plots. This danger, insofar as there is some justification for it, must compel us as a whole to direct our attention to the lower levels, to the rank-and-file soldiers of the Red Army. Here we can and must create a foundation such that any attempt to transform the Red Army into an instrument of counter-revolution will prove fruitless. The first task to be accomplished to this end is the replenishment of the cadres through universal training of the workers in the factories and of the poor peasants in the villages. Hitherto, comrades, many decrees and regulations which we have published have remained on paper. The most urgent task for our party is to ensure that the decree on universal compulsory military training in the factories, workshops, schools, etc., which was published a few days ago, is put into effect. Checking that this decree actually becomes operative is a task for the party organizations and cells. Only widespread military training of the worker and peasant masses, everywhere that this is at present practically feasible, will make it possible to transform the volunteer cadres into that skeleton which, in a moment of danger, will become clothed with flesh and blood, that is, in reality, with the broad masses of the workers and peasants in arms. Here I come to a ticklish matter which is at the present time, to some extent, a sore point in our party life. This is one of the questions concerning the organization of the army, namely, the question of drawing military specialists, that is, to speak plainly, former officers and generals, into the work of creating and administering the army. All the fundamental, leading institutions of the army are now so constructed that they consist of one military specialist and two political commissars. This is the present basic pattern of the army's leading organs. I have had occasion several times already to say at public meetings that in the sphere of command, of operations, of military actions, we place full responsibility upon the military specialists and, consequently, give them the necessary powers. Many of our people have taken fright at this, and their fears find expression in the resolutions adopted by some party organizations. I have one such resolution in my pocket. I received it yesterday, from the Northwestern Territory. This resolution gives an excellent description of the difficulties that confront us. How much arbitrariness, this resolution comments, is to be observed in the case of some Soviet representatives, how much slovenliness, even dishonesty and thieving, yes, thieving, is to be observed where certain wielders of Soviet power, elected by workers' organizations, are concerned. Yes, there is a lot of this, there is a very great deal of this today. And here the party's task is, again, to deal quite ruthlessly with this sort of phenomena occurring in our own midst, for they are ruining the country and disgracing and disorganizing our party. We need to prosecute not only those who, directly or indirectly, are guilty of embezzling the people's money, but also those who show tolerance towards any manifestation of indiscipline and depravity. We must carry out a process of selection with iron ruthlessness, because in this sphere many dangerous and alarming symptoms are to be seen. This is what the comrades from the Northwestern Territory write about in the resolution mentioned, which gives an excellent description of the situation, and calls for draconic measures to be taken by the party, measures for burning out these moral ulcers with a white-hot iron. But this same resolution points with equal alarm at another danger, namely, the drawing in of the generals, which, it says, is leading the country towards another Kornilov affair. Of course, the danger of a Kornilov affair is not ruled out. But the source of this danger is not the drawing into service of a dozen or so former generals, it has deeper roots. What is the reason why arbitrariness, slovenliness, and even dishonesty are developing? Most frequently they result from the circumstance that people are occupying positions which they are not fit for. Look and see what is happening now in the Ukraine. Those who fought magnificently and heroically against the Kaldinites, Dutavites, and Kornilovites, those who defeated these enemies of ours who were technically on the same level, gave in and felt utterly helpless when they came up against the German war machine. Hence their dissatisfaction with themselves. These leaders of guerrilla units are fighting each other, blaming each other, and are often in conflict not so much with the Germans as with the local population. What has happened in the Ukraine shows us that, if we are talking seriously about the defense of the Soviet Revolution by armed resistance, by war, we must cast aside all left SR phrases about guerrilla risings, all narrow circle measures. We must face the task of creating a regular army. Only if this regular army is in being can guerrilla units play a positive role on its flanks. But in order to create such an army we need qualified specialists, including former generals. As I said earlier, the difficulties of the Soviet regime lie at the present time not in the fight against sabotage, the backbone of which has been broken, but in skillfully drawing the ex-saboteurs into work. There is one more question in the field of army organization, the so-called principle of election. The whole significance of this consists in combating the old makeup of the officer corps and bringing the commanders under control. So long as power was in the hands of the enemy class and the commanders were an instrument in the hands of that class, we had to endeavor, by means of the principle of election, to break the class resistance of the commanding personnel. But now political power is in the hands of that same working class from whose ranks the army is recruited. Given the present regime in the army, I say this here quite openly, the principle of election is politically purposeless and technically inexpedient, and it has been, in practice, abolished by decree. 14. I ask you, has the principle of election been introduced everywhere among you, in the trade unions or in the cooperatives? No. Do you elect your officials, bookkeepers, shop assistants, and cashiers? Do you elect those of your employees who have a strictly defined trade? No. You choose the administration of a trade union from among its most worthy and reliable activists, and to them you entrust the appointment of all the necessary employees and technical specialists. It should be the same in the army. Once we have established the Soviet regime, that is, a system under which the government is headed by persons who have been directly elected by the Soviets of workers, peasants, and soldiers' deputies, there can be no antagonism between the government and the mass of the workers, just as there is no antagonism between the administration of the Union and the General Assembly of its members, and, therefore, there cannot be any grounds for fearing the appointment of members of the commanding staff by the organs of the Soviet power. The true solution of the problem of commanders lies in setting up courses of instruction for advanced soldiers and workers, and in this way gradually educating a new body of commanders in conformity with the spirit of the Soviet regime. And we have set ourselves this task. 15. The question of creating an army is for us a question of life and death. You yourselves understand this just as well as I do. But we cannot create an army through an administrative mechanism alone, which is in our case at present as bad as it could possibly be. If we do possess a powerful mechanism, this is an ideological one, namely, our party. The party will create the army, comrades, it will do everything to eradicate the prejudices of which I spoke, it will help us to replenish the cadres of the revolutionary army with militant and devoted workers and peasants, it will set its hand to the task of introducing compulsory military training in the factories and villages, and in this way will create a military apparatus for the defense of the Soviet Republic. Notes 9. This report was published separately as Trud, Disciplina, I Podiodoxpa Sovetskую Respubliku, Work, Discipline and Order Will Save the Soviet Republic, Moscow 1918, by the publishing house Hizn Zinani, Life and Knowledge, as number 175 in their low-cost library. 10. The fight against Zhutov, the ataman of the Orenburg Cossack host, was carried on with persistence all through 1918, in the southern part of the country beyond the Volga and in the Urals. On January 18, with the capture of Orenburg, Zhutov's basic nucleus was liquidated. He succeeded in organizing the Cossacks once more against the Soviets only simultaneously with the Czechoslovak revolt. 11. The Ukrainian Rada and the fight against it. The All-Ukraine National Congress held in April 1917 elected a Central Rada of Mensheviks and SRS, headed by Semyon Petliura. The Rada arrived at an agreement with the provisional government regarding autonomy for the Ukraine and began to form national units. After the October Revolution, the Rada declared the independence of the Ukrainian Republic, Ukrainian as the Southwestern and Romanian fronts, and pursued a counter-revolutionary policy against the Soviet power. The Rada refused to allow the Soviet echelons through to the Don, while not preventing the concentration of White Shock troops and Cossacks. The Rada withdrew troops from the front, and at the beginning of January the Soviet government was obliged to liquidate this pocket of resistance by force of arms. The commander-in-chief, Comrade Antonov Ovzhenko, moved his troops towards Kiev. They were assisted by Comrade Berdan's units, advancing from the Gomel-Bryansk area. As they approached Kiev, a workers' revolt broke out there, and on January 26 Kiev fell to the Soviets. Petli Ura, realizing that he had no support inside the country, made an agreement with the Germans whereby the latter undertook to clear the Red Guard units out of the Ukraine. The Germans recognized the independence of the Ukraine, and the Rada supplied them with a substantial quantity of foodstuffs. Under pressure from the German forces, the Red Guard units left Ukrainian territory. 12. The Paris Commune was the first workers' revolution, made by the proletariat of Paris on March 18, 1871, when the bourgeoisie of France, having fought an unsuccessful war with Germany, wanted to surrender Paris to the Germans, so as to protect themselves from the revolutionary fury of the proletariat. Having taken over the state machine, the Commune proved unable to reconstruct it. Isolated from the rest of France, the Commune lasted only 72 days, and was cruelly suppressed by the bourgeoisie, led by Thiers. 13. Viktualment Vysya Rossiyski Ispolitelny Komitet Железнodorожного Professionalного Soyuza, All Russia Executive Committee of the Railway Trade Union, which united all the manual and office workers employed on the railways. The majority in Viktual were Mensheviks and SRS, and so it maintained, both before and after October, a non-revolutionary, compromising attitude, endeavoring to preserve neutrality between the revolution and the counter-revolution, obstructing the movement of troops by the contending parties and holding up military supply trains. 14. The elective principle in the Red Army was almost entirely abolished by the regulations on the procedure for appointment to posts in the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. The decree about this was confirmed by the All Russia CEC on April 22, 1918, but an instruction to the same effect had already been issued somewhat earlier by the People's Commissar for Military Affairs. 15. After the October Revolution, all military training establishments and ensign schools were dissolved. By the order of the People's Commissar for Military Affairs No. 104, dated January 28, basic provisions were announced concerning rapid courses for preparing commanding personnel for the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. The purpose of the training was to prepare military instructors who were in favor of the Soviet power. By February 14 the first courses had already begun in Petrograd, Moscow, Tver, and Kazan. The spring of 1918. The internal and external tasks of the Soviet power. ******. Lecture given in Moscow on April 21, 1918. Comrades. Communist teaching has as one of its most important tasks the achievement of a situation in this old, sinful world of ours in which men will cease to shoot at each other. One of the fundamental tasks of communism is to arrive at the establishment of an order under which man may for the first time become worthy of the name he bears. We are used, to be sure, to saying that the word man, Kilovyek, has a proud sound. Gorky said, in one of his works, man that has a proud sound. Actually, though, it is enough to survey the years spent in bloody slaughter to find oneself wanting to say, man that has a shameful sound. And so, to create a system and order under which the present mutual extermination of peoples would not happen, is the simple and clear task which communist teaching sets before us. But at the same time, comrades, you see that the Communist Party, fighting to accomplish this task, is forming a Red Army, is calling on the masses to organize themselves in a military way and to arm. It would seem, at first glance, that there is a profound contradiction here. On the one hand, we stand for creating conditions under which no man would deprive another of his most precious possession, namely, life, and this constitutes one of the principal tasks of our party, the World Party of the Working Class, while, on the other, we are calling on the workers to join the Red Army and saying, arm, unite, learn to shoot, study persistently and well, so as not to miss your target. I repeat, it may seem that there is something amiss here. And there were, indeed, socialists in the past who advanced towards their goals by other paths and employed different means. These socialists, instead of addressing the oppressed with the slogan, unite and arm, addressed the oppressors, exploiters, and aggressors with words of humble homily and admonition: disarm, stop exterminating your fellow men, stop oppressing. Naive creatures. They advised the wolf to put his wolf's teeth on the shelf. These homilies by the early socialists and communists were extremely naive, and their views were so mistaken that present-day scientific socialism has named them, with justification, utopians. This, of course, does not mean that the aspirations of the utopians were not noble in the highest degree. The ideas of the utopians recall to us that great writer and great man of our country Lyov Nikolaevich Tolstoy, who also aspired to establish the best of systems on this earth, but thought it could be achieved through inward regeneration of the oppressors. Can that happen? Here we come to the heart of the matter. Mankind's experience, the whole of history, refutes this policy of utopian and Tolstoyan pacifism. The oppressors have inherited, from one generation to the next, their views, feelings and aspirations as oppressors. They drink in with their mother's milk the striving for power, for oppression, for domination, and they consider everybody else, the working masses, to have been created merely so as to serve as basis and foundation for the rule of a small group of members of a privileged estate who are born, so to speak, with spurs on their heels, ready to ride on the backs of the working people. Yes, we are trying to establish the communist order, under which there will be no hostility between classes because there will be no classes, and no hostility between peoples, because the peoples will not live separated from each other, cut off by barriers between states, but in one world common to all, and engaged in a common task. Our aims are the same as those of our predecessors, the utopians. But, in our working towards the same order of things, we proceed differently from them, and this is what distinguishes us from them, not ends, but means. We say, not to the exploiters but to the working people. Until the communist order has been attained, remember that you are the only force that is capable of bringing it about. And remember, and we in Russia know this all too well, from experience, that the ruling classes of the whole world will yield not an inch to you on the road to that end without a fight, that they will cling to their privileges and profits, to their rule, tooth and nail, to their last breath, that they will try to bring confusion, chaos and discord into the ranks of the working class itself, all so as to maintain their power. And, guided firmly by awareness that it is impossible to change social relations otherwise than by bloody struggle, we in Russia took the first step towards communism precisely by overthrowing the rule of the bourgeois classes and establishing the political rule of the working classes. This is already, in itself, a great victory that we have won. The bourgeoisie is not in power here, power belongs to the working class. Having acquired this political advantage, it is able to fight to fulfill its fundamental tasks. Thus, the question of power is of primary importance. Saying that Soviet power, as such, is a bad thing means fostering self-distrust in the working class. Under the Soviet system the proletariat can establish whatever kind of authority it wants, and responsibility for that authority rests with the proletariat. The authority which exists in Petrograd, in Moscow and in other cities, since it has been created by the workers, can be changed by them. The workers can convene the All-Russia Congress of Soviets whenever they choose, and re-elect therein the Central Executive Committee and the Council of People's Commissars, and they can re-elect the local Soviets. The Soviets are the power of the working class and the poorest peasantry, forming the foundation on which this power stands. And yet they ask us, Why is this power not established on the basis of universal, equal, direct, and secret suffrage, in the form of the Constituent Assembly? After all, you yourselves were for the Constituent Assembly, weren't you? Right, we were for it. We always thought that a Constituent Assembly would be much better than the Tsarist system, than the autocracy, than the rule of Plave, of Stolypin's beasts of prey, of the nobility. Of two evils we chose the one that was the lesser for the working class. However, let us look into the question of this Constituent Assembly, this universal suffrage by which it was elected. It signifies a referendum by the whole people, a universal roll call. Who wants what? The whole population of the country are called upon, the working people, the oppressed, and also the exploiters, the oppressors, and the servants of the exploiters from among the intelligentsia, the overwhelming majority of whom are tied spiritually to the bourgeoisie and serve its aims. All are called upon to say, through universal suffrage, what they want, in the political field. And if Kerensky had convened the Constituent Assembly, let's say in March or April of last year, that would have meant a definite step forward, when the Tsar had only just been overthrown and the bureaucracy ousted, when power was not yet in the hands of the workers but was held by Gukakov, Milyukov, and the rest. Even then, though, if, through the Constituent Assembly, the workers and peasants had been asked, "What do you want, working people of Russia?" the answer given by their representatives in the Constituent Assembly would have been, all the same, directly opposite to that which the bourgeoisie and its servants, who were then in power, would have wanted. After all, what the revolution means is that the oppressed lower orders rise up against the upper strata who oppress them. For the Krestovnikovs and Ryabushinskys, of course, the revolution is just right if the Tsar is got rid of and the old ministers are replaced by new ones, and that's the end of it. For us, though, the essence of the revolution is that it awakens and raises to their feet the exhausted, harassed, ill-treated masses who have suffered day after day without hope or respite, like beasts of burden. The revolution arouses them and shows them that, as regards their position in society, they are nothing but cattle, nothing but slaves of the other classes. That's what the revolution is. And for that reason it did not stop at the removal of the Tsar and of a couple of his ministers. If it had stopped at that, it would not have been a revolution, but, if the expression be permitted, a miscarriage. History has its abortions. The true births, the healthy historical births of revolution happen when the working class, rising up, takes power throughout the land and proceeds to make use of it to establish a new order in which there is no exploitation of one class by another, in which all the means of production, all the country's riches are in the hands of or subject to the working class. Then the working class acts like a good master on a good individual holding in agriculture. He knows how much land and how much seed he has, how many cattle and what implements, which field he must sow at each season. All this he knows, all this is written down and calculated. But that is a private individual holding. Alongside it other holdings are being worked, and they compete with each other. That is capitalism. We want the working class as a whole to become the master of the whole country, so that it may know how much land it has, what natural wealth, iron ore, coal, how many machines, how much raw material, labor power, grain, so that all this may be reckoned up precisely and assigned in a planned way for the purpose of work. The proletariat must work like a good master, it is both worker and master. And this comradely working team, artel, covering the whole country with its activities, is what is meant by a communist economy. Such plans are called utopian. Our enemies say that this economic revolution will never take place. But they say this either because it would not suit them if it did take place or because they have sold their souls to the ruling class. For them, naturally, the communist economy is unrealizable. We, however, say that if men were unfit to carry out a radical reconstruction of their own society, incapable of realizing communism, then all mankind would not be worth a rotten egg, it would remain forever like draft animals, and worse than them, since these animals do not know division into classes, with the rule of one ox over another, one horse over another. No, mankind can and must better its mode of existence. We have passed through the school of class struggle precisely in order to abolish classes themselves and raise our way of life to a higher level. But we have to fight against class division, and to fight for a long time, because it cannot be abolished all at once. If it should turn out that we are unable to cope with these trials which have now come upon us since we have taken power, that we do not fulfill our tasks, then it follows that all our hopes, expectations, and plans, the sciences and arts, everything that is of interest to man, the ideals for which man struggles, all are so much falsehood, and mankind is nothing but a dunghill, especially after 4 years of slaughter, in which men have been exterminating each other in tens of thousands, in millions, for no other purpose than for everything to remain in the same position as before. We say to our enemies who criticize us, we know perfectly well that we have not yet reached communism, that there is still a long road ahead of us, and much work and effort is needed. But we have, all the same, accomplished something, namely, the political preparation. When one has to put up a new building on a site where there has been a fire, one first of all sweeps and clears away the debris and ashes left behind. We took power from the bourgeoisie so as to build the edifice of a new society. We have taken this power in our hands and we declare to all our foes that the working class will never give up this power, for it is not a question of power as such but of the future of mankind, of the creation of a new world, on new, communist principles. This is the gigantic work, the radical break with the past, which is involved in our concept of the revolution. And when it is made to depend on the Constituent Assembly, that's ridiculous. It is not hard to convince oneself of that, if one thinks about it. I come back to this important question: what, in general, is meant by universal, direct, equal, and secret suffrage? It is merely a referendum, a roll call. What if we were to have tried to carry out this roll call through the Constituent Assembly? One section would have decided one way, the other section the other way. But we had to do something, the people's needs don't wait. And, obviously, these two opposing sections would have separated off on different sides, each in order to fight for the cause that concerned it. A Constituent Assembly is all right for a roll call. But for revolutionary creative work it is not all right. After all, we did carry out such a roll call even without the Constituent Assembly. At the outset, first Milyukov and then Kerensky delayed, month after month, the convening of the Constituent Assembly. And when at last it was convened, by us, after the October Revolution, convened in sharply altered political circumstances, it proved to be a harmful hindrance. And of what use would the Constituent Assembly be now, if its corpse were to be revived, though there is no medicine and no sorcery in the world that could do that? Suppose that we were to reconvene the Constituent Assembly, what would that signify? In one corner, on the left, the working class would sit, in the persons of its representatives, who would say, "We desire that governmental power should at last be an instrument for rule by the working class and for abolishing every kind of oppression and exploitation." In the other corner would sit the representatives of the bourgeoisie, who would demand that governmental power remain, as before, in the hands of the bourgeois class. They would doubtless express themselves cautiously and courteously, talking in a devious way about the educated class and not openly about the bourgeois class, but, essentially, it would amount to the same thing. And, in the middle there would be those politicians who look both to the left and to the right. These representatives of the Mensheviks and right SRS would say, power must be shared, half and half. 16 That is what would have come of such an unnecessary experiment. That is what, in reality, happened, on January 5, 1918, the one and only day that the Constituent Assembly actually existed. But, comrades, power, after all, is not a sort of cottage loaf which can be shared half and half, or divided into 4 pieces. Power is the instrument by means of which a certain class secures its domination. Either this instrument serves the working class, or it serves against the working class. There is no choice in this matter. Since there are two adversaries, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, together with the poorest peasantry, and since these two adversaries are fighting each other, they cannot possess one instrument common to them both. After all, one and the same rifle or gun cannot serve both of two opposing armies at once. Similarly, state power can either serve the working class against the bourgeoisie, or, contrariwise, it can serve the bourgeoisie against the working class. Those who stand in the middle and ask whether power cannot somehow be shared, half and half, are nothing but brokers, go-betweens, and though they swear that they have in their pockets a secret by means of which they can arrange for the gun of state power to serve both the working class and the bourgeoisie at one and the same time, history does not know of such miracles. On the contrary, when such secrets were revealed in the policy of Tsaritali and Chernov, we were given reason to be sure that their gun would fire in one direction only against the working class. Naturally, we have no desire, no aspiration, to go back to that situation. Yes, we were, under Tsardom, in favor of a constituent assembly, as a big step forward. When the people overthrew the Tsar and then split into two camps, methods of struggle changed, and we said to the masses, now get to work yourselves, power must now be taken by the class which is called upon to reconstruct Russia on new, socialist principles, the working class. And in saying this we did not in the least deceive either the masses or ourselves. We said that on that road there would be tremendous difficulties to overcome, colossal obstacles, fierce resistance by the hostile classes, not only the Russian bourgeoisie, which itself is weak, but also the international bourgeoisie, because the Russian bourgeoisie is only an offshoot of the bourgeois classes of all countries. And though wars and conflicts are going on amongst them at present, they are nevertheless absolutely united on the main and fundamental question of defending property and all the privileges connected therewith. Among the ruling classes in Russia, among the landlords and the big and middle bourgeoisie, we saw, not so long ago, before the revolution and at its beginning a whole series of parties. There were the Rights, the Open Black Hundreds, the Nationalists, the Octobrists, the Oktoberstzemstvoists, the Left Octobrists, the Progressives, the Cadets, and so on, a whole swarm of parties. 17 Where did they spring from? They were different groups of property owners. Some upheld the interests of the big landowners, others those of the middling and minor landowners, some upheld the interests of bank capital, others the interests of industrial capital, yet others the interests of the graduate intelligentsia, the professors, doctors, barristers, engineers, and so on and so forth. Amid the bourgeoisie, among the possessing classes generally, there are different groups, divisions, and parties. But when our revolution raised the working class to its feet, the whole bourgeoisie united, all party barriers vanished, and only the cadet party was left, embracing all the possessing classes, the entire sacred camp of the property owners, uniting them in the fight for property against the working classes. The same thing is happening, comrades, in a certain sense, with the international bourgeoisie as well. It is waging a frightful and bloody war, but as soon as the revolutionary class, the proletariat, rises up, threatening the very foundations of capitalism, the bourgeois class of the different countries proceed to make concessions to each other, so as to form together a single camp against the terrible advancing specter of revolution. And until the international revolution is victorious we must be prepared to experience the greatest difficulties, with intense conflict both inside our country and on its borders, because the further and more extensively the revolutionary movement develops, both here and abroad, the more firmly will the bourgeoisie of all countries close their ranks. Europe itself will pass through very great trials, through the fire and flame of civil war, and the Russian bourgeoisie will make more than one bloody effort, relying on the bourgeoisie of Europe and the world. All this forces us to say, yes, we are advancing towards peace, but by way of armed struggle by the working masses against the oppressors, against the exploiters, against the imperialists of all countries. By this, the only possible road, we shall either win through to the end or we shall perish. We have no choice, and we need to understand that clearly. Of course, whoever supposes that by the mere conquest of power we have achieved everything has no clear appreciation of the tasks before us and the ways of accomplishing them. History is no indulgent, soft mother who will protect the working class. She is a wicked stepmother who will teach the work through bloody experience how they must attain their aims. The working people are readily inclined to forgive and forget is enough for the conditions of struggle to have become a bit easier, enough for them to have won something, for it to seem them that the main job has been done, and they are disposed to show magnanimity, to become passive, to stop fighting. In it lies the misfortune of the working people. But the possessing classes never give up the struggle. They have been educated to offer constant opposition to the pressure of the worker mass, and any passivity, indecision, or wavering on our part results are exposing our weak spot to the blows of the possessor classes, so that tomorrow or the next day they inevitably launch new onslaught upon us. The working class needs not the universal forgiveness that Tolstoy preached, but hard tempering intransigence, profound conviction that without struggle for every step, every inch of the road leading to betterment of its life, without constant, irreconcilable harsh struggle, and without organization of this struggle, there can be no salvation and liberation. It is for this reason that we are calling into the ranks of the Communist Party, first and foremost, workers who are filled with clear understanding of the tasks imposed by history upon the working class, and then, after them, all the devoted and reliable friends of the working class. Let him who has doubt or hesitation in his heart stay out of our ranks. It is far more useful for us to have one well-tempered fighter than 10 irresolute ones, because, when the fight begins, the 10 irresolute will surround the one well-tempered fighter and hold him back. If the more resolute, welded into a single fighting team, hurl themselves against the enemy, they will, in their wake, draw the waverers into the fight. Therefore we call into the ranks of our army only those who have clearly understood that we have taken the road of protracted, irreconcilable struggle against the oppressors of all countries who have marched against us. In our midst there is no place for the compromiser, who would stand in the middle and appeal for conciliation. The policy of compromise is false. The bourgeoisie will never willingly surrender its domination and power, and the proletariat will never again submit of its own free will to be its slave. The principal task of the Communist Party, led by the Soviets, the organs of power, consists in ensuring that every worker receives a firm spiritual tempering, so that he will say to himself, yes, of course, in the struggle which is now going on, I may perhaps have to give my life. But what is a life of slavery without hope, under the oppressor's heel, compared with the glorious death of a warrior who hands on his banner to new generations, and who dies knowing that he has given his life not for the interests of the oppressors, the tsars, and the rich, but for the interests of his own class? We must teach our comrades to live and die for the interests of the working class and to be faithful to it down to their last moment. That is the task to which we are summoning you. Our revolution grew directly out of the war. The war itself grew out of capitalism. We predicted long before the war that the struggle between the bourgeoisie of one country and the bourgeoisie of another country, for profits and markets, accompanied by a colossal growth of armaments, must culminate in a frightful catastrophe. At present the bourgeoisie of Germany is saying that it was the British bourgeoisie that was guilty of starting the war, while the British bourgeoisie blames the German. Like clowns bouncing a ball amongst themselves with their foreheads, the bourgeoisies of the contending countries cast on each other the responsibility for this bloody slaughter. But, in forecasting the inevitability of the war, we at the same time understood that its inevitability resulted not from the wills of one or two kings or ministers, but from the very essence of the capitalist system. This war is a test for the entire capitalist order, its entire economic, political, and moral system. That is why, when the war began, we said that it would bring with it a tremendous revolutionary movement among the working masses, and not of Russia alone. I have lived during this war in a number of countries. At the start of it I had to quit Austria, so as not to be put in prison. 18 Then I lived in Switzerland, which, as you know, occupies the corner between Germany, Austria, Italy, and France. After that I spent about 2 years in France, and from there moved to America, just at the time when the United States was getting ready to enter the war. And everywhere I noticed one and the same thing. At the beginning, the war stuns the working masses, deceives them, leads them into delusion, but later on it revolutionizes them, driving them into protest and indignation, first against the war itself, then against the system which has led to the war. Why does the war first of all arouse patriotic feelings among the working masses? Because, despite the fact that a country possesses a parliament, socialist parties, and even communists, around these there are also millions of toilers who are without any spiritual or social life. It is our greatest misfortune that there are millions of toilers who live in an automatic way. They work, eat, and sleep, eating and sleeping only just enough and working too hard for their strength, and they think only about how to make ends meet. Their horizon is restricted to that. Their intellect, their thoughts, and conscience, slumber during normal times, and now and again, from gloom and knowledge of the hopelessness of their situation, when a holiday comes along they swill raw spirit. Such is often the worker's existence, tragic and terrible. This is the tragic and terrible fate of many millions of toilers, it is the capitalist system that dooms them to it. May that system be accursed for dooming the toilers to such a dreadful life. But now war comes, the people are mobilized, they come out into the streets, dressed in soldiers' greatcoats. They are told, let's go for the enemy and win the war, and after that everything will be different. And hopes arise in the hearts of the masses. Men leave the plow and the lathe. In peacetime, perhaps, a man bent under the weight of his everyday workload would no more have thought about anything than a beast of burden would. But now he willy-nilly starts to reflect, all around him are hundreds of soldiers, every one excited, military music is being played, the newspapers are announcing great victories, and it begins to seem to him that life really is going to be different, and different means better. Because it couldn't be worse. He begins to persuade himself that the war is a liberating event that will bring him something new. For this reason we observed, at the beginning of the war, in every country without exception, an upsurge of patriotism. At that moment the bourgeoisie grew stronger. It said, the whole people are with me. The toilers of town and country rallied under the banners of the bourgeoisie. All were fused, so to speak, in a single national élan. But, as it went on, the war exhausted the country more and bled the people white, while enriching a handful of plunderers, speculators, and army contractors and bringing promotion to diplomats and generals. The working masses became poorer and poorer. For wet nurses, wives, mothers, and working women it became harder and harder to answer the sharp question, how to feed the children. And that brought about a spontaneous revolution in the minds of the working masses. At first the war uplifted them, arousing false hopes, but then, having uplifted them, it hurled them to the ground, breaking the backbone of the working class, and the workers began to ponder on how this had happened and what it meant. However, the bourgeoisie is not stupid, that is a merit one cannot deny it. The bourgeoisie foresaw the danger from the very beginning of the war, and with the aid of its zealous generals delayed the onset of the revolution as long as possible. Already in the first years of the present war, when it looked as though the intoxication of patriotism had poisoned everyone, I happened to have a conversation in Paris with some bourgeois politicians, and they whispered to me that, as a result of this war, a great revolution would burst forth, but they hoped to be able to deal with it. Bourgeois newspapers and periodicals, for example, the British periodical The Economist in August, September, or October 1914, predicted that, as a result of the war, there would arise, in the countries that were drawn into it, a movement for social revolution. They appreciated how inevitable this was, and they were quite right, just as we were right when we said that in Russia the war would inevitably lead to revolution, and that, if the revolution in Russia was fated to develop through to the end, it would bring the working class to power. At the same time we took into account the peculiarities of Russia's development. In Russia capital had been created with the help of West European finance capital, and this circumstance imposed special conditions upon the course of development of the Russian Revolution. If we take France, their big industrial capital developed gradually in the course of long centuries. In the Middle Ages the craft system prevailed, there were small enterprises, corporations, guilds, later, large and middle-sized enterprises emerged, and eventually the French stock exchange began to draw behind it a whole succession of middle-sized and small enterprises. In France even the petty bourgeoisie possess political influence. But what is the position in our country as regards the political influence of the bourgeoisie? The finance capital of other countries, France, Germany, Britain, and so on, invaded us and set up huge factories, somehow all at once, in empty places, somewhere in Yekaterinslav province, in the south or the southwest. There, amid the steppes and the isolated farmsteads, there are huge enterprises to be seen, just like those in Petrograd, Moscow, and other big towns. Western capital transported hither entire factories, implanting at one blow some very large-scale enterprises. Generally speaking, in Russia no section of the bourgeoisie, neither the big bourgeoisie nor the petty bourgeoisie, if we do not include the peasantry, and our peasantry contains many semi-proletarian elements, very poor, hungry masses, managed to secure any influence. The main problem of the revolution when it broke out amounted to this: whom will the poor peasantry follow? The bourgeoisie, which had cheated them, giving them false hopes, or the working class? The whole problem lay there. There was no question of Chernov, or of Tsaritali or Kerensky, no question of those brokers and go-betweens. The problem was, would the peasant poor follow the workers, and who would win the support of the peasants who were not well off, the working class or the bourgeois class? We can now say, positively, that this problem has already been three-quarters solved, thanks to the Soviets of Workers' Deputies. It can be said that the policy of the bourgeoisie, its influence in the countryside, has almost completely collapsed, and there can be no doubt that the rural poor will follow the working class, will follow it all the more resolutely the stronger and more conscious the urban proletariat becomes, and the firmer and more complete becomes the role of the working class. The urban proletariat is a minority of the population of our country. The overwhelming majority of the population are peasants. Consequently, if the rural masses, the lower strata of the peasantry, do not support the working class, the latter cannot hold on to power. But the working class is getting this support from the peasantry, because it is fighting not just for itself, but comes forward as the defender of the peasant masses and the champion of the interests of wide sections of the people. It will emerge as a people's hero, in the true sense of the word, if it can fulfill this, its historic role to the very end. In the revolutions in which the bourgeoisie was the leader, it drew the peasant masses behind it. That happened at the time of the Great French Revolution and at the time of the 1848 Revolution 19 in the old Germany of those days. It was like that throughout all the revolutions of the 17th and 18th centuries. That was how things always were, until the Russian Revolution. Here, a striking change happened, a tremendous step forward was taken. For the first time, the working class threw off the tutelage and spiritual superiority of the bourgeoisie, stood firmly on its own feet, and, furthermore, wrested the peasant foundation from under the feet of the bourgeoisie and drew the peasant masses behind it. This is the imperishable conquest made by the Russian Revolution. This is the bulwark of the Russian Revolution. We owe this to the Soviets, as the centers of struggle against the bourgeoisie and as the organs of mass-scale unification of the peasants with the workers. That is why the Soviets of Workers' and Peasants' Deputies have aroused the hatred of the bourgeoisie of all countries. The February Revolution found me in America. When the first newspapers arrived in New York with the news about the events in Russia, the American bourgeois press took a very sympathetic attitude towards our revolution. At that time, you see, it was being said that Nicholas II was negotiating peace with Germany. America was getting ready to enter the war, and 3 weeks later did so. The Russian papers reported that the Tsar had abdicated and that a ministry of Milyukov and Gukakov had been formed, precisely for the purpose of continuing the war. All this evoked sympathy from the whole bourgeois press. When, after that, the news was published that a Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies had been formed in Petersburg, which had begun to come into conflict with Milyukov and Gukakov. Then, although this was only the compromising Soviet of Kerensky and Chernov, the newspapers at once changed their tone. The first clashes and conflicts between the Soviets and the government began even when the workers still followed the compromisers. The proletarian class character of the Soviet inevitably made itself felt, under pressure from below, even in the days when the compromise policy was flourishing. In conformity with this, a sharp turnaround was observed in the attitude of the bourgeois press of all countries towards the Russian Revolution. The entire bourgeois press anxiously warned Milyukov and Gukakov that, if the Soviets eventually became well established and took power, then this would create a serious threat to Russia and even to the whole world. And since we, comrades, were at that time severely criticizing Milyukov and Gukakov and their policy, at workers' meetings, and predicting that the Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies must inevitably take power, the bourgeois press wrote that we were going to Russia for the purpose of putting power into the hands of sinister gangs. The matter went so far that we, as a little group of 6 émigrés returning to Russia, were carried off as prisoners to Canada by a British naval vessel. There we were held, along with German sailors, and accused of making our way to Russia in order to overthrow Gukakov and Milyukov and put power into the hands of the Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. And this happened in March 1917, that is, in the first month of the revolution. Already at that time the British and American bourgeoisies felt that Soviet power constituted a tremendous danger for them. At the same time, it was becoming ever clearer to the American workers that the Russian Revolution was not a repetition of the old revolutions, with one upper tier replacing another. While both sat together on the back of the working class, they were beginning to realize that this was a revolution in which the lower orders were rising up with the aim of reconstructing the social system. And, the clearer their realization that this was so, the warmer their sympathy with our revolution, the higher their enthusiasm. And if our revolution did not evoke, as quickly as at first we expected, immediate echoes in all countries, in the form of revolutionary movements in Germany, Britain, and France, the blame for this lies, to a considerable extent, with our workers, who supported the policy of the compromisers and thereby, at the outset, discredited the Russian Revolution in the eyes of the working class of all countries. Many leaders of the working masses abroad hoped that the Russian Revolution would lead at once to the conclusion of universal peace. And so great was the confidence in this prospect at that time that, if the government of Kerensky and Milyukov, or any other government that occupied their position, had then appealed to all the peoples with a proposal for immediate peace, the upsurge of the worker masses and of the army in favor of peace would have been colossal. Instead of which, the provisional government supported, step by step, the policy of the old Tsarist diplomats, and even refrained from publishing the secret treaties. It prepared a new offensive at the front, which was put into effect on June 18, and ended in a frightful bloody debacle and retreat. The mass of the workers in all countries, who had expected that the Russian Revolution would rise to its full height and show the world something new, were obliged to say to themselves that nothing new was going to come of it, that everything was staying the same as before, the same allies, the same war, the same offensive, in the name of the same old plundering aims. And the bourgeoisie of all lands knew how to use the situation cunningly so as to damage, so to speak, the reputation of the Russian Revolution, to besmirch it. The bourgeois press wrote, "There's your revolution for you. They've only overthrown one government and replaced it by another, and the new government has said that there can be no change in policy. Consequently there is no point in overthrowing the old governments, since new ones would behave in the same way." That signified that the revolution was a frivolous affair, an empty enterprise, a hollow illusion. And a cold feeling about the Russian Revolution entered the hearts of the workers. Kerensky's offensive of June 18 was a very heavy blow both to the working class of all countries and to the Russian Revolution. And if we now have the peace of Brest-Litovsk, a very burdensome peace, this is the result, on the one hand, of the policy of the Tsarist diplomats and, on the other, of the policy of Kerensky and the offensive of June 18. Those who bear the guilt of the Brest-Litovsk peace are the Tsarist bureaucrats and diplomats who involved us in the dreadful war, squandering what the people had accumulated, robbing the people, they who kept the working masses in ignorance and slavery. On the other hand, no less guilt rests with the compromisers, the Kerenskys, Tsaritalis, and Chernovs, who strove to carry on the old policy, going so far as to launch the offensive of June 18. The first group, the Tsarist diplomats, ruined our country materially, while the second group, the compromisers, ruined our country, above all, spiritually. Yes, this peace treaty is the bill for Tsardom, the bill for Kerensky and Co. This is the cruelest of crimes, which has placed on the shoulders of the working class the immense responsibility for the sins of the international imperialists and their servants. And, after all that, these same persons come up to us and say, "You signed the Treaty of Brest." Yes, we signed it, clenching our teeth, for we knew how weak we were. Is there anything shameful in the fact that we were too weak to tear away the noose that was being tightened round our neck? Yes, we agreed to make peace with German imperialism, just as a hungry worker, clenching his teeth, goes to a Kulak employer and sells the labor of himself and his wife for half its worth, because he has no other means of existence. We have found ourselves in just that situation now, being compelled to sign a most terrible and shameful peace. 20. I repeat, in this peace treaty we draw the balance of the criminal doings of international imperialism and its servants, the compromisers. We are meeting a promissory note which clearly bears the signatures. Nicholas II, Milyukov, Kerensky. But, comrades, this does not at all mean that if we have identified the guilty ones, if we have found the historical reasons for our weakness, we can rest content with that. Not in the least. Yes, we are weak, and that is our historical crime, because in history one must not be weak. Whoever is weak becomes prey to the strong. Utopian homilies and lofty, beautiful words will not save us here. Let us look from this standpoint at Europe as a whole. Here is little Portugal, she did not want to fight, but Britain forced her to. A small, poor nation of 2.5 millions did not want to fight, but was forced to. What is Portugal? A vassal, a slave of Britain. And Serbia? Germany crushed her. Turkey is Germany's ally. But what is Turkey today? Turkey today is also a slave to Germany. Greece. Who made her come into the war? The Allies. She, a small, weak country, did not want to. But the Allies dragged her in. Romania, too, did not want to enter the war, the mass of the people were especially against it, but this country, too, was drawn into the war by the Allies. All the countries I have named are now slaves either of Germany or of Britain. Why? Because they are weak, because they are small. And Bulgaria? She hesitated, the masses did not want to fight, but Germany made Bulgaria fight too. And what is Bulgaria today? She has no will or voice of her own, she is, like the rest, a slave to Germany. Austria-Hungary is a large country, an ally of Germany, and, so to speak, one of the victors. But what, actually, is Austria-Hungary's situation? Austria-Hungary is a very much poorer country than Germany, already exhausted to a great extent and therefore she lacks independence, she tails after Germany, and the latter gives orders to the Austrian government. Why? Because Germany is strong. And he who is strong is right, that is the morality, law and religion of capitalist governments. And who rules the roost in the camp of the so-called Allies? Britain. Who knuckles under every time? France. Russia had to submit to both of them, because she was poorer than either. It therefore had to be clear to us from the start that, the longer the war dragged on, the more Russia would be exhausted, and the smaller would shrink her bit of independence. In the end we should inevitably find ourselves under somebody's heel, either Germany's or Britain's, for we were weak, poor, and exhausted. It might have seemed that we needed to decide which heel to choose. The provisional government saw the problem like that, and decided to choose the Allies. But we act in a different way from the bourgeoisie. We said, and we say now, that we want neither the British heel nor the German. We count on keeping our independence by relying upon the sympathy and revolutionary feeling of the working class of all countries. Along with this, though, and just because we place our hopes in the development of the revolution in the capitalist states and in the camps of imperialism, we declare that we need to accumulate strength, to bring order into our country, to transform our economy and to create an armed force for the Russian Soviet Republic, a workers' and peasants' Red Army. Creating this army is the principal task that history has entrusted to us. We shall accomplish this task, even though we are only now getting down to it. I said that the working class took power into its own hands, and that it will remain in those hands and will not be yielded to anyone. That is true. However, power is for the working class only an instrument, only a tool. And if I do not know how to use this tool, what good is it to me? If I take up, for example, some carpentry tool, and I don't know how to set it to work, what good is it to me? It is necessary that the working class, having taken state power into its hands, should learn how to use it in practice, both for organizing the economy on new principles and for self-defense. Some say, what good is it for us to have taken power without first having learned how to wield it? To these wiseacres we reply, but how could we learn the joiner's trade if we had never held a joiner's tool? In order to learn how to run a country, you need to be in charge of its administration, you need to hold state power. Up to now nobody has learned how to ride a horse while sitting in a room. To learn that art you have to saddle a horse and get on its back. Perhaps the horse will rear up and throw its inexperienced rider a few times. Well, so what? We get up, we get on again, we have another go, and we learn to ride. Is it not plain that those people who say, power should not have been taken are, essentially, defending the interests of the bourgeoisie? They preach to the working class that it should not have taken power, that power is the sacred, hereditary right of the bourgeois, educated classes, who have capital, universities, newspapers, learning, libraries, they hold state power, and the toilers, the worker masses, must first of all learn how to rule. But where are the masses to learn this? In the factory, amid their day-to-day convict labor? No, if you don't mind. What convict labor in the factories has taught us is precisely this, that we must take power into our own hands. That we have been thoroughly taught. That, in itself, is also a very big thing to have learned. It is a tremendous piece of learning. The working class learned that in the factories during the decades in which it experienced convict labor, the shooting down of the workers of whole factories, the Lena massacre, and went through all that not in vain, since, in the end, it took power into its hands. Now we must learn how to use the power to organize the economy and establish order, and we have not achieved either of these aims yet. To achieve them is our principal task. I said that we need to carry out a stocktaking of the whole country. We shall do this through the Soviets of Workers' Deputies and through their central organ, the Central Executive Committee, and through the Council of People's Commissars. Now we must be accurate and careful, like good bookkeepers. We must know precisely what we possess, how much raw material, how much grain, what instruments of production, how many workers and what their trades are, and all this we must arrange, like the keys on a piano, so that each economic instrument may function as precisely as the keys do, so that, for example, in case of need, we can at any moment transfer a certain number of metal workers from one place to another. Our work must be sound and efficient, but also intense. Every worker must work hard for a certain number of hours in the day, and for the rest of his time feel that he is a free citizen and cultured person. This is a great task, and not a simple one. We have a lot to learn if we are to accomplish it. We know that we have at present many factories which we do not need. There is unemployment and hunger in the country because not everything is where it ought to be. There are factories which are manufacturing things we have no need of, and also, contrariwise, factories which are manufacturing necessities but which lack the materials required, these being elsewhere. There is immense wealth in the country which we do not know of, because the war has disorganized the whole state. In the Republic there are masses of unemployed, hungry, and ill-clothed people, while at the same time we are discovering in the quartermaster's stores huge supplies of cloth, canvas and soldiers' clothing. Sometimes immense stocks of food come to light which we knew nothing of. In the countryside the kulaks have concentrated in their hands millions of poods of grain, as, for example, in Tula, Kursk and Orel provinces. The kulaks are not surrendering this grain, and we have not as yet made them understand that they are not going to play a game with us in these matters, since what is at stake is life or death for the working masses. And if we possessed, here and now, the right organization, then, of course, no kulak would dare to conceal masses of grain from the hungry working masses, and our situation as regards food would be very much better. On the railways, as everywhere else, there is in general much disorder, much abuse. The railway worker comrades know how many persons there are among the railway staffs, principally at the top, but also lower down, who use rolling stock for their own business purposes, carrying on a smuggling trade in all sorts of goods, so that often entire trucks disappear. What is the source of these disorders? They are a legacy of the past. We are not yet as well educated as we should be, and, also, the war has disrupted us in every possible way. All concepts have got muddled. Seeing all this, the worker, too, says, if things are so bad in the country, why should I exert myself specially? Whether I work a lot or a little, well or badly, it won't make things any better. Comrades, the country's grave situation dictates to us the need to effect a turn in the mood and the consciousness of the workers and peasants. They must clearly realize that it is not now a question of defending the interests of the toilers from the bourgeoisie. Since we now hold power, our task consists in ourselves organizing the economy in the interests of the whole people. Therefore we must introduce labor order into the factories and everywhere. What do we mean by labor order? Labor order, revolutionary discipline, is an order under which everyone understands that, for the working class to retain power and reconstruct the entire economy, for us not to sink but to rise, for the country to overcome the state of ruin it is in, it is necessary for everyone to work honestly at his post. In our state things must be as they are in an individual family. If the family is harmonious, every one of its members will work for the well-being of the family as a whole. And our family is no small one, what it involves is the well-being of millions of people. Our consciousness must inspire us with the sense that our Soviet Russia, our workers' and peasants' republic, is one huge fraternal family of labor. And if even one of its members is idle, wastes raw material, has a negligent attitude to his work, to his tools, damages machinery either through carelessness, through ill will, then he is doing damage to the entire working class, to Soviet Russia as a whole, and, in the last analysis, to the working class of the whole world. Once I declare that the establishment, here and now, of labor discipline, of firm order, is a matter of the most urgent necessity. And if we can establish an order under which the workers will work for a certain number of hours in the factory, and for the rest of their tune lead a cultured life, if in our country everyone does his duty honestly wherever he is placed, we shall be moving appreciably nearer to the communist system. This is why we need to implement the firm, iron-hard, strict discipline of labor order. This, comrades, is not the discipline that prevailed under the bourgeoisie and the Tsar. Some of the old generals whom we have set to work, under our supervision, in the Red Army say to us, with your way of doing things, can there be discipline? It seems to us that there cannot. We answer them, and with your way of doing things, was there discipline? There was. Why was there? Above, there was the Tsar, there were the nobles, and below, there was the soldier, and you held that soldier under discipline. No wonder. The soldier was a slave, he worked for you, he served you against himself, firing on his own father and mother on behalf of your interests, and you were able to establish discipline, and for a long time kept the masses under it in conditions of slavery. We, however, want the soldier to fight and struggle on his own behalf, we want the workers to work for themselves, and it is only for the sake of that we wish to introduce labor discipline. With such a radical distinction between the social regime of the Soviet Republic and that of the nobles' monarchy, I am profoundly convinced that we shall establish the order we need, with our combined forces, however much the black crows may croak. You have only to realize and keep steadily in mind that, without this, downfall and ruin are inevitable. At the present time we are forming the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. The Central Executive Committee of the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Cossacks Deputies has already passed a law for universal military training, by which, during some 8 or 6 weeks every year, for 2 hours a day, every citizen will have to study the art of war under the guidance of experienced instructors. In this connection, comrades, we had to consider the question, shall universal military training be introduced for women, too? That question we have answered like this: we provided that women should have the right to undergo military training if they themselves chose to do so. We want to carry out an experiment where this problem is concerned. Therefore, it was stated in the decree that women, if they so desire, may undergo military training on the same basis as men. But once a woman puts herself on the same level as a man, she must, in the event of danger to the Soviet Republic, take up arms at the call of the Soviet power, just like a man. At the same time, we are forming the cadres of the Red Army. These cadres are not numerous, they are, so to speak, the skeleton of the army. But, after all, the army today is not those thousands and tens of thousands of Red Army men who are under arms and who need to be disciplined and trained. The army is the whole of the working people. It is the immense reserves of workers in the towns and factories and peasants in the villages who are under instruction. And when we face a fresh menace from the counter-revolution or onslaught by the imperialists, the cadre skeleton of the army must at once be clothed with flesh and blood on a mass scale, that is, with the reserves of workers and peasants who have had military training. For this reason we are, on the one hand, creating a Red Army, and, on the other, introducing universal training for all workers, and for all peasants who do not exploit the labor of others. That is a restriction we have to apply at present. We do not want to arm the bourgeoisie. We shall not at this time give rifles to the bourgeois, to the exploiters, who have not renounced their rights to private property. We say, it is the duty of every citizen without exception, in a country which is ruled by the working class, to defend it honestly when it is threatened. But our bourgeoisie has not yet given up its pretensions to power. It is bristling, it is still struggling, sending its agents, the Mensheviks and SRS, to agitate for the Constituent Assembly. At present, so long as this bourgeoisie has not yet given up its pretensions to state power and rule over our country, until it feels that we have finally driven out the bourgeois spirit itself, we shall not put weapons in its hands. If necessary, however, let those bourgeois who do not want to attack go and dig trenches or perform some other work in the rear. We must not repeat the mistakes of former revolutions. I have already said that the working class is too forgiving, and easily forgets the oppressions of the nobles' power, which for centuries enslaved the serfs, robbing, destroying, coercing them. The working class is inclined to be generous, to be soft. We say to it, no. Until the enemy has finally been smashed, we must rule with the rod of iron. To train the Red Army we are enlisting former generals. Naturally, we are choosing these among the more decent and honest of them. Some people say, how can you enlist generals? Surely, that's dangerous. Of course, everything under the sun has its dangerous side. But, you see, we need instructors who know about military matters. Of course, we say frankly to these generals, there is a new master in the land, the working class, it needs instructors to train the workers in the art of war so as to fight the bourgeoisie. Many of the generals scattered at first in all directions, taking cover like cockroaches in nooks and crannies, in the hope that perhaps the Lord would somehow arrange matters like this. The Soviet power will last for a week or two and then it will fall, and they, the generals, will return to their old position as generals. And in that hope the generals tailed behind the bourgeoisie, which also thought that the working class, after taking power, would hold on to it for a fortnight or so, have its bit of fun, and quit. But it has turned out that the working class is holding firmly onto power and not getting ready to let go thereof. And now the saboteurs of yesterday, the generals, engineers, statisticians, agronomists, and so on, are gradually crawling out of their holes like cockroaches and stirring their antennae to find out how the land lies. Is it not possible to come to some arrangement with the new master? Of course the Soviet power does not reject the services of the specialists in science and technique. It says, "Welcome, Messrs. Engineers, please come along to the factory and teach the workers there how to run factories." The workers don't know much about that, help them, come onto their payroll, into their service, the service of the workers. Up to now you have served the bourgeoisie, now enter the service of the working class. To the generals the Soviet power says, you have studied the art of war, and learned it well. You have been on courses at the military academy. The art of war, that's a complex subject, involving intricate work, especially, when it's directed against the Germans, whose enormous machinery for killing and destroying functions wonderfully well. We now need to prepare ourselves in military matters, and for that we need to learn, but, in order to learn, we must have specialists. If you please, Messrs. Specialists, former generals and officers, we will assign you to the appropriate places. But hardly had the thing got that far than certain comrades began to have doubts. If we take generals into our service, suppose they start to engage in counter-revolutionary activity? I don't know, some of them may wish to. It is quite possible that some may even try it, but, as the saying goes, if you're afraid of wolves, don't go into the forest. Since we are planning to build an army, we have to enlist specialists for this task. We are trying to get the old generals to serve us. If they serve honestly, they will be assured of our full support. Many of the generals, and I have already talked with a number of them, have understood that there is now a new spirit in the country, that now everyone who wishes to defend Russia, to protect her, to establish order in the country, must honestly serve the working people. I have seen many people in my time, and I think that I can distinguish between a man who speaks sincerely and a dishonest one. Some of the generals said quite sincerely that they realize that the working masses have to create an armed force, and that they honestly wish, not from fear but from conscience, to help in this task. But for dealing with those who are thinking of utilizing the workers' and peasants' armament for counter-revolutionary conspiracy, we shall find special measures. They know very well that we have eyes everywhere, and if they were to try and make use of the organization of the workers' and peasants' Red Army for the benefit of the bourgeoisie, we should show them the iron fist we showed in the October days. They can be sure that towards those who try to use our own organizations against us we shall be doubly ruthless. Consequently, comrades, I have not much fear regarding that aspect of the matter. I consider that we are sufficiently firmly established, that the Soviet power is sufficiently stable, and our generals in Russia will no more be able to smash it by means of plots and betrayals than the Kaldenites, Kornilovites, and Yutovites were able to. The danger does not lie there, it is in ourselves, in our internal dislocation. The danger also comes from without, from world imperialism. For the fight against the internal dislocation we must establish strict discipline and organize firm labor order. Every part must be subordinated to the whole. And against counter-revolutionary attacks from within we shall advance our organized, trained Red Army. Against the militarism and imperialism of other countries we have, as well as this, comrades, a trusty ally, the European working class, and, in particular, the working class of Germany. On that subject it is sometimes said, the snail is moving, it will get there one of these days. That was the principal objection that was put to us under Milyukov and under Kerensky, and it is put to us now as well. We can say in reply, yes, the European Revolution is developing slowly, very much more slowly than we should have liked, but when did our Russian Revolution make its entry on the scene? The Romanovs ruled for 300 years, for 3 centuries they sat on the people's neck. The Russian autocracy played the role of gendarme in relation to all countries, it strangled the revolution at home and likewise every revolutionary movement in Europe, and everywhere all the exploiters reckoned that they possessed a firm bulwark in Russia's tsardom. The very name of Russia became hateful to the workers of the Western countries. More than once I had, when in Germany, Austria, and other countries, to convince the workers that there were 2 Russias, one was the Russia of the upper strata, the bureaucracy, tsardom, the nobles, the other was the Russia of the lower orders, which was gradually rising up, the revolutionary Russia of the workers, for which we are sacrificing everything. But they reacted skeptically to my words. Where is it, they asked me, where is the second, revolutionary Russia? In 1905 the revolution showed itself for a moment and then vanished. 21 The pseudo-socialists, the compromisers played continually on that theme, the Germans and the French alike. They said that in Russia only the autocracy and the bourgeoisie were strong, that the working class was weak, that one could not hope for a revolution in Russia, and so forth. That was how they talked, flinging mud at the Russian workers, those compromisers who had betrayed their own working class. But our Russian proletariat, which experienced age-old slavery, oppression, and degradation, has now shown how it can rise to its full height, square its shoulders, and turn to the rest of the workers all over the world with the call to follow its example. And whereas before our revolution, the February Revolution, and especially before the October Revolution, we had to lower our eyes to the ground, we now have the right to be proud that we are citizens of Russia. We were the first to raise the standard of revolt and win power for the working class. That makes it legitimate for the working class and for us to be proud. However, this pride must not become transformed into conceit. Although the workers of other countries are following the same road as we are, their road is more difficult. They have a mighty organization, and their movement is slowly growing. They have a huge army, but, as against that, they have a bigger tail, and, besides, the enemy they face is stronger than ours. In Russia, tsardom was rickety, cracked, rotten from top to bottom, and we merely struck it the final blow. The state machine in Germany, France, and Britain is a great deal more robust. There, the builders of that machine are much abler and better educated, and there, in order to smash the bourgeois state, the working class needs a much greater exertion of force. We, of course, can voice our complaint. The revolutionary movement in the West is developing too slowly for our justified impatience. We should all have wished that the revolution had happened sooner over there, and we curse the sluggishness of history, which day by day, to be sure, but all too slowly, is accumulating the anger of the working masses against their hunger and exhaustion. But, one fine day, all the accumulated anger and all the curses against the bourgeoisie and the possessing classes will burst out. Until that moment comes, until this protest has matured in the hearts of the workers, we must wait patiently. The working class in the West is more highly trained than ours, it is richer in experience, it is better educated than the Russian proletariat, and when the time comes for it to begin the last decisive struggle against the oppressors, it will firmly seize an iron broom and sweep from its states, without leaving a trace, all the bourgeois and noble scum. Faith in this is our principal hope. It is still Russia's fate to experience a great epoch. And if the kites of the bourgeoisie and the compromisers prove correct and the revolution in Europe does not develop at all, or develops only after a century or after some decades, that would mean that Russia as an independent proletarian country would die. For, comrades, in any epoch of history, whoever is weak and poor inevitably falls victim to the stronger beasts of prey, the imperialists and militarists armed to the teeth. This is the law of the world capitalist order, and nobody can do anything about it. If you were to put Milyukov or Gukakov in power, they would not make our country richer, they would only exhaust it. On the other hand, the mere fact that the working class is in power in Russia is in itself a mighty call to revolt for the workers of other countries. Every worker in France and in Germany says, if it has proved possible in Russia, in a backward country like that, for the working class to hold power and to set itself the task of reconstructing the country, organizing the economy on new principles, if in Russia the working class is establishing discipline and labor order everywhere, building an army, why, then, history itself is calling on us to carry out a socialist revolution. Consequently, by maintaining the power of the workers and peasants here, among us, we are not only fighting for ourselves and for the interests of Russia, we are at the same time fighting as the advanced detachment of the working class of the whole world, we are fulfilling both our own task and theirs. And the workers of all countries are looking toward us in hope and fear. Are we going to miscarry? Shall we shame the red flag of the working class? And if we were to be destroyed by the counter-revolution and our own disorderliness, this would mean that the hopes of the worker masses in the other countries perished, and the bourgeoisie would tell them, there you are, see, the Russian working class tried to rise up, but then it fell down again, and now it lies on the ground, shattered and crushed. Such an outcome of our revolution would deprive the world proletariat of faith in its own power and would morally strengthen the bourgeoisie. Therefore we must, in defending our position, fight with twofold and threefold energy, with tenfold heroism. We have to remember that we are now not only the masters of our own fate, but in our hands are the dreams of all mankind for a world set free. Against us is the bourgeoisie of all countries, but with us is the working class of all countries, and its hopes. Let us then, comrades, brace ourselves more strongly, clasping each other's hands so as to fight to the end, to complete victory, for the rule of the working class. And when the workers of Europe call to us, we shall go to their aid, all as one man, with rifles in our hands and with red flags, we shall go forth to meet them, in the name of the brotherhood of the peoples, in the name of socialism. Notes. 16. At this time the left SRS supported the Soviet power. 17. The Black Hundreds were monarchist groups organized by Tsardom in order to suppress the revolutionary movement. The Octobrists were supporters of the Tsar's manifesto of October 17, 1905, they, the Progressives and the Cadets were Russian bourgeois parties of differing shades. 18. See on this L. Trotsky, Voyna I Revolutsiya, War and Revolution, Volumes I and II, Gosses. 1922. 19. The 1848 Revolution in Germany, this was an attempt made by the liberal bourgeoisie, with the help of the workers and peasants risen in revolt, to deprive the reactionary Junker landlords of their political positions and put an end to the fragmentation of Germany. At the parliament which was convened in Frankfurt, the bourgeoisie, frightened by the radical demands of the proletariat, made a deal with the ruling classes, and the reaction was soon able to restore the old order. 20. The Brest Peace, on October 26, 1917, the day after the revolution, the Second Congress of Soviets adopted a decree on peace. Commander-in-Chief Tukhanin, having refused to begin negotiations with the Germans, was dismissed, and on November 14 the newly appointed Commander-in-Chief, Krylenko, sent out the first party under the flag of truce to propose negotiations. On November 20 our delegates held a meeting with the Germans, and on the 22nd an armistice was signed. The Council of People's Commissars issued 2 appeals to the governments of the Entente, inviting them to join in the negotiations at Brest. Receiving no reply, the Soviet government continued to negotiate separately. These negotiations dragged on, with interruptions, until March 3, 1918, when Soviet Russia was compelled by force of bayonets to accept very severe conditions. What were the motives that caused our delegates to drag out the negotiations, and why did they not sign the peace treaty before the German offensive began? In January a general strike began in Germany. There were powerful disturbances in Austria. The agitational significance of the negotiations, reckoning on a revolution in Germany in the near future, gave hope of escape from the war. The Central Committee of our party proved to be not unanimous at this moment of crucial importance for the revolution. Comrade Lenin was alone in insisting from the outset that we must make peace with Germany, even on conditions that were hard for us. On January 9 the majority of the Central Committee voted for dragging out the negotiations, and this view was backed by the majority at the Third Congress of Soviets. On February 10 the negotiations at Brest were broken off. Trotsky refused to sign the robber peace, but declared that Russia would not continue with the war and was demobilizing her army. On the evening of February 17, that is, a few hours before the German offensive began, Comrade Krylenko asked the Central Committee what action was to be taken in the event of such an offensive. Only 5 members, Lenin, Stalin, Sverdlov, Sokhonikov, and Smilga, declared in favor of immediately proposing to Germany a resumption of negotiations with a view to signing a peace treaty. The other 6 members of the CC voted against this. During the night of February 17 to 18 the German troops began advancing all along the line. On February 19, after further discussion in the CC, a radio message was sent out, agreeing to make peace immediately. The Germans were advancing without meeting any resistance, not only marching but also traveling along the railways. Not having received any reply from the German government, the Council of People's Commissars called on the country to defend the socialist fatherland. The reply which was received from the Germans on February 22 laid down conditions that were even worse than those presented earlier. On February 23 the CC discussed von Kohlmann's reply. Comrade Lenin spoke for immediate acceptance of the German conditions. Comrade Trotsky supported him. Bukharin continued to advocate a revolutionary war. The outcome of the voting was, 7 for accepting the German proposals, 4 against, and 4 abstentions. On March 3 the treaty was signed, subsequently being ratified by the 7th Party Congress and the 4th Extraordinary Congress of Soviets. By the provisions of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, Russia was deprived of the Ukraine, Courland, Estonia, and Livonia. The towns of Kars, Batum, and Ardahan, these towns were ceded by the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk not to Germany but to Turkey, and also the Åland Islands were ceded to Germany. Soviet Russia was obligated to demobilize her army and disarm her navy within the shortest possible time. The Revolution of November 1918 in Germany annulled the Treaty of Brest, thereby entirely justifying Comrade Lenin's tactical line. For the details of the Brest negotiations see you. Kamina at Borbazamir, The Struggle for Peace. The official reports of the peace negotiations at Brest, Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 15, and the stenographic reports of the 7th Congress of the Russian Communist Party and the 4th Extraordinary Congress of Soviets. 21 The year 1905 as prologue to the Revolution of 1917, the revolution reached its highest point of development in the last 3 months of that year, the October strike in Petrograd, which developed into a general strike, the activity of the Union of Unions, the concessions granted by the autocracy and the manifesto of October 17, and, finally, the armed uprising in Moscow in December and its bloody suppression. The backwardness of the rural areas, uncertainty in the attitude of the soldiers, and the organizational weakness of the worker masses, these were the reasons for the defeat of the proletariat. But the revolution did not vanish with that defeat. The lessons of 1905 were fully utilized by the Communist Party in 1917. CLD. Trotsky, 1905. The spring of 1918. 2 roads. ******. Speech made at the joint session of members of the 4th All-Russia Central Executive Committee, the Moscow Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies, the All-Russia and Moscow Central Trade Union Council, representatives of all the trade unions of Moscow, factory committees and other workers' organizations, on June 4, 1918. 22. The question of food supplies. Under present conditions governing the problem of food supplies, there can be only 2 policies, either a policy of state monopoly and fixed prices, or a policy of more or less open, or else completely unrestricted, free trade. All the criticism which is directed against the food supply policy of the Soviet government was represented here in the speeches of the compromisers who, as always, failed to pursue a single one of their ideas to its logical conclusion. Their speeches constitute a muffled echo of the other, the real criticism which is aimed at us by the serious and practical bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie knows well that, as has already been shown, there can be only two definite policies, either government monopoly and regulated prices, or free trade, with prices allowed free play. But the policy of free trade, going over to which would inevitably result in an increase in the price of bread, would mean, under present conditions, that bread would be monopolized in the interests of one section of the population. The price of bread would go up to such an extent that, within a very short time, bread would become a monopoly of those who can pay as high a price for it as anyone cared to ask. That is why the question presents itself thus: either we maintain the workers' and peasants' state monopoly of bread, or we turn bread into a monopoly of the rich. That is the only way the question can now be put. A voice: we have already made it a monopoly of the rich. If we had made bread a monopoly of the rich, as somebody tells me, speaking from his seat, the Mensheviks would not have protested against us and our food supply policy. Because, as I have said, the entire Menshevik criticism is nothing but a partial echo of the bourgeois criticism. The discontent and hatred shown by the bourgeoisie is determined by deep, fundamental social causes. Ryabushinsky spoke of the bony hand of famine even before the October Revolution, when Soviet power did not yet exist, but there was the regime of the Mensheviks and Right SRS. The shrewd and practical bourgeoisie counted already at that time upon the bony hand of famine, in the sense that this would put an end to the Russian Revolution. That is why, as is self-evident, we cannot look upon the question of food supply as an independent and isolated question and, summoning individual sages from the various political parties and editorial boards, from alleyways and under gateways, put it to them, right now solve for us the problem of Russia's food supplies. No, our standpoint is that the food supply question is a constituent part of the general Soviet question, one of the partial problems of the regime of the class dictatorship of the proletariat and the poorest peasantry. The working class has put the landlord's land into the hands of the peasantry. It is also teaching the rural poor to take from the kulaks, plunderers and speculators the stocks of food they hold, and to transform these stocks into a common food reserve of the proletarian state. If it is to remain in power, the working class must set in motion the mechanism of its state administration, carrying through this task under very difficult conditions, in face of every obstacle and resistance that hinders its survival and development. When we are told that this is the road of civil war, we are bewildered. It is obvious that Soviet power is organized civil war against the landlords, the bourgeoisie, and the kulaks. The Soviet power is not afraid to say this, just as it is not afraid to call on the masses to wage civil war, and to organize them for this purpose. And it is not for the representatives of those parties which, during the first 8 months of the revolution, waged ruthless war against the workers and peasants, namely, the Menshevik and SR parties, to come here criticizing and blaming the Soviet power. It is not for them to ask us, with the shamelessness of traitors, have you not forgotten that, by the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, the Germans took over the Ukraine, with its rich stocks of food? No, we have forgotten nothing. We have not forgotten, in the first place, that the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk meant the noose that was flung about our neck by the bourgeoisie and the SRS who were responsible for the offensive of June 18. We have not forgotten, and shall not forget, in the second place, that those who opened to the enemy our country's gates in the Ukraine, those who surrendered its stocks of food to German imperialism, were the Ukrainian Right SRS and Mensheviks, in the shape of the Kiev Rada. And when they put another question to us, don't you recall that getting food from Siberia has now been made difficult through the Czechoslovak revolt? Which we shall, of course, put down, we say to our questioners. And do you recall that the Czechoslovak revolt was organized by the Mensheviks and Right SRS of Novo-Nikolaevsk and other places of voice, by Trotsky, who were active in Siberia, and whose thinkers, whose closest friends, are here, on the right. And it is our task to make this clear to the working class. Applause and uproar. Comrades, someone from among the scoundrels present here, I don't know his name, said that the Czechoslovak revolt was caused by me. A voice, it was Chervanin who said it. I declare that it was all the SR and Menshevik scoundrels in Siberia and at Penza, Samara and Sazran who, with their low-down lie that I want to betray the Czechoslovaks into the hands of the Germans, excited and confused the unfortunate Czechoslovak soldiers and by means of these treacherous slanders, drove a considerable number of them out of their senses. Uproar, shouting from the right here, on these benches, sit members of the three parties which raised the Czechoslovaks against us in Siberia, and which even declared, in Novonikolaevsk, that they had set up a new government for Russia, composed of right SRS and Mensheviks, relying on the bayonets of foreigners, of the Czechoslovaks. The SRS and Mensheviks are talking about this all over the place, and at the same time their co-thinkers get up here and say to us, in a reproachful tone, "You've forgotten about the Czechoslovaks." No, we have not forgotten about the Czechoslovaks, nor have we forgotten about you, their instigators, and the civil war which we are waging is and will be a war also against those who dared to stir up the ignorant Czechoslovaks who have been led astray. Uproar, shouts from the right, Trotsky, insinuation. The chairman appeals for calm. Someone said here, don't play with famine. That was well said, and we throw it at the heads of the bourgeoisie and its lackeys, don't play with famine. At the present moment we are passing through the 2 or 3 most critical months of the Russian Revolution. Although we have had civil war already, the Russian Revolution has not yet known terror, in the French sense of the word. The Soviet power will now act more resolutely and radically. It issues this warning, don't play with famine, don't set the Czechoslovaks on us, don't incite all the lackeys of the bourgeoisie against us, don't organize sabotage, and don't poison the minds of the worker masses with the lies and slanders that fill the pages of your libelous press, because this whole game of yours can end in a way that will be tragic in the highest degree. Martov, from his seat, we did not fear the Tsarist regime and we're not afraid of you, either. Shouts, the Tsarist regime was terribly savage, yet we did not fear it, so don't try to frighten us. Don't play with famine. We put the food supply question before you as a question of armed struggle for food. Neither Soviet power itself, nor any of its reforms, nor any of the questions of communist transformation is conceivable if now, in the next few months of our country's existence, the working class and the poor peasantry do not take over the stocks of food that are available in the country. The view that by means of partial measures, bonuses, bargaining, and additions to prices we can now win over the kulak, who is economically stuffed full of banknotes and politically corrupted to the marrow of his bones by the parties of the bourgeoisie and its servants, that view is an illusion and a lie. It is a pitiful utopia to hope that grain can be got from that kulak by means of palliative measures. Those who say that the food situation is disastrous are right, but from this disastrous situation there follows utter condemnation, as unpractical, pathetic and futile, of all the petty economic and housewifely measures which they propose for struggle against the kulak. We take a different and truer view of the matter. We say, the country is hungry, the towns are beginning to suffer from hunger, the Red Army cannot resist the attackers owing to lack of food, and in these conditions all the hungry elements in the country must understand that there is grain to be had, that it is held by the kulaks, the beasts of prey, the exploiters of hunger and misfortune, that we are offering to these kulaks a price determined by what the state's finances will bear, and that they are not giving us grain at that price, and that, this being so, we are going to take the grain from them by force of arms. By using force against the kulaks we shall feed the workers, women, and children. There is not now and there will not be any other road. Uproar. In order to proceed from words to deeds, we have undertaken planned mobilization of the advanced elements of the working class for the task of obtaining supplies of grain. They will be entrusted with the responsible work of taking the proletarian dictatorship into the countryside. This has been decided by the All Russia Central Executive Committee. 23 Yes, in the coming weeks, the best of the workers of Moscow must be transformed into armed and equipped cadres of grain procurement units, and these, the best elements of the working class, must bring with them not only rifles for use against the kulaks but also fraternal words for the peasant poor. Yes, you, Moscow proletarians, on behalf of the masses who have elected you, will set out into the countryside, under the banner of the Soviet power, on crusade against the kulaks. You will say, when you get there, that you are, on the one hand, for the closest fraternal alliance with the starving peasants, with whom you will share the grain that you take from the kulak, and, on the other hand, you are for merciless and destructive war against the kulaks, who want to starve out Soviet Russia of the workers and peasants. If the Moscow workers do not accomplish this most essential task, if, caused to waver by the treacherous voices of the bourgeois press, the reptile hissing of these lickspittles and lackeys of moribund capital voices from the right, not true, they should lose heart, then this means, comrades, that the working class is not capable of coping with the task that history has set before it. But, comrades, the Communist Party cannot believe that this is so, and neither do you believe it. We know that, in the next few weeks, we shall raise up in Moscow, for the fight against famine, the best elements among the workers, who know what the famine in the towns means, and whose consciousness has been enlightened by the ideals of socialism. These we shall hurl into the countryside, in well-organized columns, to establish fraternal unity with the poor. With their aid we shall register all the stocks of food that exist in the country, so as to make them the monopoly of the workers and peasants, and not the monopoly of the kulaks and the rich. It is necessary to choose between these two monopolies. This choice must be made not in words but in deeds, and the essence of this choice is civil war. And our party is for civil war. Civil war has to be waged for grain. We the Soviets, are going into battle. From a seat, ironically, long live civil war. Yes, long live civil war. Civil war for the sake of the children, the elderly, the workers and the Red Army, in the name of direct and ruthless struggle against counter-revolution. Long live the campaign of the workers in the countryside for grain and for alliance with the poor peasants. I move that we adopt a resolution that will express our firm will to fight the famine. Once again I call upon you, comrades, not to give in either to despondency or to scepticism, or to the sly and treacherous advice that you hear coming from the right. After all, we heard this advice already on the eve of October. They said, don't take power, workers, for you won't last a fortnight, you won't have sufficient supplies of food, they'll be taken by the peasants and the bourgeoisie. Nevertheless, we took power in October, and we have survived, through toil and tribulation, not for the fortnight they promised us, but for 7 months, to the vexation of all our foes. There now lie before us 3 most trying months, but these do not terrify us, either. We promise each other not to lose heart, not to give up, but to fight against all the difficulties that confront us. We shall survive these 3 months just as we have survived 7 already, and, by surviving them, we shall secure the Soviet Republic forever. Forward, comrades, into the fight, with hope and faith. Resolution on the question of combating famine. Moved by Comrade Trotsky and adopted at the joint session of June 4, 1918. The war engendered by the predatory appetites of the bourgeoisie of the whole world has ruined and devastated all countries and brought all people to the brink of destruction. Famine prevails in all countries, both belligerent and neutral. News is coming from all corners of Europe of protest and indignation on the part of the hungry masses. The war and the ruin caused by it has also brought famine to our own agricultural Russia, with its rich stocks of grain. Famine is knocking at the doors of our towns, factories, and villages. Famine is the best ally of counter-revolution, which hopes to evoke outbursts of desperation by the hungry masses, to drown the revolution in blood and to restore the power of the landlords and capitalists, as happened in the Ukraine. The fight against famine is therefore the fundamental task of all conscious workers and peasants. This joint session of the Soviets, the All-Russia CEC and Moscow Workers' Organizations calls upon all workers and revolutionary peasants to strain every nerve for the fight against famine. There is grain in Russia. It is being hidden by the kulaks and speculators, while the towns, the Red Army and the rural poor starve. So that the country may live, so that the revolution may not perish, so that Soviet power may be preserved, strengthened and developed, we must tear the grain from the clutches of the kulaks and distribute it in a planned way among the hungry population. The bourgeoisie and its hangers-on demand that the state grain monopoly be abandoned and the system of fixed prices brought to an end. If we were to take that road, it would mean making the grain stocks that exist the monopoly possession of the rich, and dooming the poor of town and village to famine, epidemic and degeneration. The joint session recognizes as the only correct policy for the Soviet power the policy of dictatorship over food supplies, which means ruthless struggle against the enemies of the people, the kulaks, speculators and plunderers who are striving to starve out the socialist revolution. The mobilization of the hungry workers, the training and arming of them, their fraternal alliance with the rural poor, their joint campaign against the kulaks and speculators, this is the only way to obtain stocks of grain at prices within the people's reach and to enable the working people to last out until the new harvest. The joint session calls on the workers for organized, planned, vigorous and resolute struggle for grain. Strict labor discipline, strict labor order, everywhere and especially in rail and river transport, strict recording of all available stocks, strict distribution of these stocks throughout the country, this is the road that leads to salvation for the socialist revolution. Into the battle against famine, workers of Moscow and of all Russia. By triumphing over famine we shall triumph over counter-revolution and secure the Communist Republic forever. Notes. 22 Comrade Lenin presented to this meeting the fundamental report on the question of the fight against famine. Criticism of the Soviet government's procurement policy was voiced by Cheravanin, Menshevik, Karelin, Left Sr., and Dissler, Right Sr. After they had spoken, Comrade Trotsky took the floor on behalf of the Communist fraction. 23 On May 31, 1918 the Council of People's Commissars published an address to the workers, calling on them to form armed detachments for the purpose of making the kulaks give up their grain surpluses. The most mature and staunch workers served as cadres for these detachments. The organizing of them was entrusted to the People's Commissariat of Food. The spring of 1918. Into the fight against famine. Report read at a public meeting in Sokolniki, Moscow, June 9, 1918. 1. Starving Russia. Comrades, I come before you in days and weeks that are very trying for our young Soviet Republic. Among all the problems that concern our hearts there is one problem which, though simple, weighs upon us more heavily than all the rest. It is the problem of our daily bread. All our thoughts, all our ideals are now dominated by one care, one fear: how are we to survive through the next day? Everyone inevitably worries about himself and his family. This is especially the case with housewives, wives, mothers, before whom every day, when they have to prepare meals for their children and husbands, the problem of famine arises in all its acuteness. And, it must be said, this problem becomes harder and harder every day. Though things are bad in Petrograd and in Moscow, there are many localities in Russia where people look with envy upon those cities. I have with me some telegrams which the People's Commissar for Food has received from small towns. There the population is, literally and in the exact meaning of the word, on the brink of complete starvation and exhaustion. From Viksa, in Nizhny Novgorod province, they wired on May 31, the storehouses at Viksa are empty, work is proceeding with extensive interruptions and stoppages, 30% of the workers are absent, not in protest but, genuinely, owing to starvation. There have been cases where men have been picked up after fainting from exhaustion at their lathes. From Sergei Yepozid, give us bread, or we perish. From Bryansk, May 30, there is a very high death rate in the factories of Maltsovsk and Bryansk, especially among the children, there is hunger typhus in the uyezd. From Klin they sent this on June 2, Klin has been for 2 weeks completely without bread. From Pavlovpozad, on May 21, the population is starving, there is no bread, we cannot get it anywhere. From Darogabuz 24 on June 3, great hunger and mass sickness. I could quote many more such telegrams from other places, but it would be superfluous, for they all sound the same note. In our country there are places where the most terrible of tsars reigns, tsar famine. To be sure, our agricultural, peasant Russia knew even in the old days the meaning of famine, death from starvation, and hunger typhus. Even in peacetime, when the harvest failed, there were places in Russia where the peasants, the agricultural population, perished in thousands, dying of hunger, typhus, and cholera. Under Alexander III and Nicholas the Americans sent charity to agricultural Russia in the form of steamships loaded with grain. To starving Europe. The heart of the matter is that today famine reigns not only in our Russia but also in all the countries of Europe without exception. In some countries it is worse, in others not so bad, but everywhere the population, and especially the working classes, are suffering from unprecedented hunger. Let us look to the north. Here, adjoining us, is Finland, which separated from us not long ago. It now has a bourgeois government headed by Sven Hufvud, who walks hand in hand with the imperialist government of Germany, which has crushed the Finnish working class. 25 Our bourgeois press looks forward to the day when Sven Hufvud's government will form a counter-revolutionary army in Little Finland and march on Petrograd. But the latest information is that unprecedented famine reigns in Finland, that the White Guard soldiers there, recruited from the bourgeois classes, are dropping down dead in the border zone, from hunger and exhaustion. That's not a situation that lends itself to military expeditions. Further off, to the northwest, next to Finland, lies Sweden. I passed through that small country more than a year ago. At that time the food situation was much better than now, but even then everyone was issued with ration cards for bread, so that a traveler passing through got only one small slice of dry bread. In Holland, a neutral maritime country which did not fight, hunger riots have broken out. In Switzerland, another small neutral country, continual disturbances and demonstrations are occurring on account of the shortage of food. France and Britain are in a better position than the rest of Europe. Around them is the open ocean, they have big navies, both for war and for commerce, they receive supplies from America, and yet, even so, in France about 2 years ago, when I left it, the working class population was suffering from hunger, not so much because there was no bread or meat there as because the prevailing prices were quite beyond the purses of the worker masses. Last, let us take Austria and Germany, which may seem now to be the most powerful and victorious countries. 26 Here I will quote the words of a big Austrian merchant who recently visited Moscow. These words were printed in a bourgeois newspaper, and you know that the bourgeois press is now trying to show that everywhere, throughout Europe and the whole world, everything is going well, splendidly, and only here, in workers' and peasants' Russia, is there disorder and hunger. This is what is said by the big Austrian merchant whom I have mentioned. In Vienna the famine is, in any case, undoubtedly worse than in your country. Over there everything, literally everything, has already been eaten up. There is no bread, no sausages, no vegetables, nothing. In the coffee houses they serve coffee only, without milk or sugar, and, as for beer, we can only dream about it. The streets of Vienna are, like yours, streaked with queues, which in many cases formed the night before. It often happens that, after waiting all through the night and for half a day, the people disperse without having got what they wanted. Things are no better in Berlin, where I spent 10 days on my way here. There too they have eaten everything that was edible. The population are living, so to speak, on their own juices. Everyone feels extremely depressed. Even the victories on the Western Front have not cheered people up. There, comrades, you have a rough picture of what Europe has become after nearly 4 years of war. At one time our people's poet Nekrasov, 1821–1877, wrote poems, especially about rural life, which enjoyed great popularity in the 1860s and 1870s. Spoke of the crushed and plundered Russian village of Neolovka. Now, on the heights of bourgeois civilization, as a result of the accursed war, which has taken the workers and working peasants from their workplaces, armed them and flung them against each other, as a result of these 48 months of exhaustion of all the forces, all the juices, all the resources of Europe, we see how this rich old part of the world, which not long ago was a focus of culture, power, and progress, has been turned into one dreadful devastated all-European Neolovka. And this is the result of the war, the result of the crimes committed by the ruling classes, the bourgeoisie, the kings, the bureaucrats, the old generals, the ambitious ones. Curses upon them for this terrible war and for the famine which has exhausted all the peoples of Europe. 3. There is grain in our country. While, contrary to the lies of the bourgeois press about worldwide prosperity, the war has all at once put us on an equal footing, in our conditions, with Europe as a whole, in the sense that the reign of famine and exhaustion has been established everywhere. There is, all the same, a difference, and a big one, between us and the greater part of the rest of Europe. In Europe famine exists because the common stocks of grain are insignificant in quantity. Besides which, of course, the bourgeois classes that rule in Europe lay their hands on more than the masses get. There, everything is weighed, to the last ounce, and distributed in accordance with state regulations. But here? Is there grain in our country, or isn't there? Why are we starving? Is it because all our stocks of grain have been consumed, or is it because we have not learned to get hold of all our grain, to weigh it properly, and distribute it with a firm working class hand? I affirm that our food difficulties here are not due to absence of grain in the country. There is grain in the country, but, to our shame, the working class and the rural poor have not yet learned the art of managing the life of the state, taking over all its stocks and distributing them properly in the interests of the working and starving masses. For proof, comrades, I will quote a few figures. My task is not confined to carrying on agitation among you. We need to talk in a business-like way about the food situation in the country, to talk about what we have and what we lack. According to our statistics, in 1917 the surplus of grain in those localities where grain was produced for export, was 882 million poods. A pood is 36 pounds or 16.38 kilograms. On the other hand, there are regions in the country where the locally grown grain is not sufficient. If we work it out, we find they are short of 322 million poods. Thus, in one part of the country there is a surplus of 882 million poods, and in the other a deficit of 322 million poods. If we cover the deficit with the surplus, there remain 560 million poods available for export. True, the lion's share of this surplus comes from the Ukraine and New Russia. New Russia meant the territories bounding the Black Sea which were conquered by Russia in the late 18th and early 19th century, Kherson and Taurida provinces and the Kuban territory, plus Bessarabia. But even without those lands and regions which have been taken from us, let us hope, for a short time only, it turns out that in 1917 we had, in all the rest of the country, a surplus of not less than 34 million poods. That means that, if we meet all the requirements of the population on the basis of the normal ration needed to support life in a working man, we should still have left, even without the Ukraine and New Russia, a surplus of 34 million poods. That is just from the harvest of 1917. But have we consumed the harvests of 1916 and 1915? Not at all. There are immense areas where the harvest of 1916 not only has not been eaten, it has not even been threshed. It is said that in Turgal and Semipalatinsk regions 27 they still have something left from the harvest of 1914. In North Caucasia alone the grain surplus is now not less than 140 million poods, and yet, to relieve the hunger in all the places where people are now suffering from shortage of food. We need, for the whole country, only 15 million foods a month. Just work it out, the surplus of 140 million foods which exists in North Caucasia alone, would be enough therefore, to feed the whole country for 10 months. And what about Western Siberia? And here, not far from Moscow, in the nearby provinces, Tula, Tambov, Kursk, Voronezh, there are not less than 15 million foods, forming a stock of supplies which we are not drawing on at present. Consequently, it cannot be said that we are starving because we have no grain. We have grain, and not only enough to last us until the new harvest. It is possible to say with confidence that if we were able now to dispose of the available grain as we ought, and to distribute it throughout the country according to need, we should have sufficient, without the new crop, to last us a year, until 1919. But our entire misfortune lies in the fact that we do not yet know how, we have not yet learnt, to make use of the riches that exist in our own country. The workers' and peasants' power is a young power which has, up to now, not been able, either in the localities or at the center, to set its organs working properly. Furthermore, this is a power which is surrounded on all sides by enemies who are vitally interested in preventing it from solving its food problems and, by stopping the supply of grain to the hungry masses, putting an end to the rule of the workers and peasants and restoring the rule of the bourgeoisie. For free trade or a grain monopoly. Given the conditions we have examined, our task consists in taking the grain which there is in the country, taking it not from overseas, like France and Britain, which get grain from America, from across the ocean, but from within the borders of our own land. Who has this grain and where is it? It is at present in the hands of the rural bourgeoisie, the kulaks and speculators. They now hold tens and hundreds of millions of poods of grain. How are we to get it from them and to distribute it? This is a life and death question for the working class. There are those who whisper to us, by way of friendly advice on how to solve the food problem, there is a simple remedy: you must proclaim freedom of trade, abolish the state monopoly and the fixed prices for grain. Everywhere, in shops, in factories, on the railways, and even insinuating themselves into the family circle, agitators sent by the speculators are scurrying about among you with such talk. It may be that among them there are even some who, in their ignorance, sincerely believe that if the grain monopoly were to be abolished and free trade in grain proclaimed, Moscow would at once be supplied with foodstuffs, and our wives, mothers, and sisters would be able to prepare our dinners and suppers without much trouble. No, comrades, that way of solving the grain problem would be the most fatal of all the suggestions that our enemy, the bourgeoisie, could put to us. To appreciate the inevitability and the correctness of the food policy of the Soviet power, one must, above all, establish who it was that introduced, or more accurately, who it was that found it necessary to introduce the state monopoly. Did we not previously have free trade in grain? In all bourgeois countries, in all normal periods, grain is a commodity that is bought and sold, an object of free trade. We know that the bourgeoisie buys and sells everything: machines, land, houses, gram, meat, honor, and conscience. Everything is bought and sold on the bourgeois market. Why was the bourgeoisie obliged, in time of war, to violate the principle of freedom of trade, which it holds sacred, to introduce restrictions on trade and to establish a state monopoly, either complete or partial, where grain was concerned? Why? Because, when grain is in adequate supply, it can be transferred from place to place, from one market to another, from town to town, from country to country. It can be put away, released and then again concealed, and in this way one can feather one's nest, making fat profits. But when war has diverted labor power from agriculture, and from production generally, and has exhausted whole countries, stocks of grain are greatly reduced. Of course, the bourgeois governments are not concerned about the people but about themselves, about their armies, to see that, these are not weakened, but are fit to fight against the enemy's armies. In obedience to this concern, governments were obliged to check the speculators, to tighten the screws somewhat on trade, and to bring the available stocks of grain under control. In Russia this process began in 1915 already under the Tsarist government, and free trade prevailed only down to that time. The Tsarist minister Trepov, concerned about the condition of the state's finances, which were threatened by the frantic increase in prices, found himself compelled to establish fixed prices for grain. Then the revolution occurred, and for the first few weeks there was a cadet government. The cadets, being landlords and capitalists, had demanded, for the sake of their profits, that free trade be restored, but when the cadets became the government they were unable to do this, for they knew that such a measure would bring about absolute famine in the country, deterioration of the conditions of the masses, and ruin. Even the cadet minister Shingarev was obliged to maintain and continue the grain monopoly. Then there came to power, thanks to the votes of the trusting and as yet inexperienced masses, Kerensky with the right SRS and Mensheviks. What did they decide to do in the sphere of food supply? Did they abolish the grain monopoly? No, being in the clutches of necessity, in the clutches of the food shortage, they also had to maintain the grain monopoly. And after even the bourgeois love for competition, free trade, and speculation had thus to be subordinated to the interests of the state, they dare to say to us, abolish the grain monopoly and establish free trade, or, as others put it, if you are unwilling to renounce the grain monopoly and introduce free trade, then at least increase grain prices. I have heard this talk not only from speculators, kulaks, plunderers, big and little shopkeepers, also from some persons belonging to the working class. They must, of course, have been brought to despair by hunger, by their pitiful ration of bad bread, and they are looking for a way out, but they are looking for it in the wrong direction. If the Soviet power were now to proclaim the abolition of the grain monopoly, and to authorize free selling of grain, what would that lead to? It would mean that, at once, all the plunderers, speculators, and large-scale bagmen, or sackmen, were speculators who set out from the towns into the countryside, carrying bags, or sacks, in order to buy grain from the peasants and sell it at large profit in the towns, would rush to the Don, the Kuban, the Terek, and western Siberia, and there, like worms on a corpse, would fling themselves upon the stocks of grain. The price of grain would rise to 10, 25, 50, 100, and more rubles a pud. In the course of a single week prices would increase fivefold or tenfold. And that's not all. To get the grain to us, trucks are needed, and so a struggle for goods trucks would begin. Speculators would fight among themselves, and we should probably see an absolute orgy of bribery and corruption, along with ferocious competition. As a result, a pud of grain, by the time it reached Moscow, would cost 200 rubles and perhaps even more than that. The bourgeoisie, of course, would be able to obtain bread for themselves in greater quantity, just as, even now, they can pay enormous sums for extra bread, but for the working masses bread would finally become inaccessible. The workers would have to get right out of the habit of eating it, would have simply to forget bread and what it tastes like. For the worker starving on a quarter or an eighth of a pound, abolition of the grain monopoly would mean that bread would vanish completely from his table. But after listening to these arguments, they don't agree with us, and say, at least, then, increase grain prices. But to whose advantage would an increase in grain prices be? To the kulak's advantage. Why does the kulak not give the country grain? Why, because each kulak, and the kulak is no fool, reasons like this. It's more advantageous to keep the grain in the cellar because before the revolution there were already fixed prices for grain, then Kerensky doubled them, and now, perhaps these people will quadruple them. And if we were actually to increase grain prices, the kulak would then say, let the workers of Moscow and Petrograd starve for another couple of months, and they'll pay 5 and 6 times as much for grain as they pay now. And, from his robber's point of view, the kulak will be right to hide the grain in his barns, or even dig holes to hide it underground. He is not short of money, he has accumulated such a quantity of paper money that, in many places, the kulaks now reckon their holdings of banknotes in terms not of rubles but of pounds weight, and, after stuffing them into cocked bottles, they bury them in the earth. That is why the kulaks can and will try to starve the working class out. They know well that if, after a week or two of free trade, the worker has no bread, not even the pitiful ration he has now, which through a correct food supply policy can be increased, then there will be disturbances in the towns, discontent will burst forth as a result of which, perhaps, the Soviet power will be drowned in the rivers of blood from hunger riots, and the rule of the bourgeoisie will be restored. This is the policy of the bourgeoisie and its backers, the strong kulaks. First and foremost it is aimed at utilizing the food crisis in order to overthrow, to break, to starve out the workers and peasants' Soviet power. This is why their newspapers and their agents, their agitators and yes men, it doesn't matter what they call themselves, right SRS or Mensheviks, persistently spread the story that the famine has been caused by the Soviet power. 5. The baiting of the Soviet power. Blind slanderers, they have forgotten what we communists, Marxists, predicted to the possessing classes on the very threshold of the present war. We predicted that it would be a war of peoples, which would take them to the brink of ruin, giving rise to unheard of economic calamities. Let us recall our forecasts. You will have to hurl into battle, we said to the capitalists, the flower of Europe's inhabitants, tearing them away from productive work, and will force even those who are left behind to work only for the destruction of values. You will destroy the wealthiest economies, and within 2 or 3 years an incredible famine will spread all over Europe. Revolutionary Marxism drew this picture for capitalism not just before the World War, but long before it came. August Bebel, who died shortly before this war, made a speech, at one of the International Socialist Congresses in Copenhagen 28 that I happened to attend, in which he described with prophetic strokes the future world war and its consequences. He said at that time, Messrs. Bourgeois, by the international war you are preparing, you will raise an evil spirit that you won't be able to exorcise, and that will prove to be your undoing. And now, when our predictions have been fulfilled, when on the workers' and peasants' power has been laid the very heavy burden of the crimes committed by the Tsars, the possessing classes and their salesmen, the enemies of the people say, the Soviet power is to blame for everything, it even caused the famine. Allow me to ask, did not the bourgeois gentlemen try to cope with the tasks of power? After all, power has been held by the Tsar, by the bourgeoisie, by the right SRS and Mensheviks, and haven't they left us, as our inheritance from their great work, this present state of ruin? How, after that, do they dare to howl that it is only the Soviet power that is compelling the workers to starve, only the Soviet power that is incapable of coping with the state of ruin? Down with the Soviet power. Know this, we say in answer to them, the situation of the Soviet power is difficult, very difficult, at present, but, despite all the difficulties and all the calamities, the workers and peasants will not give up power. The bourgeoisie is cunning. It knows that the worker, the working man, is not used to governing, not used to wielding power, and the difficulties are many. Taking account of this, the bourgeoisie whispers to the worker, government is not for you. Your job is pulling the cart out of the mud, but as for ruling, that's the sacred responsibility of the capitalists, landlords, professors, and barristers. Naturally, such talk causes the working man to waver. Perhaps the working class has indeed taken on a responsibility that is too much for it? Perhaps, in order to wield power, one does really need to have qualities with which, so to speak, nature herself has endowed the bourgeoisie so that it can rule over the masses, and ought not the workers and peasants to bow humbly to the bourgeoisie and wipe away the dirty marks they have left? And, to be sure, if we believe that we are incapable of managing the state, we shall perish. If we lose heart, we are finished. This is a difficult time. The bourgeoisie is cunning, it is on the alert, it is mobilizing all its forces against us. The village kulaks, that is, the rural bourgeoisie, are being encouraged by the bourgeoisie through their newspapers and their agitators. Don't let the towns have any grain, hold on to it. We'll capture Petrograd and Moscow by starvation, we'll break the spirit of the working class, then, without needing to strike a blow, we'll capture those cities and recover our old power, the power of the rich over the poor. 6. The kulaks, bulwark and hope of the counter-revolution. The kulaks are the advance guard of the counter-revolution, all the hopes of the bourgeoisie are founded on the kulaks. That is why we must say firmly that, today, the main enemies of the town and of the rural poor are the kulaks, who are hiding away in their bins and their barns hundreds and thousands of poods of grain, while in towns and villages the workers and peasants are starving and dying of hunger typhus, and their children are dying too. The Central Executive Committee of the Soviet of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers Deputies was right, 3 times right, when it declared that the Soviet power will not tolerate a situation in which, while workers and peasants are everywhere starving, a section of the population of one and the same country, the kulaks and plunderers, are sitting on their bags of grain and waiting for the bony hand of famine to break the working people. No, comrades, this must not be. Through its government the working class has already proclaimed for all to hear, woe to all kulaks, woe to all speculators who withhold grain surpluses while the workers' children are dying of hunger typhus. For the Soviet power there is, in general, no such thing as private property, and this applies to grain even more than to anything else. We communists know only one possession that is sacred, the life of the working man, the life of the worker, his wife, and his children. That is the only possession which is sacred so far as we are concerned, and it gives us the right to do anything and everything. In that case, some may ask, if the life of the working man, his family, every member of it, is dearer to us than anything else, wouldn't it be better to pay 200, 300, or 400 rubles for a pood of grain, just to save that life? Nothing simpler, it would seem. But, you see, if the price of grain rises to 200 rubles a pood, it will be necessary, so as to maintain purchasing power, to raise the workers' wages to the same extent, and they will come to 1,000 and 2,000 rubles a month. Then, in accordance with the nature of free prices, grain will at once go up to 500 rubles a pood, and, so that what is in the worker's pocket may not lag behind the increase in prices, we shall have to increase his wages again. Consequently, to raise grain prices and then raise wages is like drinking salt water in order to quench your thirst. However much you drink, your thirst won't be quenched. Other voices are raised, saying, why must you take grain from the kulak by force when he would willingly exchange it for cloth or metal goods? But that's just the point, comrades, the kulak already has everything he needs, and if he is short of anything, let's say, nails or calico, he can get it for 5 poods of grain, but he holds hundreds and thousands of poods of grain, and he doesn't need that amount of calico or nails. The village poor need it, but they have no grain to exchange. Consequently we shall, through the committees of the poor, take grain from the kulaks without giving anything in exchange, only the poor will be allowed to exchange grain for cloth, nails, agricultural implements, for whatever is available in the town which is needed in the village. The fulfillment of this task will be incumbent on the peasants' committees of the poor. 29. Under the government's supervision they will take grain from the kulaks, exchange it for cloth, and distribute it amongst themselves. In our time, we did not shrink from using force to take the land from the landlords, or to put the factories and railways into the people's hands, just as, earlier, we did not shrink from knocking by force the crown from off the stupid Tsar's head. So, shall we shrink from tearing grain from the clutches of those kulaks who hold stocks of it and dishonestly conceal them? In conformity with this decision, the Central Executive Committee proclaimed, peasants. The towns have promised that they will give everything they possess which is needed for agriculture, metal, nails, reapers and other machines, tools, cloth, leather, glass, not to the kulaks but to the village poor. In return for that, the village poor, together with the procurement organs of the Soviet power, must take the grain from the kulaks. If the latter will not give it up voluntarily, Then all stocks of grain must be taken by force, by way of requisition, then be shed and must are in a brotherly manner among the hungry inhabitants of the country and the town. If we do not succeed in carrying out this task, that will mean we are good for nothing. Is it really possible that, in our own country, where stocks of grain for a year are available, we shall prove unable to take, in order to save ourselves from starvation, our daily bread out of the hands of the kulaks and speculators, who are like the dog in the manger, they themselves can't eat it but they don't want to give it up? They try to scare us, saying, you want to start a civil war between town and country. They all take that line, the bourgeoisie, the right SRS, and the Mensheviks. We reply, that's not true, this is not a war of the town against the country, but a joint struggle by the town and the rural poor against the rich kulaks, the plunderers, who are wearing out and exhausting the poor of both town and country. If a war of the town against the country and of the country against the town were to begin, that would mean the downfall of the revolution. But if the working class stretches out its hand from the town into the country and concludes an alliance with the rural poor, who have no stocks or surpluses, who do not trade in grain, but are working people just like the town workers, that is not a war between town and country but their joint struggle against the rural kulak class. 7. The Decree of May 13. In order to put into effect without delay the food supply policy which I have set forth, the Soviet government issued a decree on May 13. 30. This new decree of the Central Executive Committee, dated May 13, says this. After the law has been published in every volast, allow everyone a period of 1 week, during which they will be obliged to declare, precisely and conscientiously, what stocks of grain they hold, and, if they possess grain in excess of their own needs for feeding their families and their animals and for sowing their fields, they must surrender these surpluses to the Soviet procurement organizations in return for fixed prices. Anyone who does not reveal his surplus during that week is guilty of a crime. It is the duty of every inhabitant of the village to denounce him to the local Soviet and the procurement organization, and then his grain will be taken from him not in return for a fixed price but without any payment, while he himself will be brought to trial and judged as severely as for murder, with a sentence of up to 10 years hard labor. That is what is said in the Soviet government's new law of May 13. It is a right and just law. And it has already met with response in various parts of the country. The Food Commissariat receives dozens of telegrams in which the local procurement organizations report to Moscow on how the decree of May 13 is being implemented. I am not going to quote them all, it would take too long, but I shall refer to a few of them. Here, for example, is what they telegraphed from Yelets. Agents have been sent to each volast to observe how the volast Soviets are working, and in each village procurement commissions of the poorest peasants are being organized, in order to register and distribute the grain surpluses. Here is a communication from Samara. Agents of the Samara Procurement Committee have been dispatched to every uyezd and volast, with the task of putting into effect the decree of May 13. Their duty is to cooperate with the uyezd and volast Soviets and to prove to the population that the grain monopoly and fixed prices are not to be shaken, that is, that the Procurement Committee maintains its own standpoint unwaveringly, being neither for abolition of the grain monopoly nor for any increase in grain prices. From Omsk, where the counter-revolutionary movement of the Czechoslovaks has now developed, they telegraphed 3 or 4 days ago, everything has been got ready for the registration of grain. Tomorrow we shall send out special agents to speed up this work. A telegram from Luga says, the Peasants' Congress accepted the decree of May 13 in full and proceeded to put it into effect at once. I mentioned that the enemy says of our food supply policy that it is war by the town against the country. Yet, you see, all these telegrams are the true voice of the peasants and of the peasants' congresses, which have accepted the decree of May 13. Here is the report from Voronezh. Special workers' detachments have been called out, to requisition grain, fresh requisitioning detachments have been organized, recruitment of Voronezh workers for those detachments will shortly be announced, so that grain may be taken from the kulaks. A definite period following publication of the decree has been laid down for the surrender of grain. Inadequacy of armed forces for carrying out requisitions is being experienced. Again, the news from Kursk, the decree has been circulated to all the uyezds, in some of them requisitions have already been carried out. Penza reports, the local Soviet has resolved to take all measures for the speediest implementation of the decree of May 13. Yelets reports, orders have been given for the decree to be fulfilled unwaveringly. Armed requisitioning detachments have been sent into the Volosts, we will inform you of the result. Very interesting is the news from Kamyshin. At the Peasants' Congress which opened yesterday, the majority of the speakers expressed themselves in favor of immediate requisitioning of the grain surpluses held by the kulaks and their dispatch to the famine-stricken provinces. At Yekaterinodar there was held recently a congress of the regions rich in grain, attended by 1,333 delegates. And what was the resolution adopted by this congress? For free trade, perhaps? For increasing grain prices? I will read you the resolution of this Congress, the Third Congress of the Kuban and Black Sea Republic. The Kuban and Black Sea Republic embraced the Kuban territory plus the Black Sea District, i.e. the narrow strip along the coast which includes Novorossiysk, Tvis, and Sochi. Was attended by 1,333 delegates from different stanazas. Stanisa was a Cossack settlement, as against the villages of the non-Cossack peasant inhabitants of the Cossack territories, the Outlanders, and villages and from the front. On the current situation, the Congress recognized the policy of Russia's Council of People's Commissars as correct. The Congress devoted its attention mainly to the question of the front, and decided to direct all forces toward the re-establishment of a strong, disciplined army. The Congress resolved to make a vigorous start to the sending of grain to the famine-stricken north. Let us hear the voice of Ufa, which has always supplied a lot of grain. The inhabitants have been informed of the decree. All the procurement organs are working under the threat of being held strictly responsible. The collection of grain has increased already before the detachments were sent out. The decree itself has, so to speak, made the rural kulaks think their last hour has come, and forced them to get a move on with the collection of grain. The Congress of Poor Peasants, where 150 deputies were present, passed our resolution unanimously. All the telegrams I have quoted were sent, comrades, not from anyone's study, not by individual writers. This is the voice of the localities, of the Soviet procurement committees, the village poor. It is obvious now that communities of the village poor must be set up everywhere, in opposition to the village rich. The committees of the village poor will take charge of the putting into effect of the decree of May 13. 8. The workers' grain procurement detachments. We have to deal with yet another important question. This also has arisen in the localities. Here, for example, from that same Ufa they write that detachments must immediately be sent from the famine-stricken areas. The question of these detachments is very important, comrades. In the localities they really need detachments from the famine-stricken areas. Why do we need them? It's quite natural. When famine exists somewhere a long way off, in another province, people in the well-supplied localities don't really know what that means, they don't feel the pangs. Their idea of it is confirmed to what they read in the papers, so, there's famine in Moscow. After all, we, too, when we read, for example, that cholera or plague has broken out somewhere, we just think about it for a moment and then forget it. Not only kulaks but genuine working people, too, if they themselves are pretty well off for bread, don't take all that closely to heart somebody else's hunger. And therefore it is necessary that workers' detachments be sent thither, to the provinces that are rich in grain, from the hungry cities, detachments of Petrograd and Moscow workers. They need to go out there not to engage in robbery and plundering, as our enemies allege, but for the lofty purpose of addressing themselves, when they have arrived in the countryside, first and foremost to the poor, saying, "We hungry workers who have come to you, village poor, offer our hand in brotherhood and say, in our town there is still cloth, metal, nails, we are ready to send into the countryside whatever we possess, in exchange for grain. Let us share like brothers our common stock of resources. Have you any grain? No, the poor peasant will reply, I have only as much grain as will see me through until the next harvest is in. But your neighbor has some. Yes, he has, his bins are full. Right, then, let's go together to see him, check how much he has in his bins, and make a record of it. And has he a horse and a cart? Yes, he has. Let's load his grain onto the cart, and then let's leave half of it here to meet the needs of the peasants in this district and the neighboring provinces, and send the other half to Moscow, to Petrograd. Our detachments sent out from Moscow and Petrograd will take working-class women with them, proletarian wives and mothers who know better than anyone else what famine means for a family with a lot of children. When she reaches Ufa province, or western Siberia, such a housewife will say what needs to be said to the local kulaks. Can we doubt, comrades, that the fraternal alliance between the town workers and the village poor will be strengthened, that the kulaks will not dare to oppose this combination, since they are so insignificant numerically? If we take the actual kulaks, those who are now speculating in grain, they number no more than 1/20 of the population of working, needy and hungry Russia as a whole. This, then, is the task of the workers' grain procurement detachments, to set going a campaign for grain, waged by the working people. We shall not permit the population to perish from hunger and exhaustion while there is grain to be had in our country. We shall find helpers everywhere, even in the most out-of-the-way corners, all that's needed is to shout for it. We shall send out from Moscow 2 or 3 or 4, or, if need be, 10,000 honest, advanced workers, properly armed, who will not rob and plunder. We shall assign to them the task of coming to the aid of the rural poor and registering, together with the latter, the stocks of grain that are available. Of course, should the local kulaks resist, and set rifles and machine guns between the grain and the hungry, they will have to be dealt with relentlessly, fierce war will have to be waged against them, and it is for that task that the workers will be armed. But in most cases it won't come to that. All that will be needed will be for a few thousand conscious, disciplined, advanced workers and honest, disciplined Red Army men to turn up, saying, Moscow needs grain, give it to us, at the fixed prices laid down by the Soviet power, and there will be grain, comrades. All that is needed is the desire and determination to fight for grain. We do not always have enough of that quality. The workers of Petrograd are only now beginning to bestir themselves. Comrade Zinoviev informed us today, from Petrograd, that 4,000 armed workers of that city are being sent out to wage the campaign for grain. These workers possess not only rifles but also ability to speak and the power to convince. When they get to the localities they will make splendid agitators among the village poor. Besides this, on June 8 the Council of People's Commissars discussed the question of establishing everywhere, on a compulsory basis, alongside the Volast and village Soviets, committees of the village poor, of those who know just as well as the workers do what it means to be hungry and undernourished. We shall link ourselves with them, as brothers, and together with them we shall put into action our Soviet policy in the rural areas. Workers have already been asking what organization is to undertake the dispatch of armed detachments into the countryside. Some workers, who have the weapons needed, would like to set out on their own responsibility. Comrades, we must eliminate possible misunderstandings here. The grain procurement campaign, that is, the struggle for grain, has to be waged in a strictly organized, strictly centralized way. Those workers who wish to form themselves into grain procurement detachments must apply directly to the People's Commissariat of Food, which has lists of all the provinces, uyezds, and volosts that are rich in grain supplies and require to have such workers' detachments sent to them. Otherwise, if groups of worker volunteers set out on their own responsibility, unknown to the Food Commissariat, it could happen that dozens of detachments made their way to one province or volost, while another was left without a single detachment, and anarchy, disorder, and ruin would be the result. We want to wage the grain procurement campaign in an organized, centralized way, that is, to have at the center a common leadership for dealing with the food situation throughout the country, and to ensure that, in the localities, the workers' grain procurement detachments do not act otherwise than in conformity with the instructions of the local procurement organizations, firmly linked with the center. I repeat, what we need is coordination and not disorder and dissension. The idea has been expressed that we ought to introduce monopoly and establish fixed prices for everything. That is a correct idea, and it would be close to realization if the working class had established order in the country, like a good master, a people's master, who surveys the whole country with a master's eye and knows how much grain there is in it, how much iron and coal, how many locomotives, how many of these are fit to use and how many are out of action, who keeps a record of everything, brings bookkeeping and accounting into everything. When we have introduced such real workers' and peasants' labor order, and the discipline needed for it, we shall then be able to lay down prices for all articles and regulate production so that every article will be available in proportion to need. All that is the very foundation of our socialist system, the system under which the whole people produce everything they need, to the amount that is sufficient for their livelihood, and share it out equally, like brothers, under which the whole people live like one harmonious family, like one fraternal working team. That is what we are striving towards, that is the true image of socialism, but there is a long way to go before reaching it, and we have only just begun the journey. Barring the road that leads to that goal stands the bourgeoisie, organizing conspiracies and revolts, striving to stir up the masses to hunger riots. Struggle against the bourgeoisie is our first and fundamental task. 9. The bourgeoisie's intrigues against the Soviet power. The bourgeoisie considers that power belongs to it forever. This is the belief firmly held by all possessing classes since time immemorial. It is based on the fact that knowledge of how to govern is passed on from generation to generation, from father to son, within the bourgeoisie. In addition, the historical self-assurance of the bourgeoisie is based upon its wealth. And the wealth of the bourgeoisie is like a snowball, which rolls down the mountainside, grows bigger, and becomes an avalanche. The bourgeoisie sits on a mountain of gold and gazes down scornfully on those below. It is certain that it can do everything, and that the working masses must remain, as before, under the knout and the yoke. The bourgeoisie is convinced that the working people are incapable of such a privileged task as ruling that state, that they cannot hold on to power. But, proving to the whole world that the opposite is the case, the working class in Russia has seized power and held on to it. And if the workers and peasants, after taking power in an entire country for the first time in the history of all mankind, were to let this power slip, to let it fall from the hands of the Soviets, why, then there could be no greater festival of rejoicing for the landlords, exploiters, kings, and ministers of all countries, everywhere. Every bourgeois in France, Britain, Germany, would then tell his workers and his peasants, you call yourselves socialists, you are preparing to get rid of us bourgeois and take power yourselves, but just see what has become of the workers who tried that. They flew high, but where did they come down? They have gone back to their old place, and returned power to the kulaks, landlords, and speculators, to the plunderers. Why? Because they proved unable to cope even with the food question, hunger exhausted and overstrained them, so that they weren't strong enough to deal with it. Famine and counter-revolution help each other, they go hand in hand. The counter-revolution blames the Soviet power for the famine, but is that true? Consider, what, in general, is the Soviet power? It was you, the workers and peasants, who yourselves set up the Soviet power. If Ivanov or Petrov, whom you elected to a Soviet turns out to be no good, then take Karpov, send Ivanov away, put Sidorov in. When they tell you that Soviet power is bad in principle, as a form of organization, they are telling you that you yourselves are good for nothing. So what? That would be true, if we were to fail to cope with our historical tasks, if, after rolling up our sleeves, we do not overcome our difficulties, that will indeed mean that the Russian working class is too weak to hold power. In that case, there's no point in reproaching either Ivanov or Sidorov, we must call upon the bourgeoisie to govern and give orders, and the working class is, indeed, born to submit itself to the bourgeoisie, to serve it and wipe away the dirty marks it leaves behind it. If you agree with that, then put your trust in the cadets, the right SRS and the Mensheviks, in those who are now, with all their strength and by every means, working to subvert the supply of food to the workers, promoting the most criminal forms of sabotage, directed against the sacred task of feeding the hungry working people. Consider the resolutions of the SRS and the Mensheviks. What do they say? That it is impossible to give support to the Soviet power. Why is it impossible to give such support? Because the Soviet power is strong only in the support of the workers and peasants. Because Mr. Ryabushinsky, that Moscow capitalist well known to us, has supplied the SRS and Mensheviks with the method of weakening support for the Soviet power on the part of the working people. He said, last year already, when the bony hand of famine grips the throat of the working class, they will learn discipline, that is, they will come to heel. This Mr. Ryabushinsky has at his command, as agents and assistants, the right SRS and Mensheviks. And these criminals and enemies of the people incite the desperate to revolt. We know, of course, what it means for a worker's family to receive a quarter or an eighth of a pound of bread. In such a situation hunger riots by ignorant people, directed against the Soviet power, can occur. What would these riots contribute? Whom would they help? These rioters would be like the foolish infant who, finding no milk in his mother's exhausted breast, bites that breast. It would be a revolt against oneself. No, not hunger riots against your own representatives, whom you can replace, change, recall, not hunger riots, but strengthening the power of the workers and the poor peasants over the rich, taking of grain stocks and proper distribution of them throughout the whole country. That is the real remedy, the true road of salvation. 10. Who betrayed the Ukraine? To those gentry who blame the Soviet power for the famine, and who mention that in the Ukraine there are 500 million poods of grain, they keep quiet about the fact that the Germans are now trying to take this grain for themselves. We say, but who was it who opened the gates of the Ukraine to the imperialists, who called in the Germans? The Ukrainian Rada. And what does the Ukrainian Rada consist of? Of the Ukrainian SRS, the Ukrainian Mensheviks, and such like traitors. The Soviet power is to blame for the famine, they scream. But when our Soviet units withdrew from the Ukraine under the pressure of the Germans, and advised the workers and peasants, remove from the Ukraine grain, gold, metals, coal, and what you can't remove, destroy otherwise, the Germans will seize everything and take it to their country. What did the Mensheviks and SRS say then? Don't remove anything, leave everything where it is, otherwise we shall perish from famine. And what happened? The Germans came and grabbed the lot. Every chicken was taxed. The Germans know how to proceed with precision. Every homestead was subjected to a tax in the form of a certain number of pounds of butter and a certain number of bottles of milk, and it was assessed so that the peasants were left with nothing. And now the bourgeois papers write that there is an unprecedented upsurge of Bolshevism in the Ukraine, that the entire mass of the peasantry are saying that the Bolsheviks were right when they warned that the Germans will take everything, so everything must be removed. This is what the bourgeois papers say on this matter, according to Skoropadsky, the Kiev, Podolsk, Poltava, Kharkov, Kherson and Yekaterinoslav provinces, together with part of Voronezh province, are in the grip of constant peasant risings. The highest degree of tension in these disorders has been reached in Podolsk and Yekaterinoslav provinces. The peasants are joining forces with the workers. The Krivoy Rog district is now in the hands of the rebels. A struggle between the peasants and the troops is in progress on the territory of Yekaterinoslav province. In Podolsk province the punitive detachments that were sent in were on the point of putting a stop to the disorders, but these have broken out again. 31. That is the situation in the Ukraine today. The bourgeois press writes of the growth of Bolshevism in the Ukraine. They write similarly about Poland, which is occupied by the Germans. Warsaw is the scene of a general strike. Comrades, people who have recently arrived from Courland, Estonia, and Livonia. Courland is now included in Latvia, and Livonia is divided between Estonia and Latvia. Report that there, too, the mood is extremely tense, and relations between the local population and the German troops have become extremely exacerbated. 11 Who organized the Czechoslovak mutiny? And now, in these tragic circumstances, while we are starving and while our brothers in the occupied regions are waging a fierce struggle, now covered, now overt, the Czechoslovak revolt has broken out in our rear. 32 Who organized it? The answer is clear: those who blame the Soviet power for the famine, those who betrayed the Ukraine. At Novonikolaevsk and Omsk, a so-called government of Siberia has been established. It has announced that it wields power relying upon the Czechoslovaks. What does this government consist of? As with the Ukrainian Rada, it consists of right SRS and Mensheviks. The Czechoslovak revolt on the Trans-Siberian Railway has already held up for 2 weeks the movement of trains loaded with grain from Siberia to Moscow and Petrograd. According to the SRS, therefore, the Soviet power is responsible for the famine in the capital. We have documents proving that in Siberia, besides the British and French imperialists and the Russian counter-revolutionaries, officers, and monarchists, there was direct participation by the right SRS and the Mensheviks. And these same people come to the workers here and say, plaintively, "You are starving, workers, look how the Soviet power has brought you to starvation." But then they turn round and say to the Czechoslovaks, "Revolt, rise up against the Soviet power, so as to delay the movement of freight along the Trans-Siberian line for a week, a fortnight, a month." Here in Moscow we discovered a conspiracy in which several hundred officers, monarchists, inveterate counter-revolutionaries, old servants of the Tsar, were involved, and which was headed by Savinkov, the leader of the right SRS. I ask you, is there now any line of distinction separating the counter-revolutionaries, monarchists, exploiters, and kulaks from our neighbors of yesterday, the right SRS and Mensheviks? No, there is no such line. They have joined together in one black camp of counter-revolutionaries against the exhausted masses of workers and peasants. Cries of shame! I must say that I am amazed at your long suffering. Although, in the Soviets of Workers' Deputies, where the working population is represented, the overwhelming majority are communists and left SRS, nevertheless, over in a corner sit 5 or 6, or perhaps 10 right SRS. They sit in the Soviets of Workers' Deputies, not of kulaks or bankers' deputies, but of workers' deputies, and at the same time they organize revolts by monarchist officers and Czechoslovaks against the workers' and peasants' Soviet power. I think the time has come to say that traitors, betrayers of the revolution, can find no place in the ranks of the workers' and peasants' Soviets. But we say to you and we say to our enemies, that, however difficult the situation may be in which destiny has placed us, we possess the strength we need. We know that the 3 most difficult months in the Soviet year are approaching. These months, June, July, August, are the gravest months, when the country has not yet gathered in the new harvest. Famine stands at the gates of many towns, villages, and factories. These 3 months are terrible months for the young Soviet power. But, on the other hand, if we live through these 3 months with firmness, as revolutionaries who have resolved not to surrender their positions to the enemy, the Soviet Republic will be consolidated forever. 12 We shall defy the malice of all our foes. Although we are as yet weak in comparison with the European proletariat, it is we whom the wave of events has raised precisely to a tremendous height. The Russian working class is at present the only working class in all the world which is free from political oppression. Yes, we are in a bad way, we are having a hard time, the country is in ruins, there is no grain, but the Russian working class was the first to draw itself up to its full height, take power, and say, "Now I am going to start to learn how to steer the ship of state." And the working class all over the world is looking expectantly and hopefully to the Russian proletariat, and often the workers of other countries, who have not yet taken power, find their hearts sinking with fear. They think, anxiously, Will the Russian worker hold on to power, or won't he? And the bourgeois press lies and slanders, see how the Russian working class is collapsing beneath the burden of power. That was how the bourgeois press acted in October, too, when it wrote that Soviet power would last no more than a fortnight. Then they gave us a month, then 2 months, to be gone, but, lo and behold, we have lasted 7 months, and now, even though things are sometimes difficult, we say, we shall also last out these 3 fearful months to come. And when the European worker gazes at us anxiously, we shall, because of this, answer him, European workers, brothers. Don't lose hope, don't lose confidence in us. We are in difficulties, and we look to you to come to our aid. But we give you our word that we shall hold on with all our might to the banner of workers' and peasants' power that has been entrusted to us. And, comrades, let this promise which we give, standing on a peak of history, be no empty, vain form of words. Let each one of us today, when he goes back home, to his room or to his factory, vow to make an immediate practical contribution to launching the campaign for grain for Moscow and for the whole country. Cannot we here, in this Moscow of 2 million people, form detachments, even if they number no more than 10,000 of the advanced, reliable, conscientious, and honest workers, to go out into the countryside to organize planned Soviet order? Where they find a kulak they will take grain from him, where they find some railway bigwig who takes bribes for letting trucks through, they will punish him, they will introduce order, get rid of the bagman, and supply us in Moscow with grain, so that we may hold on till better times arrive. I said at the beginning that the workers are suffering from frightful famine in all countries of Europe. The workers of Germany, France, and Britain, who have been accustomed to better conditions of existence, are only now starting to appreciate what this terrible war means. If the Austro-German coalition wins, the German worker will have to pay after the war, as a result of the colossal victories, taxes 5 times as high as before the war. This has been calculated by German bourgeois statisticians. The same fate threatens the British and French workers. This is why the French politicians are telling their workers, we can't stop the war, we need to make the Germans pay. On their side, the Germans tell their workers, we can't stop the war, we need to make France and Britain pay, otherwise you'll have to pay big taxes. And so, by the will of the capitalists, the peoples of Europe, grappling one with another, are wearing each other out, and can see no end to this. A new battle is being fought now on the Western Front. Hundreds of thousands, millions of men will die, hundreds of millions of values will be destroyed, turned into smoke and ashes. And the outcome of all this will be that some frontier will be moved forward some 20, 30 or 40 versts. And the capitalists will go on exhausting and ruining the worker masses of all countries until our brothers in the West answer back, rising in revolt and overthrowing bourgeois rule and its state frontiers. The capitalists call that piece of land which they surround with bayonets their fatherland, but we say that our fatherland, given us by nature, is the whole earth, that in this fatherland, that is, in the earth as a whole, we want to organize one common economy of brothers, wherein there will be no frontiers, no bayonets, no enmity. We say, just as in one factory there work together Russians, Poles, Estonians, Jews, and Lets, so, in that huge factory which is called the world, it is possible for Russian, Germans, French and British to work together like brothers. And if we create this worldwide team of the working masses, against the oppressors, against the robbers, we shall be bringing real order to the earth. Let the priests of all religions, all the preachers, tell us about the paradise in another world. But we say that we want to create a real paradise for people on this earth. We must not lose sight for 1 hour of our great ideal, the best of all ideals mankind has ever striven toward. To compare, take the old religious doctrines, take the doctrine of Christ, all that is best, all that is noblest of what we find in these doctrines is embodied in our doctrine, the doctrine of socialism. And we want this to be no vague creed but a reality, so that people may live not like wild beasts fighting over a piece of bread, but like brothers in harmony, who cultivate the earth together and make of it one flowering garden for all mankind. And in order to realize such an ideal, such a great aim, we need to fight staunchly, bravely, and resolutely, to the end, and, if need be, to die, to shed our blood to the last drop for the sake of the brotherhood of the peoples. 13. The International Revolution. I am asked, but aren't your views regarding the revolution in Western Europe colored with too much optimism and cheerfulness? Suppose no revolution takes place in the West, what will become of us then? This is the question of a man who is wavering, shaking, afflicted with doubt, and there are many such. One can say to him this, at least, when the Petrograd workers, men and women, came out onto the streets at the end of February 1917, with the slogan Bread and Peace, and when they found support only in the Volhynian regiment, there were also those who doubted and wavered, saying, "You men of the Volhynian regiment are coming out, but the Semyonovsky regiment won't support you, so you're doomed. You, Petrograd workers, are coming out, but the Moscow workers won't support you, so you're doomed." And when we began our October Revolution, people who doubted and vacillated also said, "Of course you have with you the revolutionary workers and soldiers of Petrograd, you are carrying the revolution through here, but Moscow won't back you up, and neither will Yaroslavl, Tambov, or Penza, so why have you begun?" We answered all these doubting Thomases, "No, you skeptical comrades, you waverers, your standpoint is false, radically false. The workers in Petrograd are more revolutionary, you say, but their revolutionaries did not, after all, fall from heaven. It reflects a general revolutionary mood in the country. The workers of Petrograd are not separated from the workers of other towns by a stone wall. If the Petrograd workers are more advanced, then it is up to them to begin, and to draw the others after them." And who was right? The skeptics, the doubters, the waverers? No, we were the ones to be proved right. In the hearts of the working class much bitter hatred had accumulated, mistrust and striving to throw off the yoke of capitalism. The example offered by the heroic struggle of the advanced workers raised up the more backward ones and urged them forward. Just as the Petrograd workers raised up the Russian workers, so will the Russian workers raise up, support and urge forward the workers of the whole world. I say this not on the strength of books or newspapers. As a socialist émigré, during the Tsarist regime, I was tossed from one country to another. Just before the beginning of the war I was in Austria, and was therefore obliged, being a Russian, to move hastily into Switzerland. I was in France for about 2 years, and observed there the growth of hatred among the working class against all the capitalists who had dragged that country into the dishonest war and then enriched themselves from this war. From France I was sent into Spain, a neutral country. I saw how the war was exhausting that country as well, pumping foodstuffs out of it and giving rise to stormy movements among the working class. From Spain they sent me to the United States, and while I was there 2 great events occurred: the entry of the United States into the war, and the beginning of the Russian Revolution. America's intervention immediately produced a big increase in the price of grain and food, and I saw in New York many thousands of working class women going out into the street to shout, "Down with war, we want to eat." Then came the news of the Russian Revolution. In March of last year, I was present at numerous meetings in America which were attended by tens of thousands of workers. The entire proletariat of New York lived and throbbed with one thought: look at the heroic working class of Russia. May the time come when we American workers, too, will talk the language of revolution to our bourgeoisie. I saw what a beneficial influence the liberation struggle of the Russian Revolution had upon the American workers. I left that country in March and came here, to Russia. However, man proposes, but Britain disposes. En route, I was taken prisoner by the British, as an opponent of the war, a revolutionary, and imprisoned in Canada. There I came face to face with German sailors who had been captured by the British from ships they had sunk. I spent a month in their company. We lived under one roof, in one huge barracks hut which held 800 men. They all followed the course of our revolution avidly. There were 6 of us Russians. When we were released from that place, all the German sailors formed up into ranks. They were honoring not us, but the Russian Revolution. Their representative, an outstanding revolutionary sailor, said, "Tell our Russian brothers that it is harder for us than for them, because our state machine is more strongly built, and it will be more difficult for us to blow it up, but our hearts throb with hatred for capital and for our Kaiser, in unison with the hearts of the Russian workers." And, after that, did we not see general strikes in Germany in January of this year, and were there not recently revolts among the sailors of the German Navy? And in Finland there have been meetings of German sailors, hundreds of arrests, dozens of executions. All these are facts. Is the German Revolution too slow in coming? Yes, that is true, but did you and I make our revolution in a day? Wasn't there first of all the year 1905, the 9th of January 33, October, 1905, 34. Then Stolypin stifled us. We stayed silent for 12 years, we were active underground, and then, straightening our backs, we overthrew the Tsar in 1917. Yes, the emancipation of the working class is a hard task. It won't be accomplished in one day. And it is harder for the Germans than for us. They too have landlords, capitalists, predators, just as in Russia, they too have oppressors and enemies of the working class, but these are not embezzlers, drunkards, and idlers such as our landlords were, but business-like scoundrels, clever exploiters of the working people. Consequently, those exploiters are seated firmly in their places. But the experience of history, together with common sense, tells us that the working class in Britain, France, and Germany will do as we did. What can the war give to the working class of Britain and Germany but new taxes, new sacrifices, thousands and millions of cripples, orphans, widows, old men and fathers left without anyone to look after them? And when the worker masses start to leave the trenches and go back home, and they find that their wives' cooking pots are empty and there is nothing for the children to eat, can we doubt that indignation such as history has never before seen will seize the working masses of all Europe, of the whole world? Yes, the revolution is progressing too slowly, that is true. We should have liked it to break out everywhere at once. It is progressing slowly, but it is moving. It will cut secret passages for itself into the realms of the bourgeoisie, and it will conquer. A comrade from Belarusia told us here about how, in those parts, the bourgeoisie hoards grain underground and sets grave crosses on the mounds so that it won't be found. That's the bourgeoisie for you. But we say that the revolution will triumph and give grain to the working people of the whole world, and it will bury the bourgeoisie in a grave mound, and set over that mound not a cross but an aspen stake. In the Russian countryside of old it was traditional to mark the grave of a witch with an aspen stake. Notes. 24 Sergeyev Posad, Klin, Pavlovsky Posad were uyezd centers in Moscow province, Dorogobush was an uyezd center in Smolensk province. 25 The Svinhufvud government was the bourgeois government of Finland which was overthrown by a workers' revolt during the night of January 27 to 28, 1918. Power passed to the proletariat, and the government was obliged to flee to the north, to the city of Vaasa. A dogged civil war began. In the first period the Red Finns occupied the whole of southern Finland and organized Soviet power there. The Baltic Division, led by General von der Goltz, which landed on April 3 in the rear of the Red Front, advanced on Helsingfors, occupied it, and together with the White Finnish forces under General Mannerheim, liquidated the revolt. The Svinhufvud government reigns once more in Finland, through the power of German bayonets, and is still today, amid rivers of blood, taking vengeance on the proletariat for their attempt to seize power. 26 This speech was made during the period when the Peace of Brest-Litovsk was in force and before the defeat of the Germans on the Western Front. 27 The grain-growing areas of Turkestan and Western Siberia. 28 A Congress of the Second International was held in Copenhagen in 1911. 29. The decree on organizing the rural poor in the villages and volosts was adopted at the session of the All-Russia CEC on June 11. Organized by the local Soviets with the direct participation of the procurement organizations, these committees were intended to unite the poor peasants in struggle against the kulaks and to defend the grain monopoly. The basic duties of the Committee of the Poor were, to cooperate with the procurement organism extracting grain surpluses, and to distribute this grain and goods of prime necessity. The Committees of the Poor were abolished by a resolution of the 6th Congress of Soviets. 30. The decree of May 13 reaffirmed the impregnability of the grain monopoly and fixed prices, and also the need for ruthless struggle against speculators in grain and bagmen. All grain in excess of the amount needed for sowing and for personal consumption was to be declared in each volost. Everyone who possessed surplus grain and failed to bring it to the collection points was to be declared an enemy of the people and brought before the revolutionary tribunal. All working and poor peasants were called upon to unite for ruthless struggle against the kulaks. All means for resolute struggle against opponents of the extraction of surpluses were concentrated in the hands of the People's Commissariat of Food, up to and including the right to employ armed force. 31. May and June 1918 were the months that saw the maximum growth of peasant revolts in the Ukraine. 32. For more details on the Czechoslovak revolt, see note 79 in chapter 32. 33. On January 9, 1905, the workers of Petrograd who had walked in procession to the Winter Palace to present a petition to Nikolai Romanov were fired on by troops loyal to the Tsar. The story of this petition is as follows. On January 3 a strike began at the Putilov works, in protest against the dismissal of some workers by the administration. Despite the cooperation of the Assembly of Factory Committees, organized by the police and the security service and headed by the priest Gapon, it did not prove possible to settle this conflict peacefully. On January 6 the strike spread to nearly all the factories in Petrograd. The workers put forward demands that were not only economic but also political. Under the influence of agitation by the priest Gapon, it was decided to petition the Tsar, in whom many workers naively trusted. On January 9 the unarmed demonstration was shot down in the streets of Petrograd. 34. On October 17, 1905, Tsardom was compelled by the pressure of the All-Russim strike to proceed to a partial limitation of its own powers, promising to introduce civil liberties and to convene a State Duma. The manifesto of October 17 detached the petty bourgeois and intelligentsia elements from the revolution. Organizing the Red Army. The New Army. ******. Speech at the Alexeyevskaya People's House, March 22, 1918. On Red Army Day, 35. The practice of celebrating Red Army Day on February 23 was not established until 1919. The February Revolution and then the October Revolution took place largely under the sign of struggle for a peace on honest democratic principles. The bourgeoisie, which obtained power in the first period of the revolution, very gravely hindered the cause of peace through its imperialistic policy. Only with the October Revolution, when state power passed directly into the hands of the Soviets, did Russia enter a phase of real, active struggle for peace. We put forth all possible efforts, made every sacrifice, toward this end, going so far as complete demobilization of the old army and declaration that Russia was no longer at war with the Central Powers, but German imperialism, feeling no serious revolutionary pressure from within, brought down all its weight upon almost disarmed Russia, and dealing a series of treacherous blows at her, obliged our country to sign an impossibly burdensome treaty of peace. Such a peace, with the ever-present threat to Soviet Russia's very existence from Germany, Japan, and other imperialist powers, cannot last long, and for this reason the urgent, essential task that the present moment sets before us is that of organizing the country's defense, mobilizing all its forces to give an armed rebuff to the enemy, both external and internal. What are the concrete measures which must be taken immediately and fully, right now? Universal and compulsory military training of the entire population of Russia. Every worker and peasant must devote a certain number of hours every day to military study. We must invite to serve as instructors experienced old soldiers, non-commissioned officers and members of the old commanding apparatus. All the officers, all the doctors and engineers, all the educated specialists who have hitherto been zealously engaged in sabotage, will be dragged out into the open. It is said that the attitude of the former officers is counter-revolutionary, that it will be dangerous to entrust them with military work in a socialist army. But, in the first place, they will be allotted only the technical and operational strategic aspects of the work, while the entire apparatus of the army as a whole, its organization and internal structure will be entirely and completely a matter for the Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. And, in the second place, the officers and generals were objects of fear to us only when they controlled the entire mechanism of state power. Now, they are helpless to shake and undermine the foundations of Soviet power. But let every one of them realize, and firmly keep in mind, that if they make the slightest attempt to use their position for counter-revolutionary purposes, they will suffer severe punishment, they will be dealt with in accordance with the full strictness of revolutionary order, they will be shown no mercy. As regards discipline in the army, this must be the discipline of people who are bound together by one and the same firm revolutionary consciousness of their socialist duty. This will not be a discipline based on orders from above, a discipline enforced by the officer's stick, but fraternal, conscious, revolutionary discipline. In view of the approach of spring and of the work in the fields that this brings with it, we cannot carry out universal mobilization at this moment. For the time being we shall confine ourselves to introducing universal compulsory military training and the formation of volunteer fighting units which will serve as the skeleton of the new mass army. The country is in a shattered state, the economy has been disorganized, there is no strict accounting, and without that it is difficult to organize defense. Besides ruthless and resolute struggle against the speculators and capitalists who even now have not tired of profiteering from the people's misfortunes, intensifying the already chaotic state of the country, we shall wage an equally stern and resolute struggle against those hooligan elements from among the working people themselves who are plundering and destroying the people's property to the value of tens and hundreds of thousands of rubles. The revolutionary people will authorize struggle against these hooligan elements in the name of defense and preservation of the people's property. We have enemies everywhere, but we also have friends in Europe, namely, the working class. It is incomparably harder for them than it was for us to fight against their own splendidly organized and still strong bourgeoisie, but the 4 years' war is inevitably preparing the objective basis for an all-Europe revolution. Sooner or later the conflagration of revolutionary civil war will burst forth in Europe. In this war too we must not be the last to come forward, we must be fully armed and ready for battle, we must conquer, and we shall conquer in this war because the working class of all countries, risen in revolt, cannot but be victorious in the final decisive conflict with its age-old enemies, those who started and who are prolonging this plundering butchery, the bloodiest ever known. Notes 35 On Red Army Day, March 22, 1918, big meetings were held in all districts of the city of Moscow under the slogan, Organize Socialist Defense. These meetings were arranged by the All-Russia CEC, the Moscow Soviet, the All-Russia Board for Organizing the Red Army, and the Moscow Committee of the Russian Communist Party, Bolsheviks. Organizing the Red Army. The Red Army. Speech at the session of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee, April 22, 1918. Comrades, the crucial character of the epoch in which we live is reflected in an especially acute and painful way in the internal life of the army, which is a huge organization, powerful in the number of persons and the amount of material resources that it embraces, and at the same time extremely sensitive to all those historical shocks which constitute the very nature of the revolution. After the October Revolution, the old Ministry of War was formally transformed into the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs. But this commissariat actually relied, and could not but rely, upon the military organism which had been inherited from the previous epoch. The army, which had spent 3 years in the trenches, had received already before the revolution, in the battles fought under Tsardom, then through the inner insolvency of the regime that prevailed in the first period of the revolution, and, finally, in the offensive of June 18, a series of cruel blows, from within and from without, which were bound inevitably to bring it to a state of complete disintegration. The People's Commissariat for Military Affairs relied upon this huge organization, upon its personnel and its material apparatus, and at the same time, foreseeing its inevitable collapse, took steps to create a new army which would have to reflect, to a greater or lesser extent in this period of transition, the structure of the Soviet regime, to correspond to that regime. Within the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs, in one corner of it, there was set up an All-Russia Board for organizing a workers' and peasants' Red Army. 36 This board has now, in practice, itself become transformed into the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs. For the old army, which in October, November, and December of 1917 still survived, materially at least, as a body, although it had already long ceased to exist as a soul, this army has at last, by way of extremely painful processes, departed from the scene. Thus the task of the War Commissariat at the present time consists in taking over the huge military apparatus of the past, disorganized and disordered, but powerful by virtue of the values which it contains, examining it, organizing it, and adapting it to the army which we now wish to form. We are at present, at the top of the organization, merging the departments of the All-Russia Board for organizing the Workers' and Peasants' Army with the corresponding departments of the War Commissariat, which still reflect the old army that no longer exists. But this work affects only the very top of the organization. Furthermore, still remaining in the field of the military administrative apparatus, we must note that a no less radical break has taken place in the localities. Having replaced the old organization of authority, including the military administration, by the Soviet organization, we found ourselves in the first period thereafter without any organs of military administration in the localities. The local Soviets took care of this work, along with all the rest, somehow or other, through their general purposes Soviet apparatus. Under the pressure of increasing needs they began to separate off special military departments, but this was far from happening everywhere. We have already introduced, through the Council of People's Commissars, a statute for local military administrations in the volosts, uyezds, provinces, and districts. 37 We set up everywhere a uniform type of the Soviet military administrative institution which we have called the Commissariat for Military Affairs and which we have constructed on the same lines as, in general, all the ruling and directing boards that exist in all branches of military affairs. These are three-man boards on which there sit one military specialist, with the competence and scope appropriate to the dimensions of his activity, and two commissars for military affairs. Where purely military, operational questions are concerned, and all the more so with regard to questions purely concerned with actual fighting, the military specialists possess, in all these institutions, the power of decision. This type of organization is, of course, not ideal. It, too, has grown out of the crucial character of the epoch. A new class has risen to power, a class which has weighty accounts to settle with the past. That past has bequeathed to it, in the shape of the army which has now ceased to exist, a certain material capital, guns, rifles, all sorts of military stores, and a certain mental capital, an accumulated sum of knowledge, military experience, habits of administration, and soon, all that which is possessed by the specialists in military matters, the former generals and colonels of the old army, and which the new revolutionary class did not possess. In the period when this new revolutionary class was fighting for power, and encountered resistance in its path, it mechanically smashed this resistance, and it was right to do this, in so far as, in general, the working class has the right to take state power. Only those can deny the working class the right to destroy a hostile class organization who also deny the proletariat's right to state power. A class which says to itself that history has summoned it to take into its hands the direction of all the governmental, social, economic and, therefore, also military life of a country, a class which considers that, having done this, in the last analysis, after overcoming all the difficulties and obstacles that follow, including its own lack of technical preparation, it will restore 100-fold to its own society, people, and nation all that it temporarily deprived them of by blows struck. Against its ferocious class enemies, this class has the right to power, and it has the right to smash everything that stands in its way. This is for us, for revolutionary socialists, an incontestable truth. However, overcoming the resistance of the bourgeoisie is only the first half of the proletariat's fundamental task, namely, the mastering of political power. The work performed by the proletariat in direct destruction of the nests and hotbeds of counter-revolution and of those apparatuses which, owing to their very nature or to historical inertia, put up resistance to the proletarian revolution, will be justified only if the working class, and the poor peasantry linked with it, having taken power into their hands, prove able to draw into their own service both the material values of the past epoch and also everything which, in the spiritual sense, constitutes a certain value, a certain particle of the nation's accumulated capital. The working class and the working masses of the peasantry have not brought forward, and could not at once bring forward, from their own midst, new military leaders and new technical directors, and this was all foreseen by all the theoreticians of scientific socialism. The proletariat is compelled to take into its service those who previously served other classes. And this fully applies in the case of the military specialists. So as not to have to reply twice to this question, I will say here and now that it would, of course, have been very much more healthy, expedient, and economic, in respect of expenditure of human energy, if we could have had, now, a commanding apparatus which corresponded to the nature of the classes which have taken power and which are not going to give up that power to anyone. Yes, that would have been much more desirable. But it isn't the case. The most far-seeing and perspicacious members of the commanding apparatus of the old regime, or those who simply possess a certain historical experience, appreciate clearly, just as we do, that the structure of the commanding apparatus cannot at present be based on the principle of one-man management, that we are compelled to bisect the authority of the military leader assigning the purely military, operational, fighting function to someone who has studied it, who knows it best, and who must, therefore, take full responsibility for it, while, on the other hand, assigning the work of ideological and political formation to someone who, by virtue of his psychology, his consciousness, and his origin, is linked with the new class which has come to power. Hence this duality of the commanding apparatus, which is made up of military specialists and political commissars, with the latter, as you know, having strict instructions 38 not to interfere in operational arrangements, neither delaying nor countermanding them. By appending his signature, the commissar merely guarantees to the soldier and worker masses that a given order has been dictated by a military aim and not by counter-revolutionary trickery. That is all that the commissar is saying when he puts his name to this or that operational order. Responsibility for the appropriateness of the order lies wholly with the military leader. I repeat, this arrangement has been recognized as correct by the most perspicacious of the military leaders themselves. They realize that, in the epoch in which we are now living, it is impossible for our military organization to be constructed in any other way. In their own field, the military leaders have all the elbow room they need if they are conscientiously carrying out their duties and are to go on doing so. And we are working only with those military specialists, I can state that this is so, who clearly understand that, regardless of their political opinions and beliefs, if they want today to lend a hand in the creation of an armed force, they can do so only through the apparatus of the Soviet power, for, in so far as the army being formed will correspond to the nature of the classes which now hold power, this army will not become a fresh factor of disorganization and disintegration, but will be the fighting organ of these new ruling classes. Independently of their general political views, serious military specialists appreciate that an army must correspond to the regime of a given historical epoch. There can be no contradiction between the regime of the epoch and the character of its army. None of us will, of course, say that the Red Army of the workers and peasants now being formed is the last word in Soviet armies, so far as the principles underlying it are concerned. We have based the formation of this army on the voluntary principle. But this is not a principle that answers to the character of workers' democracy. It is a temporary compromise, resulting from the tragic conditions of the entire material and spiritual situation of the past period. In order to create an army based on the principle of obligation for every citizen to defend a country which is pursuing an honest policy, which does not want to coerce anyone but merely to defend and maintain itself as a state of the working masses, in order to create such an army, corresponding to the Soviet regime, we need the presence of a number of fundamental conditions which have yet to be created in all the other spheres of social, economic, and governmental life. It is necessary to increase the country's productive forces, to restore and develop transport, to see to the supply of food, to revive industry, to establish business-like order in the country, the order of the working masses. This is the task of education and self-education, organization and self-organization, which imperatively confronts the classes now in power. They will fulfill this task, comrades. Of that we, together with the overwhelming majority of you, are profoundly convinced. In the last analysis they will fulfill this task. But only insofar as they do fulfill this task will the present ruling classes be able also to create an army that fully corresponds to their own nature, a mighty army, as mighty as the new communist economy will be. We are now creating from the worker and peasant volunteers only an auxiliary organ which will have, until we create the real army of a socialist republic, to perform the most elementary functions of defense, both external and internal, a weak organ, as you and I know, and as our enemies know too. This organ is weak not in relation to our internal class enemies, who are a miserable lot, without ideas, talent, or strength, who are not dangerous, and who have been everywhere defeated by improvised units of workers and sailors with no military leaders. No, if this army is too weak, it is so only in relation to the mighty external foes, who utilize a huge centralized machine for their mass killing and extermination. Against them we need a different sort of army, one that is not improvised, an army that has been created otherwise than for a passing moment, an army constructed, so far as this is possible in the given state of our country, according to the principles of military art and, consequently, by means of specialists. Those very units, made up of heroic workers and commanded by improvised commanders, which have performed heroic feats in the fight against the Kaldanites, the Kornilovites, the Dudovites and other bands, those units have become convinced, from their own experience, that their principle of organization is bankrupt in face of any at all well-organized armed force, constructed according to the principles of military art. This is now excellently well understood by every conscious worker, and from this understanding by the conscious workers, revolutionary peasants, and Red Army men we draw our psychological support in going over to the creation of an army into which we shall also attract everything that is viable in the old commanding apparatus, for there too are elements who will undertake this work in concert with us. And these are by no means the worst elements, as you will all understand, they are those who do not consider it possible to wait, treacherously, for the present regime to fall, which is, of course, what a certain section of the property-owning classes and a broad group of the intelligentsia are counting on. No, they do not consider it possible to wait treacherously for this to happen, hiding meanwhile in all their saboteurs' nooks and crannies. These are elements that say that, although they are far from agreeing with the policy now being put into effect, they nevertheless regard it as being their duty as soldiers to apply all their powers to the formation of an army which cannot but correspond to the spirit of the Soviet regime. In order to go over from the voluntary regime to the regime of compulsory militia service, that is, to compulsory military service reduced to the necessary minimum, we need a military administrative apparatus, one capable of checking on the effectives that must be brought within the scope of military service. As yet, we have no such apparatus. The former apparatus was smashed along with all the other apparatuses of the bureaucracy, and a new one is being created only now, in the form of the military commissariats in the volostsy, uyezds, provinces, and districts, which are being established by the respective Soviets in the localities, and which, as I have mentioned, consist of a board of 3, 1 military leader and 2 commissars. They have to register all the inhabitants belonging to the relevant age groups. It is their responsibility to serve as the apparatus which will subject the population liable for military service to the necessary registration, calling them up, organizing them, and mobilizing them. Finally, these same local commissariats will be in direct charge of the forces drawn from the local population, that is, all except for the field forces, which will be directly controlled by the central military authority. The decree on local military administration has been approved by the Council of People's Commissars and is now being put into effect. This is the necessary precondition for any organized, planned work towards the forming of an army. Furthermore, the task consists in not only drawing commanding personnel from the old officer corps but also, now, immediately, at once, forming a new commanding apparatus out of those elements which emerge from the classes that are now in power, from the workers, the sailors, the soldiers who possess a certain minimum of general educational preparation and who have already shown their fighting spirit, their capacity for fighting, both on the front against the Germans and in the Civil War. They must be given the opportunity to obtain the military training they need. There are at present very few of them in the military schools of the Republic. Up to now only about 2,000 such men, tomorrow's commanders, have passed out from courses on the elements of military science. We shall try to increase their number. In order to go over to the militia system, to the system of compulsory military service, we need at once, before an apparatus covering the whole country enables us to create a mighty army, to introduce compulsory military training in those centers where the working masses are concentrated. And we present for your attention today a decree of enormous importance in principle. See the decree appended to this speech. A decree on compulsory military training for workers and for peasants who do not exploit the labor of others. First of all, as regards the heading, the title, so to speak, of this decree, which may evoke some objections of principle. We do not speak of universal, compulsory, short-term military training for all citizens. We set this matter on a class foundation, and we indicate that in the very title of our decree. Why? Because the army that we are forming must, as I have said already, conform to the nature of the Soviet regime, because we are living under conditions of the dictatorship of the working class and of the lower sections of the peasantry connected with it. This is the basic fact of our regime. We are not living under the conditions of a regime of formal democracy, of universal suffrage, which, in a period of revolutionary class conflicts can, at best, serve as a referendum of the population, whereas, after the referendum, the main role will still be played by the relation of material class forces. Formal democracy, if it had existed in the first period of the revolution, in the shape of the Constituent Assembly, could have played, at best, the role of such a preliminary referendum of the population. But the decisive word would have been spoken by the actual conflict of class forces. Only miserable petty bourgeois doctrinaires can fail to grasp this fact. For those who understand the inner dynamic of the revolution, with its sharpened struggle between classes, it is perfectly plain that through whatever formal imperfections, through whatever democratic corridors, the revolutionary regime might have passed, it would inevitably have had to end in open dictatorship by one class or the other, either the bourgeoisie or the proletariat. In our case it ended in the dictatorship of the proletariat and the poor peasantry. An army that must be capable of fighting, that is able to ensure the defense of the country, cannot but conform, in its whole structure, in its whole composition, in its ideology, to the nature of these classes. This army cannot be other than a class army. This I mean not just from the political point of view, although that, of course, is not the least important aspect for the Soviet regime. Since the working class has taken power, it must, obviously, create its own army, its own armed organ, which will fully safeguard it from danger. But also from the purely military standpoint, From the standpoint of the defense capacity of our country under the conditions of the Soviet regime, there is only one thing to be done, namely, to build the army on class principles. Until the time comes when this regime has been replaced by a communist regime, when the privileged class has terminated its privileged existence, and when there has been introduced, in this field, the universal obligation of all citizens to defend the communist republic, against all threats from without, until then, the army can only bear a class character. It is being said that by taking this line we are placing upon the working class the whole weight, the whole burden of military defense, while freeing the bourgeoisie therefrom. Formally, of course, this is so, though we hope that the Soviet power will take all the measures necessary to place upon the bourgeoisie that share of the burden of defending the country, that portion of the work which will not permit the bourgeoisie to arm itself against the working class. Essentially, the matter comes down to this, that in the present transitional epoch of history the proletariat makes a class monopoly of state power and its military apparatus. This is a fact which we affirm and proclaim. Until the proletariat has weaned the propertied classes from their hopes and attempts, strivings and plots, aimed at recovering state power for themselves, until the bourgeoisie has become dissolved in the country's communist regime, until then the working class, holding power, must necessarily, and it is doing this, make weapons a class monopoly for itself, a means of defending itself against internal and external enemies, because, as we see both in the West and in the East, our internal enemies in Russia, at the moment of danger to the country, reach out their hands to our external enemies. That is why we have introduced compulsory military training for workers and for peasants who do not exploit the labor of others. The decree on compulsory training which has been put before you, and your approval of which we await with impatience, because it will enable us to proceed at once with the most important part of the work of forming the army, this decree possesses enormous significance in principle. In the first place, it restores, on new foundations, the principle of obligation, and thereby helps us to overcome the principle of voluntarism, which we adopted for a brief transitional period, and which we shall get rid of all the faster, the more completely we cope with all the other tasks of our public life. This decree will establish, if you approve it, the obligation of citizens belonging to those classes which hold power to make the greatest of all contributions to the state and to the Soviet regime, to pay with their blood, with their lives. This is what you must ratify, thereby reimposing the obligation to serve upon men between the ages of 18 and 40. Whoever has passed through a certain training in the art of war and has been certified as healthy enough to give the state 8 weeks in a year, at the rate of 12 hours a week, that is, 96 hours during the first year, and a certain number of hours during subsequent call UPS, is thereby subject to the obligation, when summoned by the Soviet power, to join the colors in order to repulse external enemies. This is the basic idea of the decree in question, which we are inviting you to approve. Here we are not yet creating a well-ordered militia system, we are a big way from that. We are merely taking the workers and peasants in the natural workplaces where they are to be found, in the factories, workshops, farms, and villages, gathering them together by means of the Soviet military commissariats, and subjecting them, in these natural units, to military training of the most elementary, basic kind, in accordance with the common program laid down for the whole country by the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs. This is the fundamental idea of the decree. If you ratify it, that will mean that, tomorrow, we shall issue an order to the whole country for the Soviets, on their part, in the various localities, to set about this work, acting through their military commissariats and through the factory committees. It means that you, as the Central Executive Committee of the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants, Deputies, support us in this colossal task with all your ideological power, authority, and organizational connections. Only in this way can we, in the immediate future, convert into a Red Army, as a provisional formation, those generations of the working class and the peasantry which are really capable of fighting, until these classes have transformed the entire structure of the country. Together with this, I am presenting for your approval a decree on the procedure for assigning responsibilities in the Workers' and Peasants' Army. 39. This decree has already been implemented in practice through our departmental instructions, this, of course, only because we could not get along without having any regulations of this sort to guide us. It now depends on you, and we hope that you will do this, to confirm it with your authority, your legislative power, so that we may put it into effect backed with that greater force. What the task amounts to is this: to create for the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army a commanding apparatus selected and grouped by the Soviet organizations as such. If we translate this into our usual terminology, it means that, where the Red Army is concerned, we restrict extremely, and in many respects nullify, the right to elect. This point may seem contentious, but in our practical implementation of it we are encountering remarkably few difficulties. The explanation for this is very simple. So long as power was in the hands of the class which was the enemy of the classes from which the mass of the soldiers were recruited, so long as the commanding apparatus was appointed by the bourgeoisie, it was quite natural that the worker and peasant masses, fighting for their political emancipation, should have demanded the right to elect their leaders and commanders. This was the method by which they secured their own political self-preservation. Nobody supposed, or could suppose, that those improvised commanders of armies, corps, and so on who emerged at the front during the Workers' and Peasants' October Revolution could really perform the functions of commanders-in-chief during war. But the revolution had placed before the working class the task of taking power into its own hands, and the working class, in the army as elsewhere, could not show confidence in the commanding apparatus which had been created by the enemy class, and could not but elect from its own ranks persons in whom, first and foremost, it had confidence. What happened here was not a method of appointing commanders but one of the methods of class struggle. We need to appreciate this quite clearly. In cases where we are dealing with a formation which is, in all respects, of uniform class composition, questions of electivity and appointment are of secondary, technical significance. The Soviets are elected by the workers and peasants, and this predetermines, from the class standpoint, the fact that it is the Soviets that make appointments to the very responsible posts of commissars, judges, commanders, heads of departments, and so on. In the same way, the elected administration of the trade unions appoints officials to a whole series of very responsible posts. Once an administration has been elected, it is entrusted, as a technical obligation, with the selecting of the appropriate staff. We mean to say that the Red Army which exists today is not some sort of self-sufficient organism which exists for its own benefit and makes its own laws. It is merely an organ of the working class, its armed hand. It will be at one with the working class and with the peasantry linked with that class. Consequently, those organs to which the working class and the poor peasants have entrusted the formation of the Red Army must be invested with the power to select the commanding apparatus, in the localities and at the center. The decree on procedure for assigning responsibilities in the Workers' and Peasants' Army has the task of ensuring this possibility. Furthermore, we are faced urgently with the question of consolidating that provision which at present we are in practice trying, with comparative success, to put into force and operation everywhere, namely, the creation of stable, reliable cadres for the Red Army. What was characteristic of the Red Army in the first weeks and months of its formation was fluidity, something which was characteristic of our economic and governmental life generally, and which, if we take a broader view, reflected very profound social change, when nothing has settled down yet, and everything has overflowed its banks, when enormous masses of people are moving about from place to place, when industry is in a state of disorder, transport deranged, when food supplies are upset and the population are suffering from all this, especially the class which has taken state power into its hands. And not only in the War Department but everywhere, in all fields, the fundamental task of the present, new, post-October epoch is consolidation, through business-like work at the center and in the localities, of a definite, stable, business-like regime, attaching people to their jobs, ensuring very steady work, because, while the war aroused revolutionary consciousness, it also, at the same time, deprived the country of the last vestiges of planning and stability, in economic, governmental and everyday life. And so it is necessary, on the basis of the new tasks of the revolution, to apply ourselves to persistent, regular, and systematic work. This must, of course, first and foremost, find expression in the army, for allowing some phenomena that prevail in it to continue is incompatible with the existence of the army in general. Let us recall what these phenomena are. What did we see in the first weeks? The army's extreme fluidity. This meant that many people went into the army and passed through it as through a yard that serves as a thoroughfare. They secured for themselves, for a few days, food and a greatcoat, without feeling under any obligation. Some of them collected their first pay and then transferred to other units, or simply left the army altogether. Such elements as these were, of course, a minority, but they demoralized part of the army, disorganizing it structurally. The relevant decree, which is being put before you, must put an end to this chaos, this irresponsibility. It will attach each volunteer to the unit he has joined, for a period of 6 months. A volunteer will be bound not to quit his unit before 6 months are up, and if he violates this obligation he will be liable to prosecution as a criminal. 40. Finally, we propose that you adopt and approve the formula of this solemn promise which every Red Army man is to make, pledging loyalty to the regime which has taken him into its military service. The terms of this Red Oath express the very meaning of the creation of the Red Army. This solemn undertaking, we think, must be given by every soldier of the Revolutionary Army, before the working class and the revolutionary section of the peasantry of Russia and of the whole world, on the 1st of May. There is no contradiction here, although, at first sight, it may seem paradoxical that the 1st of May celebration, which was for us always a celebration of struggle and protest against militarism, should for us, for revolutionary Soviet Russia, already in this year become the day when the working class has to manifest its will to arm, to defend itself, to create in our country a strong armed force which will correspond to the nature of the Soviet regime and be able to defend and protect that regime. The point is that the 1st of May celebration will take place in Russia in conditions quite different from those prevailing in the other countries of Europe, where the imperialist war is still going on and where the imperialist classes are in power. Just because of that latter circumstance, which is already absent in Russia, over there the 1st of May has to be, now more than ever before, a day of special protest against the machinery of capitalist imperialism. Here, on the contrary, this day has to be a day of demonstrations in support of the proletarian army, and on this day we propose to bind, by a solemn promise, an undertaking, if you like, a socialist oath of allegiance, our Red Army men to serve the cause for which we have enlisted them in the ranks of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. We need the sanction of the Central Executive Committee for all the decrees we have presented. You may amend them, but, you may not reject them altogether, for this would mean repudiating the very essence of the cause which you are defending. The Central Executive Committee cannot repudiate the task which the revolution has set before it. This task consists in saying with authority to the workers and to the working peasants that today the fundamental task of the October Revolution is to recreate, on a Soviet basis, a powerful, mighty army which will be a lever for the workers' and peasants' revolution and a mighty factor in the international revolution. I do not intend to enter here into the field of international politics. It is clear and obvious to every one of us that our revolution is under threat not only from the Russian bourgeoisie and its assistants, both willing and unwilling, inside the country, but also from foreign militarists. Enemies menace us from every corner of capitalist Europe and Asia. And if we want to hold out until the moment when our foes suffer a mortal blow at home, we must create the most favorable conditions for ourselves. In particular, in the military sphere we can achieve this end by creating internal revolutionary discipline, even if only in the rudimentary army that we have at present. In general, we must create a workers' and peasants' army, preparing reserves for it in the factories, giving military training to the workers, so that, if danger threatens us in the next few months, we shall be able to clothe the present skeleton of a workers' and peasants' army with the flesh and blood of these trained reserves. At the same time, so far as we are able, we shall prepare new commanding cadres, both through courses of instruction and by means of those elements of the former commanding apparatus who have begun and will continue to work honestly with us to increase the country's capacity to defend itself. If you give your sanction to our military work, which, comrades, is taking only its first steps, you will thereby enable us to implement in the localities all the proposals that we have made, consolidating and defending the measures we have taken. If you do this, I hope, comrades, that we shall increase the country's defensive capacity to the same degree as we shall increase the entire economic and state strength of our country in general. You will amend what you find it necessary to amend, and reject what seems to you wrong, but recognize this one thing, that Soviet Russia needs an army to serve as the organ of defense for Soviet, that is, for workers' Russia. This army must be no dilettante affair, no improvisation. To this end we must draw all the valuable specialists into work in it. But here, naturally, the thought arises that particular individuals may try to use this army for purposes inimical to the working class, as an instrument of counter-revolutionary conspiracies. Such fears do arise in our own midst. From time to time we come up against them, and so it is necessary to examine what foundation there is for these fears. Those who entertain such fears say that the representatives of the old commanding apparatus will try, and try successfully, to create centers of counter-revolution within the new army. If that were the case, comrades, it would mean that all our work was doomed to inevitable collapse. It would mean that those workers, too, who in their factory have engaged an engineer, appointed him to an administrative or technical post, given him a wide field for his creative work and laid responsibility upon him, are thereby risking restoration of the capitalist regime, a return to slavery and oppression. But this is not so. All the theoreticians of socialism foresaw, predicted, wrote about this, how, in the period when the working class came to power, it would need to draw into work all the viable, valuable, qualified elements that had previously served the ruling propertied classes. The theoreticians of socialism also often wrote that, if necessary, the working class would pay these specialists twice or three times as much as they received under the bourgeois regime, merely so as to attach them to itself. And this will not be expensive, either, in view of the advantages that will accrue from the rationalization of the economy on the basis of the socialist revolution. The same can be said in relation to the army, as the country's organ of defense. The outlay and expenditure incurred by the working class and the peasantry in order to have a well-constructed army will be repaid 100-fold. Where the internal enemy is concerned, the Soviet regime is too firmly established for us to have any fear of danger from the generals, so to speak. If, comrades, any of the specialists should feel the temptation to try and use the army against the workers and peasants in the interests of counter-revolutionary conspiracies, it stands to reason that we should vividly refresh such conspirators' memories of the October and other days. And they know this perfectly well. On the other hand, comrades, among the military specialists, in so far as I have managed to get to know them personally, I have found very many more valuable elements than we had supposed existed. For many of them, the experience of the war and of the revolution has not gone for nothing. Many have understood that a new wind is blowing over Russia, they have understood the new mentality of the awakened working class, they have understood that they must deal differently with it, speak to it in a different way, that the army must be built differently from before. Military specialists of this kind do exist. They exist. And we hope that we shall draw extensive cadres from among the young generations of the former officers of the old army, and shall fertilize our work for the formation of the army with their knowledge and experience. It is only necessary to say, with weight and authority, that Russia today needs an army, on pain of death, and that the work which we are now doing will enjoy your support. We need your support, and, comrades of the Central Executive Committee, you will give it to us. 2. Concluding speech at the same session. LT. Comrades. The first of the opposing speakers, vol1, said that we are creating an army not to defend the country, but in order to carry out what he called certain experiments. I have already said, in my report, that if the dangers confronting us were confined to the danger of an internal counter-revolutionary coup, we should have no need of an army at all. The workers of the factories of Petrograd and Moscow could at any moment form fighting units adequate to the task of nipping in the bud any attempt to restore power to the bourgeoisie by means of an armed rising. Our internal enemies are too insignificant and wretched for us to need to create, in order to combat them, the well-proportioned apparatus of an army constructed on a scientific basis, and to set in motion the entire armed power of the people. If we need such a force at the present time, it is precisely because the Soviet regime and the Soviet country are threatened with very great danger from without, and precisely because our internal enemies are strong exclusively by virtue of that class cohesion which united them with our external class enemies. And, in this sense, we are experiencing precisely now the moment when the struggle for the regime which we are creating is faced directly and immediately with the question of increasing the country's all-round defensive capacity. We shall not protect, we shall not defend the Soviet regime otherwise than by giving a direct, vigorous rebuff to foreign capital, which is advancing against our country, for no other reason than that it is the country where the workers and peasants rule. This simple circumstance is the knot which history has tied. Just because the working class is in power here, we are today an object of hatred and hostile schemes on the part of the world's imperialist bourgeoisie. This is why every conscious worker and every revolutionary peasant must support the army, if, too, he holds dear what is now being built in Russia, as yet, badly and awkwardly, which I know just as well as any of our critics, but, all the same, what is being built is infinitely dear to us, for it gives promise of a new epoch in history, and thereby constitutes for us the most valuable conquest in all the history of human development up to now. When they say we are carrying out experiments, I don't know what they understand by the word experiment. The whole of past history was nothing but a history of experiments carried out on the working masses. In the past there was the epoch of experiments by the nobility upon the bodies and souls of the peasant masses. I know that there was also, in past times, the epoch of experiments by the bourgeoisie upon the souls and bodies of the working class. We have been witnesses to such an experiment for several years now, throughout the world, in the form of the frightful imperialist slaughter. Nevertheless, there are persons, considering themselves socialists, who, contemplating the stupendous experiments of the 4 years' World War, say that the heroic attempt of the working masses of Russia to free themselves, and to rebuild life upon new principles, is an experiment which does not deserve support, that we are creating an army not to defend the revolutionary conquests of the working people, but for some coterie, party, or other such purposes. But I say that if any epoch there can be which gives rise to a need for an army to fight for aims that are the most just of all aims, then it is the present epoch. If it is possible for there to exist a regime which, being in need of defense, has the right to demand this defense from the working masses, this regime can only be a regime of rule by the working masses themselves. Despite the mistakes made by the latter, despite the roughness of their regime, despite the fact that it has ridden too harshly over the hides of certain of the intellectual gentry, despite all that, the Soviet regime has the right to develop. It will consolidate itself, but for that it needs an army. And that army we will create. Then they point out that there is duality in the projected army, and this, they say, is the principal fault both in the army and in the regime which has created it. Of course there is duality which consists in the fact that we are in an epoch of transition from bourgeois rule to the socialist order, duality which consists in the fact that the working class has mastered political power but has thereby not merely not completed its work but, on the contrary, has only approached its fundamental tasks, the reconstruction of the entire economy, of all social life, upon new principles, duality which, finally, consists in the fact that the working class is in power only in Russia and has to resist an offensive by the capital of other countries, those countries where the working class has not yet risen for the final decisive struggle and taken state power. This is a duality, or contradiction, which is inherent in the very essence of our revolution. It is not a question of the regime, of its political form or of the principle on which its army is constructed, but of the clash between two formations, the bourgeois capitalist one and the socialist proletarian one. This contradiction can be overcome through protracted struggle. We are merely trying to create the weapon for waging this struggle and trying to ensure that this weapon shall conform to the requirements and obligations of the regime which we are called upon to defend. They tell us, furthermore, that we cannot be serious in proposing to give military training to the workers and peasants, since we are allotting only 96 hours in the year for this work. I must remind them, first of all, that among the worker and peasant masses there are scattered a great many elements who have already undergone military training, and we need to muster these elements afresh in those natural points of concentration, the factories, farms, and workplaces generally. I must say that I do not consider myself personally competent to judge just how many hours and weeks are needed in a year for our future people's army to master the fundamentals of the military art. It may be that this period really is too short. If so, then we shall increase it, when it has become clear from the actual experience of the workers and peasants themselves that 96 hours is not enough for them. But to suppose that in the length of the period proposed there is, on our part, some design or scheme aimed at not giving the workers and peasants full military training, that is, I repeat, the very ultimate in chicanery and demagoguery. From the right there were also objections to the principle of unquestioning obedience to orders. What, they asked, if these orders should be counter-revolutionary? If they want here to introduce into the constitution of our army the right not to carry out counter-revolutionary orders, well, please note that the whole text of the solemn promise, which I read out, is directed against counter-revolution, both Russian and worldwide. This is the fundamental spiritual pivot of our army. A voice, unquestioning obedience to the commander. Naturally, if the Soviet regime as a whole, together with its entire army, should become the victim of counter-revolutionary generals, then, of course, history will have let us down, and this whole regime will be condemned to the scrapyard. But, after all, the prospect looks different from that, and life is not presenting to us in that way the matters in dispute. One might imagine, from what has been said, that we were now being ruled by counter-revolutionary generals, and ought to be stirring up criticism of them among the masses. Such power of criticism is, in any case, to be met with in every one of our Red Army men, to no less an extent than in all those critics and counselors who, as is known, hindered us in our work of cultivating in the soldiers, workers, and peasants a salutary distrust of their class enemies wherever they might be found. There is quite enough of that distrust among the workers and soldiers. But, through a natural psychological reaction, the presence of this pre-October lack of confidence in the government and its orders has led among us to a situation in which everyone tries to pass each order, each regulation, through the apparatus of his criticism, his distrust, and his judgment, which holds up fulfillment of the order, is destructive to work, and ought not to happen, in the interests of the working people themselves. Thus, for example, reaction against Tsarist centralism led to every province and every uyezd setting up its own council of people's commissars, its own Republic of Kalyuga, Tula, etc., etc. This is basically a creative and living principle of reaction against the old absolutism, but it needs to be brought within a strictly defined channel. A centralized state apparatus must be created. It is self-evident that all the soldiers, workers, and peasants must, together with us, ensure that they have an apparatus for controlling all the commanding personnel through the Central Executive Committee and through the commissariats. And we possess this apparatus of supervision and control. If at present it is a poor affair, it will come to be arranged better as time goes by. But, alongside this, it also needs to be established that an order is an order, that a soldier of the Red Army is a soldier, that the army of the workers and peasants is an army, that in this army battle orders are given which must be obeyed unquestioningly. If they have been countersigned by the commissar, then it is he who bears responsibility for them, and the Red Army men are bound to carry out such orders. If this simple rule is not enforced, then, of course, there cannot be any army at all. What holds an army together? Confidence in a certain regime, in that ruling power which, in certain circumstances, it creates for itself and itself supervises. If we preserve this overall confidence, and we think that we shall preserve it, then the Soviet regime, the regime of the revolutionary class, has the right to demand of its organs, of its military units, that they submit to and obey the orders which issue from the central government and which have been checked by the Central Executive Committee. And to those of our military specialists who conscientiously doubt whether we are capable of introducing discipline, we say that if it was possible under the rule of Tsardom, the bureaucracy, and the bourgeoisie, if it was in those days possible to establish a subordination that was directed against the worker and peasant masses, if in those days it was, in general, possible to create a state power directed against the working class, then we certainly will be 10 times, 100 times more capable, psychologically and historically, of introducing iron discipline into an army which has been created entirely for the defense of the working classes. The opposing speakers want, you see, to defend and protect us from counter-revolutionary intrigues. First of all, let us see who it is that wants to protect us from counter-revolutionary intrigues. It is those who collaborated with Tukhanin, with Kerensky. Citizen Dan told us here how, as he put it, Napoleons are produced, how it is that the commissars can't be vigilant enough. But, as I recall, the Kornilov affair developed not under the Soviet regime but under Kerensky's regime. Martov, there will be a new Kornilov affair. There hasn't been a new one so far, and at present we are talking about the old one, about the one which did occur and which set its vivid mark forever on somebody's brow. Applause. And now, for Dan's edification I will remind you, comrades, that our commissars, the commissars of the Petrograd Soviet of those days, knew how to distinguish between operational orders and counter-revolutionary intrigues. When Tukhanin, against his own will and at Kerensky's demand, sought in October to withdraw the garrison from Petrograd, so as to deprive the revolutionary capital of its power, he motivated this order by operational, strategic necessity. Our Petrograd Soviet commissars said, "It's quite clear that this is a new experiment." And this experiment was being carried out by the coalition government of those days, together with the Mensheviks who were in it, under the supreme aegis of Kerensky. Documents which we found, bearing the signatures of Kerensky and Tukhanin, supplied full confirmation of this suspicion. I remember that Dan and his co-thinkers appeared before us in those days, on the rostrum of the Petrograd Soviet, declaring, "You wish not to carry out the operational order issued by the military authorities and the government regarding the Petrograd garrison. You won't even dare to enter into discussion about it." And that order was, essentially, a counter-revolutionary project to strangle Petrograd. We divined that this was so, but you turning to the Mensheviks were blind, and so we overthrew your old authority and took power into our own hands. Historically, we were right as against you. Unfortunately, I do not hear Citizen Martov's rejoinder, and it is not clear to me whether he was at that time with us or with Dan and Kerensky. A voice, "It is shameful, Trotsky, that you have forgotten the role that Martov played." Citizen Martov's position always has about it something extremely delicate, which almost eludes the grasp of crude class analysis, something that compelled Citizen Martov at that time to appear as the righteous man alongside the sinner Dan. Citizen Dan was at that time with Kerensky. Consequently, Citizen Martov was personally in opposition to Dan. But now, when the working class, with all its mistakes, its lack of education, its lack of culture, has come to power, you and Dan are together on one side, in opposition to the working class. But history, which generally takes things in their historical dimension, their class scale, history will write that the working class came to power at this time in very difficult circumstances, made mistakes and corrected them, while you stood outside it, to one side of it, against it, and this has been shown afresh by the re-elections to the Moscow Soviet. 42 A voice, the figures were falsified. I know that when somebody else was in power, when it was Kerensky and Dan, I have never been in power. I beg your pardon. When Dan's well-known opponent Tsereteli was in power, there really were some attempts to falsify elections to the Soviets, and they found expression in the fact that the whole party was prosecuted under Article 108. 43 applause. I recall, however, that as a result of this falsification, we nevertheless emerged as the majority in all the Soviets. When the Second Congress of Soviets was convened, the Dans rected, falsified the will of the workers in the Central Executive Committee, in the Democratic Conference 44, garbled the will of the revolutionary democracy here, there, and everywhere, with the direct participation of those who are now opposing me. And in the face of all this falsification we proved to be in the majority, in power, so that our party must be viable and sound. Falsification, whether real or imaginary, cannot harm such a party, but a party which resorts to falsification as the explanation of its downfall is a dead party. Coming back to the problems of the army, it must be said that, naturally, we do not shut our eyes to any of the dangers that confront us, dangers which we did not invent but which have been put before us by all the previous course of development. At the same time, only our methods are the right ones for the struggle against these dangers. To be sure, we are asked, but was everything in that previous development necessary, was it all historically inevitable? The disruption of the old army, the uncovering of the front, was that necessary? I, too, ask whether it was necessary. However, it can be acknowledged that that was inevitable which could be precisely foreseen. And if you will refer to our speeches at the June Congress of Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants Deputies 45, if you will look at the minutes of that Congress and read the report of our first intervention there, you will see that we said to Messrs. The Mensheviks and SRS, the SRS were then still united: if you want to destroy our army, then hurl it into an offensive. If you want to deal it a mortal blow, undermining its faith in the revolution, hurl it into an offensive. That was the declaration we made on June 4, and on June 18 the government of Kerensky and Dan hurled the army into an offensive. That's what dealt the army the final, fatal blow. At that time Citizen Martov understood this. He knew that what would ensue from the offensive was the tragic, panic retreat of our mortally sick army. Martov, but you corrupted it and brought it to the point of final breakdown. I said, leave the army to the Bolsheviks and they will debauch it. Citizen Martov forecast, do you see, in addition to this, that after his co-thinkers had dealt a mortal blow to the army, the Bolsheviks would corrupt this army. Why was history so ungenerous that, between citizens Dan and Kerensky, who dealt the army a mortal blow, and the Bolsheviks, who infected this army, which had been battered to the point of death, with some sort of plague, it did not find a place for Citizen Martov, so as to save this army? I do not doubt, of course, that when the socialist order has arrived, some future collector of aphorisms will write down what Citizen Martov said. But at present we are talking not about aphorisms but about the revolution, that revolution which is now being made, about that working class which is now fighting, which wants to maintain state power, making it the instrument of its own emancipation, and we say about that class, if we made mistakes along with it, we also learned along with it to try again, and along with it we shall conquer. That's where the difference lies between us and Citizen Martov's group. In our approach to the training of the army we do not at all restrict ourselves to 96 hours, as Citizen Martov tries to insinuate, depicting compulsory training as a fiction. We know that the working class is, fortunately, imbued with a very big stock of criticism. Whatever else it may lack, it has plenty of that. It has not much habit of organization, it has at present little capacity for systematic work, for discipline, but it is saturated through and through with the disposition to check and to distrust. This disposition is a great asset. It must be supplemented with discipline, planning, and other qualities which are needed to administration and struggle. If 96 hours are not sufficient for the worker, a period twice or three times as long can be laid down. If he doesn't like the generals, he will dismiss them, and us along with them. But at present we are accomplishing our task of creating the army in harmony with the working class, leading it against you, and in that we see the source of our pride. On the other hand, you say that we are not allowing the bourgeoisie to receive training. Here you put forward two arguments. You don't let the bourgeoisie in, and you suppose that by so doing you safeguard the army from counter-revolution. But what is this bourgeoisie? A mere 5%. Can it be supposed that by such childish means the army can be safeguarded from counter-revolution? At the same time you say that we are condemning all our military activity to failure because we are not letting the bourgeoisie into it. If this bourgeoisie is so insignificant, why should we argue about this 5%, about whether or not to include it? A mistake of 5% at a time when all accounting and calculation is in so unsatisfactory a state here is a mistake of no importance. And the center of gravity does not lie with the 5% bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie has a big tail made up of barely conscious, ignorant petty bourgeois, kulaks, minor exploiters, ignorant petty bourgeois elements. In the present situation we could not include them because they could be included in the Soviet army only by means of very severe repression. All these shriveled up, backward elements hate the proletariat and the revolution. These elements exist not only on the Don, but also in Orenburg, and in order to draw them over to our side we need first to achieve some very big victories in the field of organization. We must show these benighted, muddled and deceived elements, in practice, that the Soviet regime, the workers' power, is capable of organizing agriculture on new principles, running the factories in the people's interest, and creating an army for this purpose. Then they will see with their own eyes that the new regime is working in their interests, and there will then be no danger that by including them in the army we bring civil war into it. Of course, these ideas are valueless in the eyes of those who do not believe in the victory of the working class. But what do they believe in, then? For what do Messrs. The Mensheviks hope? When history breaks loose, it will not stop at the editorial office of the newspaper V.46, but will roll down further. You know very well that, after we have gone, you will constitute no sort of support for the revolution. We are the only bulwark of the workers' revolution. With all mistakes we are making at present, we must and will do our work, correct our mistakes, strengthen the Soviet power, rally the masses around us. History does not proceed in such a way as to allow of experiments. The present struggle is not at all such as to allow of our approaching it like a game of chess. We've lost one game, well, so what, we'll win the next. If we fall, then, certainly, you won't be the ones to set things right, the cart of the counter-revolution will roll over your skulls, too. But now, under present conditions, with the difficulties and dangers that exist, we need the cart that we have, to reinforce it, to improve it, and to drag it onward and upward, not allowing it to roll downhill. For this purpose, as I have already explained, we need an army. It is said that we have only now realized this. That is not true. But it is one thing to understand this in an article, and another thing to make possible the actual building of an army. In our shattered country, where the old, sick army burst at all its seams, and scattered, disorganizing transport and ruining everything as it went, in such a country we could not build a new army until the old one had been finally liquidated. Only now are we proceeding to register the population. The Red Army is only the skeleton of the future army. Of course, the Red Army can serve only as a cadre around which the trained elements of the workers from the factories must be rallied. Here I am going to answer the observations of my first opponent, which amounted to this: do we intend, for party reasons, to exclude the Mensheviks and Right SRS from the army? We did say that absolutely all workers and peasants who do not exploit the labor of others are to be given training. If this argument has to be understood as meaning that among the workers to whom we shall give military training there are no Mensheviks, and among the peasants who do not exploit the labor of others there are no Right SRS, then this retort would perhaps have some force. But the fault here does not lie with us. We are acting on firm and sound class grounds, and we show by doing this that we have no fear of a worker, even if he is a Menshevik, or of a peasant who does not exploit the labor of others, even if he considers himself an SR. When, at the time of the October Revolution, we fought for power, workers and peasants belonging to the parties mentioned gave us their support. They supported us at the time of the October insurrection against their own leaders, to the honor of these workers and to the shame of their leaders. Besides all this, it is said that posts of command must be assigned through election. Through election by the masses of the people? Or through election by the soldiers alone? The undoubted danger that lies in electricity is that the army may be penetrated by tendencies to military syndicalism, so to speak, that is, that the army would come to look on itself as an independent entity which makes its own laws. We say that the army is an instrument of the Soviets which create it, which themselves draw up the lists and select the candidates for posts of command. These lists, don't forget, are compiled by the Soviet authorities and published for everyone to read. All appointments are passed through the filter of the Soviet regime. The Soviets will direct the army and educate it, they will ensure that it has a well-defined commanding apparatus. There can be no other procedure. You cannot propose anything different from that. If it is perfectly clear in relation to the army in general, as a specific organ, that the principle of election, from top to bottom, is impracticable, then this must apply with even greater force in relation to an army which is only now being formed. How can it separate out from itself, through elections, a reliable, militarily competent commanding apparatus, when the units are only starting to be put together? This is quite unthinkable. Or is this army not to trust the Soviets which are forming it? That would be an internal contradiction. Such an army would not be viable. Consequently, comrades, there is here no weakening of the so-called democratic principle, on the contrary, this principle is placed on a broader Soviet foundation. Citizen Dan said quite rightly that it is not any particular measures of agitation against generals that will ensure the viability of the democratic army, but the overall character of the regime. Quite right. But he consequently also rejects the regime itself, root and branch, rejects the Soviet regime of the workers and the poor peasants in the localities. Dan protests. "Oh, I know that Citizen Dan recognizes the regime of the Soviets, but not of those Soviets which actually exist, not of the earthly Soviets but of those most heavenly Soviets into which he leads us as Archangel. These celestial Soviets Citizen Dan does recognize. I, however, have in mind the Soviets of here and now, in which Citizens Dan and Martov are the minority and we are the overwhelming majority. The regime of these Soviets does not deny itself. This regime exists and means to go on existing. The criticism of the Red Army now being formed which is voiced by our adversaries comes down to a criticism of the entire regime of the Soviets, the regime of rule by the working class and the peasants. And they are right. But this means that if the army which we are building stands firm, then the entire regime will stand firm. And, contrariwise, if this regime holds out, its army will perish with it. Whoever takes a conscientious look at what is now happening in our country will agree that our main effort must be directed at present towards reconstructing the country's entire economic apparatus, its transport and food supply, and towards constructing an army to care for the external protection of the Soviet regime. And in order that this may be possible, in order that we may succeed, let there be less of this petty criticism, this barren skepticism, which gives us nothing except libelous articles. Let there be more faith in the class which has been called by history to save the country. This class, the proletariat, will survive and withstand not only the miserable criticism from the right, but also all the colossal difficulties that history has loaded upon its shoulders. And we, rolling up our sleeves, will get down to the work of creating an army. For this we need your unanimous vote that this work is necessary, so that we may receive support in the localities in carrying out the tasks of organizing food supply and transport, of fighting against wantonness, hooliganism, disorder and negligence. Give us this vote of confidence and we shall endeavor to continue to deserve it by our work along this road which you point out and assign to us. Notes 36. The All-Russia Board for Organizing the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army was formed out of the personnel of the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs so early as December 20, 1917. It consisted of Comrades Podvoisky, Mikhanashian, Krylenko, Trifonov and Urenaak. It was this board that drew up the theses on creating the Red Army on the voluntary principle. It also led all the work involved in the formation of the first volunteer units, and coordinated the activity of its regional and provincial organs. The board continued in existence until May 8, 1918, when, in its place and in place of some other central institutions, the All-Russia General Staff was formed. 37. The Decree on Organizing Volast, Uyezd, Province and District Commissariats for Military Affairs was published by the Council of People's Commissars on April 8, 1918. 38. The first order defining the duties of commissars and members of war councils was issued on April 6, 1918. The particular importance of this order makes it necessary to reproduce it in full. On military commissars and members of war councils. The military commissar is the direct political organ of the Soviet power in the army. His post is one of exceptional importance. Commissars are appointed from among irreproachable revolutionaries capable of remaining, under the most difficult circumstances, the embodiment of revolutionary duty. A commissar's person is inviolable. Insult to a commissar when he is on duty, and, still more, violence against a commissar, is tantamount to the gravest of crimes against the Soviet power. The military commissar must see to it that the army does not become dissociated from the Soviet system as a whole, and that particular military institutions do not become centers of conspiracy or instruments to be used against the workers and peasants. The commissar takes part in all the work of the military leaders, receives reports and dispatches along with them, and countersigns orders. War councils will give effect only to such orders as have been signed not only by military leaders but also by at least one commissar. All work is to be done with the cognizance of the commissar, but leadership in the specifically military sphere is the task not of the commissar but the military specialist working shoulder to shoulder with him. The commissar is not responsible for the expediency of purely military, operational, combat orders. Responsibility for them rests entirely with the military leader. The commissar's signature on an operational order means that the Kornmissar vouches for this order as having been motivated by operational and not by any other, counter-revolutionary, considerations. In the event that he disapproves of a purely military instruction, the commissar is not to delay its application, but merely to report his disapproval of it to the War Council immediately above him. The only operational order that may be held up is one regarding which the commissar has formed a well-grounded opinion that it was inspired by counter-revolutionary motives. If an order has been signed by a commissar, it possesses legal force and must be carried out, whatever the cost. Responsibility for seeing to the precise fulfillment of orders rests with the commissar, and all the authority and resources of the Soviet power are at his disposal for this purpose. A military commissar who connives at the non-fulfillment of orders is liable to instant removal from office and prosecution. Commissars are to link the institutions of the Red Army with the central and local institutions of the Soviet power and ensure the cooperation of the latter with the Red Army. The commissar shall see to it that all workers in the Red Army, from top to bottom, do their work conscientiously and energetically, that funds are dispersed economically and under the most stringent supervision, and that military property is preserved with all possible care. Commissars of the Supreme Military Council are appointed by the Council of People's Commissars. Commissars of district or city district Soviets are appointed by agreement between the Supreme Military Council and the leading Soviet of the given district or city district. For the commissars of the Supreme Military Council a Military Commissars Bureau is established. This bureau is to unite the activity of the commissars, answer their inquiries, draw up instructions for them, and, if need be, convene congresses of commissars. Signed by the People's Commissar for Military Affairs and Chairman of the Supreme Military Council Trotsky. 39 By the Decree on Appointment to Posts, appointments to the post of section commander were left to the discretion of the company commander concerned. For appointments to the post of platoon commander, the local commissariats were to compile lists of candidates from among those who had received special training or had distinguished themselves by their courage and capacity for leadership in battle. In accordance with these lists, the commanders of independent units, together with the commissariats, accepted candidates for performance of the duties of platoon commander. In battle and on the march, all posts of command were to be filled by appointment. In fully formed units, appointment was made by selection from among candidates from the whole of the given unit. Commanders of independent units and brigades were to be appointed from lists of candidates provided by the People's Commissar for Military Affairs. Commanders of divisions and larger formations were to be appointed by the People's Commissar for Military Affairs, in agreement with the Supreme Military Council, and the appointments reported to the Council of People's Commissars. 40 The decree on the period of service was the first step in transition from the system of volunteering to the obligation to serve in the Red Army for a definite period of time. The full text was as follows. 1. Every citizen who voluntarily joins the Red Army is to be obliged to serve in it for not less than 6 months, reckoned from the date of signing his engagement. 2. Every Red Army soldier who voluntarily leaves the army before the expiry of the period laid down is to be punished by imprisonment for between 1 and 2 years and loss of rights as a citizen of the Soviet Republic. 41 The first opponent to speak was the Menshevik Ilyin. 42 The re-elections to the Moscow Soviet were concluded on April 23, 1918 and showed a brilliant victory for the revolutionary proletariat. Out of the 803 deputies elected, 354 were communists, plus 150 sympathizers. 43 Article 108 of the Criminal Code of 1903, under this article, persons charged with treason and spying were liable to prosecution. Persons prosecuted under Article 108 were deprived of electoral rights. This article of the Tsarist Code was utilized by the Provisional Government to accuse the Bolsheviks of spying for Germany and deprive them of electoral rights in the Soviets. 44 The Democratic Conference was convened by the Provisional Government and met between September 14 and 23, 1917. Invited to participate were cooperators, representatives of front and army committees, of zemstvos and cities, and of provincial Soviets and trade unions. The delegates from the Soviets were in a minority. From the Democratic Conference emerged the Council of the Republic, the pre-parliament, which was to function as the representative organ of the Republic until the Constituent Assembly should meet. The Bolsheviks walked out of the pre-parliament. The Democratic Conference enjoyed no authority in the country and merely helped to intensify the class struggle. 45 The June Congress was the first Congress of Soviets, held in June 1917. Speaking at this Congress, Comrade Lenin said that the June offensive is a turning point in the entire Russian Revolution. See Lenin's Collected Works, Volume 25, p.25. 46 The newspaper V. The organ of the Central and Moscow Committees of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Mensheviks. The editorial board was led by Martov, Dan, and Martynov. Organizing the Red Army. Decree on compulsory military training. ******. Adopted at the session of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee of the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants Deputies, April 22, 1918. One of the basic tasks of socialism is to free mankind from militarism and from the barbarity of bloody clashes between peoples. The goal of socialism is universal disarmament, permanent peace, and fraternal cooperation between all the peoples inhabiting the earth. This goal will be achieved when power in all the strongest capitalist countries has passed into the hands of the working class, which will wrest the means of production from the exploiters and turn them over to all working people for common use, and will establish a communist system as the unshakable foundation of the solidarity of all mankind. At present it is in Russia alone that state power is held by the workers. In all the other countries the imperialist bourgeoisie is in power. Its policy is aimed at suppressing the communist revolution and enslaving all weak peoples. The Russian Soviet Republic, surrounded on all sides by enemies, has to create its own powerful army, under the protection of which the communist transformation of the country's social order will be accomplished. The workers' and peasants' government of the Republic deems it its immediate task to enroll all citizens for compulsory labor and military service. This work is meeting with stubborn resistance on the part of the bourgeoisie, which refuses to renounce its economic privileges and is trying, through conspiracies, uprisings and traitorous deals with foreign imperialists, to recover state power. To arm the bourgeoisie would be tantamount to generating constant strife within the army, thereby paralyzing its strength in the fight against external foes. The parasitic and exploiter elements who do not want to assume the same rights and duties as others cannot be given access to arms. The workers' and peasants' government will find ways of making the bourgeoisie share, in some form or other, the burden of defending the Republic, upon which the crimes of the propertied classes have brought such heavy trials and calamities. But in the immediate transition period military training and the bearing of arms must be restricted to workers and peasants who do not exploit the labor of others. Citizens between 18 and 40 years of age who have undergone a course of compulsory military training will be registered as liable for military service. At the first call of the workers' and peasants' government they will have to take up arms and reinforce the cadres of the Red Army, which consists of the most devoted and selfless fighters for the freedom and independence of the Russian Soviet Republic and for the international socialist revolution. Military training is compulsory for male citizens of the Russian Soviet Federative Republic of the following age groups: I. The school age, the lower limit of which will be decided by the People's Commissariat of Education; 2. The preparatory age, from 16 to 18, and 3. The call-up age, from 18 to 40. Female citizens will be given training, with their consent, on the same footing as the males. Note: persons whose religious convictions forbid the use of arms will be liable for training only for duties which do not involve the use of arms. Training of persons of the preparatory and call-up ages is entrusted to the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs, and that of the school age category to the People's Commissariat for Education, with the closest cooperation of the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs. Military training is compulsory for workers employed in factories and workshops, on farms and in villages, and for peasants who do not exploit the labor of others. In the localities, compulsory military training is organized by the respective district, province, uyezd and volost military commissariats. Trainees receive no form of compensation for the time spent in compulsory training. Training is to be organized, so far as possible, in such a way as not to divert the trainees from their normal regular occupations. Training is to be carried on continuously for a period of 8 weeks, with a minimum of 12 hours a week. The periods for training for special arms and the procedure for refresher call UPS will be determined in a special regulation. Persons who have already undergone training in the regular army may be exempted from compulsory training on passing an appropriate test. They will then be issued with the appropriate certificates, as persons who have undergone a course of compulsory training. Instruction shall be given by trained instructors in accordance with a program approved by the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs. Persons who evade compulsory military training, or who show negligence in performing their duties in connection with universal training will be prosecuted. Organizing the Red Army. The Socialist Oath. *****. Approved by the All Russia Central Executive Committee of the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, Peasants, and Cossacks Deputies. April 22, 1918. I, a son of the working people and a citizen of the Soviet Republic, assume the title of a soldier of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Before the working class of Russia and of the whole world I pledge myself to bear this title with honor, to study the art of war conscientiously, and to protect, like the apple of my eye, all public and military property from damage and robbery. I pledge myself to observe revolutionary discipline strictly and unflaggingly, and to obey without question all orders given by commanders appointed by the workers' and peasants' government. I pledge myself to abstain from any action derogatory to the dignity of a citizen of the Soviet Republic, and to restrain my comrades from such action, and to direct all my thoughts and deeds towards the great goal of the emancipation of all the working people. I pledge myself to respond to the first call from the workers' and peasants' government to defend the Soviet Republic against any dangers and attacks from any enemy, and to spare neither my strength nor my life in the fight for the Russian Soviet Republic and for the cause of socialism and the brotherhood of the peoples. If ever, with evil intent, I should depart from this my solemn promise, may the scorn of all be my lot and may the stern hand of revolutionary law punish me. Organizing the Red Army. To all province, uyezd, and Volast Soviets of workers, peasants and Cossacks deputies. The Central Executive Committee has instructed the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs to direct all its efforts to the creating of a strong, strictly organized, and internally united Red Army, capable of defending the Soviet Republic from enemies both external and internal. The creation of an armed force requires as its primary condition the existence of a well-regulated apparatus of military administration in the localities. By its decree of April 8 the Central Soviet government instructed all province, uyezd and Volast Soviets to set up in the localities commissariats for military affairs, each consisting of 3 members, one of whom must in every case be a military specialist. However, the majority of Soviets have not as yet put this decree into effect. In many places amorphous military departments exist, which have not so far been brought within the framework of the military commissariats. There are also no few places where the working of the local military administration has not been separated off from the Soviets' organs of general administration. Under these conditions, work towards the formation of a Red Army, in accordance with a single plan, is absolutely impracticable. By the present order it is made the responsibility of the chairman of local Soviets and the chairman of local military departments, where these exist, to implement, within 1 week of receiving this telegram, the decree of April 8 on organizing local military commissariats. Any delay will be regarded as direct failure to fulfill a decree of the Soviet government, and direct responsibility for such non-fulfillment will be borne by the chairman of the respective province, uyezd and Volast Soviets. All daily press organs published on the territory of the Russian Soviet Republic are required to print this instruction in 3 consecutive issues, on the front page. May 18, 1918. Organizing the Red Army. The organization of the Red Army. Speech at the First All-Russia Congress of Military Commissars. June 7, 1918-47. Comrades, we are present at a Congress of exceptional importance. The parties represented in this assembly have behind them a great revolutionary past. Nevertheless, at this time we are learning, and we must succeed in learning, how to build our own revolutionary socialist army, which shall be the complete contrary of those regiments, now demobilized, which were held together by the will of the masters, who introduced compulsory discipline into them. Before us lies the task of creating an army organized on the principle of comradely trust and revolutionary labor order. This is, without any doubt, an extraordinarily great, complex, and difficult task. Incidentally, the bourgeois press writes a lot about our having only now, at last, understood that to defend the country an armed force is needed. That is nonsense. Of course, we knew, even before the October Revolution, that so long as the class struggle continues between the exploiters and the working people, any revolutionary state must be strong enough to repulse successfully the imperialist onslaught. The Russian Revolution, unprecedented in strength, could not, of course, retain the old Tsarist army, within which had been formed, like a stout strong point, a heavy class discipline that established a bond of compulsion between soldier and commander. We were faced, first of all, with the complex task of completely destroying class oppression within the army, thoroughly smashing the class fetters, the old discipline of compulsion, and creating a new armed force for the revolutionary state, in the form of the Workers' and Peasants' Army, acting in the interests of the proletariat and the rural poor. We know from experience that that part of the old army which was left after the revolution was in no state to offer active resistance to the advancing forces of the counter-revolution. We know that improvised units were formed, in rough and ready fashion, from the best sections of the workers and peasants, and we remember well how these heroic units succeeded in crushing the treacherous movement organized by all sorts of Black Hundred activists. We know how these volunteer partisan regiments fought victoriously against those within the country who wanted to be the revolution's executioners. But when it became a matter of combating the counter-revolutionary forces coming from outside, our forces proved unreliable, owing to their inadequate technical training and the excellent organization of the enemy's units. Taking this into account, we see that the question of life and death for the revolution which confronts us is the question of immediately creating an army of corresponding strength, which will fully answer to the revolutionary spirit and program of the workers and peasants. In trying to fulfill this complex task of first priority state importance, we are, of course, encountering great difficulties. In the first place must be mentioned the difficulties in the field of transport and the movement of food supplies, difficulties caused by the Civil War. Civil war is a direct duty for us when what is involved is the suppression of counter-revolutionary hordes, but the fact that it exists nevertheless gives rise to difficulties in our work of urgently bringing a revolutionary army into existence. In addition, the task of organizing this army is hindered by an obstacle that is purely psychological in character. The whole preceding period of war considerably impaired labor discipline, and an undesirable element of déclassed workers and peasants appeared among the people. In no way do I make this a matter of reproach either to the revolutionary workers or to the working peasantry. We all know that the revolution was crowned with heroism such as history had never seen before, heroism displayed by the working masses of Russia, but it cannot be concealed that in many cases the revolutionary movement weakened for a time their capacity for systematic and planned work. Elemental anarchism, the activity of bagmen, debauchery, these are phenomena which we need to combat with all our strength, phenomena which must be opposed by the best section of the conscious workers and peasants. And one of the fundamental tasks falling to the lot of the military commissars is that of bringing to the working masses, by means of ideological propaganda, awareness of the need for revolutionary order and discipline, which must be persistently mastered by each and everyone. Besides all these phenomena that hinder the work of planned organization of the army, we come up against obstacles of a purely material order. We have destroyed the old apparatus for administering the army, and we need to create a new organ. Owing to this in-between situation, there is at present a lack of complete order in this sphere. The military property of our state is scattered chaotically all over the country, and has not been registered. We do not know precisely either the number of cartridges, of rifles, of heavy and light artillery, of aeroplanes, of armored cars. There is no order. The old recording apparatus has been smashed, while the new one is still only in process of being organized. In the sphere of building a military administration, we must regard our decree of April 8 as fundamental. As you know, European Russia has been divided into 7 districts, and Siberia into 3. The entire network of local military commissariats which is being organized throughout the country is closely linked with the Soviet organizations. By putting this system into effect we shall obtain that center around which planned work on organizing the Red Army can be accomplished. Everyone knows that, up to now, chaos has reigned in the localities, and this, in its turn, has created frightful disorder at the center as well. We know that many of the military commissars often express dissatisfaction with the central authority and, in particular, with the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs. There have been cases when sums of money which had been requested for the upkeep of the army were not dispatched in time. We have received very many express telegrams with demands for money, but no estimates were sent with these telegrams. Sometimes this put us in an extremely difficult situation. We could make only advance payments. All this produced disorder, owing to the fact that very often there did not exist in the localities any business-like administrative organ. We took steps urgently to establish in the localities the nuclei of commissariats, to consist of 2 representatives of the local Soviets and 1 military specialist. This local board, a sort of local military commissariat, will be the organization that can, in a given locality, fully ensure the planned formation and servicing of the army. Everyone knows that the army which we are now building on voluntary principles is regarded by the Soviet government as merely provisional. As I said, our program has always included the slogan, "Defense with all our strength of our revolutionary workers' country, the hearth of socialism." Voluntary recruitment is only a temporary compromise to which we have had to resort in a critical period of complete collapse of the old army and intensification of civil war. We appealed for volunteers for the Red Army in the hope that the best forces of the working masses would respond. Have our hopes been realized? It must be said that they are realized only 33 1/3%. There are, of course, in the Red Army very many heroic, self-sacrificing fighters, but there are also many worthless elements, hooligans, ne'er-do-wells, the dregs. Undoubtedly, if we were to give military training to the whole working class, without exception, this element, which in quantity is comparatively small, would not constitute any serious danger to our army, but now, when our forces are so small, this element is an unavoidable and undesirable thorn in the flesh of our revolutionary regiments. It is the responsibility of the military commissars to work tirelessly to raise the level of consciousness within the army and ruthlessly to eradicate the undesirable element which has got into it. In order to implement conscription, to defend the Soviet Republic, we need to take into account not only weapons, not only rifles, but also people. We must draw into the work of creating the army the younger generations, the youth who have not yet experienced war, and who are always distinguished by the élan of their revolutionary spirit and their display of enthusiasm. We must discover how many persons we have who are liable for military service, must establish complete order in the registering of our forces, and must create a distinctive Soviet system of accounting. This complex task is now the responsibility of the military commissariats in the volosts, uyezds, and provinces, and of the districts which unite them. But here arises the question of the commanding apparatus. Experience has shown that lack of technical forces has a baneful effect on the success of attempts to form revolutionary armies, because the revolution has not brought forth from the midst of the working masses warriors with the knowledge of the military art. This is the weak spot in all revolutions, as we learn from the history of all previous risings. If among the workers there had been a sufficient number of comrades who were military specialists, the problem would have been solved very simply, but, unfortunately, we have extraordinarily few persons with military training. The duties of members of the commanding apparatus can be divided into 2 parts, the purely technical and the moral political. If both of these qualities are united in one person, that gives us the ideal type of leader-commander for our army. But, alas, that phenomenon is met with very rarely indeed. There is not one of you, I am sure, who will say that our army can manage without specialist commanders. This in no way belittles the role of the commissar. The commissar is the direct representative of the Soviet power in the army, the defender of the interests of the working class. If he does not interfere in military operations, it is only because he stands above the military leader, watches everything he does, checks on every step he takes. The commissar is a political worker, a revolutionary. The military leader answers with his head for all his activity, for the outcome of military operations, and soon. If the commissar has observed that there is danger to the revolution from the military leader, the commissar has the right to deal ruthlessly with the counter-revolutionary, even to the point of shooting him. In order that we may be able quickly to train our own peasant and worker officers, fighters for socialism, we have in a number of places set about organizing schools of instruction which will train and instruct representatives of the working people in the art of war. There is one other task which our army must perform. This task concerns the struggle against the bagmen and the rich speculators who hide grain from the poor peasants. We need to throw our best organized units into the regions rich in grain, where energetic steps must be taken to combat the kulaks, through agitation, or even by applying decisive measures. We are faced, in general, by colossal tasks, but I think we shall not lose heart, despite the fact that even amongst us Soviet workers one sometimes meets skeptics and moaners. If they fall into despair, let them get out of the way while we stubbornly continue with our titanic work. It must be kept in mind that the working people were cruelly oppressed for many centuries, and that, in order finally to throw off the yoke of slavery, we shall need many years of learning from experience and from the mistakes and blunders which we ourselves often commit, but which will feature ever more rarely in our activity. At this Congress we shall exchange our observations, we shall learn something from each other, and I am sure that you will go back to your localities and continue your creative work in the interests of the labor revolution. In the name of the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs and the Council of People's Commissars I greet you, and I conclude my speech with, Long live the Soviet Republic! Long live the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army! Notes. 47 The first All-Russia Congress of Military Commissars was convened by the Military Commissars Bureau and began on June 7, 1918. Reports from the localities were given and questions discussed concerning the rights and duties of military commissars, and also concerning cultural and educational work in the Army. The military specialists and the Red Army. A necessary explanation. About the military specialists. Some military specialists have approached me with representations about the insulting expressions attributed by bourgeois newspapers to the chairman of the Petrograd Soviet regarding participation by former generals in the work of creating the Workers' and Peasants' Army. I have not met with the expressions in question in official reports in the Soviet press, and I consider it most probable that what lies behind this incident is a malicious newspaper intrigue aimed at disrupting the work of the Soviet power for ensuring the country's defensive capacity. In any case, I think it necessary to set out here the following propositions, which have been fully approved by the Central Executive Committee, that is, by the supreme organ of authority in our country. We need a real armed force, constructed on the basis of military science. Active and systematic participation in all our work by military specialists is therefore a matter of vital necessity. The military specialists must be ensured the possibility of devoting their efforts conscientiously and honestly to the task of creating the army. We need a Soviet army, that is, a military organism of a kind that conforms to the nature of the workers' and peasants' power. It is the fundamental task of the institution of commissars for military affairs to ensure this conformity. The working classes, which hold power in the Soviet Republic, have the right to demand of the military specialists, whatever political views the latter may hold, a loyal attitude toward the regime within the framework of which they are doing their work. Any abuse of the trust shown by the Soviet power must be met with stern punishment. At the same time, the workers and peasants must behave with complete respect towards those specialists, military and other, who are devoting their efforts to increasing the economic and military strength of our exhausted and temporarily weakened country. For my own part, I think it necessary to add that those former generals who work conscientiously in the difficult and unfavorable conditions of today, even if they are of a conservative turn of mind, deserve incomparably more respect from the working class than pseudo-socialists who engage in intrigue in various holes and corners and, with impotent spite, look forward to the fall of the workers' and peasants' power. April 23, 1918. The military specialists and the Red Army. The first betrayal. Testimony before the Supreme Revolutionary Tribunal. In the Shchostny case, June 20, 1918. On the Shchostny affair and its background, see Maudsley, E., The Russian Revolution and the Baltic Fleet, 1978, and the same writer's article, The Case of Captain Shchostny, in Spornik, No. 3, 1977, also Sisson, e.g., 100 Red Days, 1931. D.N. Fedotov-White, who was an officer in the Tsarist Navy, quotes in The Growth of the Red Army, 1944, A conversation he had with Shchostny in early 1918, on the ice of Helsingfors harbor, when Shchostny said, "The Bolshevik are German agents, they are going to try to hand over the fleet to the enemy so that they can use it against the Allies. Something is going to happen, however, which will stop them. The Baltic Fleet made the revolution possible, the Baltic Fleet will also bring the Bolshevik power to an end." The left SRS protested against the sentence of death passed on Shchostny, on the grounds that one of the gains of the revolution had been the abolition of capital punishment. Lenin and Sverdlov, speaking at the Fifth Congress of Soviets on July 5, 1918, both pointed out that there was a certain formalism in the left SR's attitude, since the Cheka, in which they were represented, had been shooting people in its own summary way since the earliest days of the revolution. We are told that when people are sentenced to be shot by Dzerzhinsky's commission it is all right, but if a court were to declare publicly and openly that a man was a counter-revolutionary and deserved to be shot, that would be wrong. People who have sunk to such depths of hypocrisy are political corpses. No, a revolutionary who does not want to be a hypocrite cannot renounce capital punishment. There has never been a revolution or a period of civil war without shootings. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 27, p.519. The death penalty was not abolished altogether but only so far as concerned the soldiers at the front. The abolition of the death penalty is for times of peace, and not for revolutionary times. The execution of Shchostny was not the first case of capital punishment in the Soviet Republic. Death sentences by the dozen were being passed in every city, in Petrograd, in Moscow, and in the provinces. Sverdlov, quoted in Bunyan, J. Intervention, Civil War, and Communism in Russia, April-December 1918-1936. Comrade Judges. I saw Citizen Shchostny for the first time at the session of the Supreme Military Council 48 at the end of April, after Shchostny's skillful and vigorous transfer of our fleet from Helsingfors to Kronstadt. 49 The attitude of the Supreme Military Council and of myself towards Admiral Shchostny was at that time a very favorable one, precisely because of his successful fulfillment of that task. But the impression made by Shchostny's entire conduct at the session of the Supreme Council was diametrically opposite to this. In the report which he gave at that meeting, Shchostny depicted the internal condition of the fleet in extremely gloomy, hopeless colors. According to him, the fleet was still all right technically, but the state of the crews rendered it quite unfit for combat. Shchostny went so far as to describe the fleet as so much scrap iron, although these same vessels, with these same crews, had just completed quite satisfactorily a very difficult move through the ice. It was perfectly clear that Shchostny was laying it on very thick. At first I interpreted this exaggeration as due to desire to enhance his own services. That was not very pleasant, but neither was it particularly important. When, however, it later turned out that Shchostny had tried in every way to present the state of the Central Soviet government just as gloomily to the fleet itself, it became clear that the matter was more serious. The unfitness of the fleet so far as its personnel was concerned could be summed up, according to Shchostny, as a panicky mood that was due, in the main, to the uncertainty of the situation, the absence of a definite line of demarcation. Shchostny himself acknowledged this. When, at that same session of the Supreme Council, definite proposals were put forward with a view to regulating the international position of the Baltic Fleet, after clarifying, first and foremost, the question of the line of demarcation, Shchostny rejected these proposals, without adducing any arguments. What he wanted was a hopeless situation, not a way out of it. Shchostny was then instructed by the Supreme Council to approach the German command with a proposal to regulate through negotiation the question of the demarcation line. However, Shchostny failed to carry out this direct and precise order. 50 He kept in being the hopeless situation. He clearly played the same game in the matter of Fort Eno. 51 With regard to the fate of this fort, I replied to Shchostny, at that same meeting, that on this particular question the Naval Command must come into line with our general policy. We had to try to establish a line of demarcation. The fleet must in no case take the initiative in warlike operations but, in the event of an attack, must defend itself, and, in an extremity, that is, if there was nothing else to be done, scuttle the ships. I gave merely a general directive. The actual orders had, of course, to be issued, in accordance with circumstances, by the Chief of Naval Forces, namely, Citizen Shchostny. Where operational matters were concerned, Shchostny had been given unlimited powers, and all responsibility in that sphere rested with him. 52. When, soon afterward, I received from Shchostny, who was at Kronstadt, a report that Fort Eno was, allegedly, threatened by a suddenly approaching German fleet, I replied, in conformity with my general directive, that, if the situation thus created became hopeless, the fort must be blown up. What did Shchostny do? He passed on this conditional directive in the form of a direct order from me for blowing up the fort, although there was no need for this to be done. Within 2 or 3 days I received inquiries from Petrograd. Comrade Zinoviev informed me of the alarm felt in the city as a result of my order for the blowing up of Fort Eno. Startled, I replied that I had given no such order, that the fort was to be blown up only in the event of a hopeless situation, as estimated by the Chief of Naval Forces and on his personal responsibility. But in the fleet and in Petrograd the talk was everywhere about my order. The dark forces put about a rumor in the city that the Soviet government had secretly agreed with the Germans to effect this demolition. I asked Admiral Zelionowy. Admiral A.P. Zelionowy, 1872–1922, was appointed Chief of Naval Forces in the Baltic in January 1919, and distinguished himself in the defense of Petrograd against the British naval attack made in support of General Yudenika's offensive by land. Later he served as Soviet naval attaché in Finland. Whether Shchostny had made any attempt to explain his action. This is what I discovered. When he gave Zelionowy, in my name, the order to blow up Fort Eno, Shchostny made no reference at all to an immediate danger that the Germans would seize the fort. On the contrary, he passed on his, allegedly my, order completely without any explanation. It appeared that the fort had to be destroyed not because of the operational situation but owing to some mysterious plans by Moscow. Nor was that all. In actual fact, no German fleet had shown up before Fort Eno. The situation was not at all as Shchostny described it in his dispatch over the direct wire. Shchostny was trying to terrorize the fleet by means of a false report. After the meeting of the Supreme Council, having received, as I said, a definite instruction to take up at once the question of a demarcation line, Shchostny left for Petrograd. We awaited news of the steps he had taken. For a long time, no signals were received from him. At last, after 6 or 7 days had passed, in response to our insistent inquiry, the curt answer came that Zelionowy considers it inopportune to enter into negotiations about a demarcation line, as though the settlement of this matter had been entrusted to Zelionowy. Shchostny was repeatedly told that he must at once, either through Zelionowy or directly, begin negotiations with the German command. However, negotiations have not been begun even to this day. Shchostny acknowledges that it is not possible to fight the Germans. He emphasizes this fact in every way and even exaggerates it, yet at the same time he refuses to negotiate about the establishment of a demarcation line. He needs only one thing, a hopeless situation. At the same time, rumors are being persistently spread in the fleet to the effect that the Soviet government has promised the Germans, in a secret article of the treaty, to destroy our navy. This legend has served as one of the principal means of arousing the sailors against the Soviet power. And by his entire conduct Shchostny deliberately contributed to the spreading and strengthening of this malicious rumor among the sailors, whom, on the other hand, he was depicting to the Soviet government as worthless and hopeless. I have already said that the actual situation of the fleet was grave primarily because of its terrible uncertainty. There was no line of demarcation. There was, undoubtedly, danger of an attack upon us. The fleet's capacity to fight had been reduced. I was approached more than once by representatives of the British Admiralty, who asked whether we had taken the necessary measure for scuttling the Baltic fleet in the event that the situation became hopeless. These same British officers frequently also spoke to the admirals in Soviet service, barons, and Altvater. Thus, both from our point of view and from that of the British, the danger at that moment was that the Germans might, by a sudden blow, seize our ships and take them over. Therefore, along with attempts to fix a line of demarcation, that is, to arrive at a maritime agreement with the Germans, we had also to take measures for scuttling the ships in the event that no other way out was left to us. How did Shchostny behave in respect of this situation? On the matter of the demarcation line he, as we have already heard, put up a stubborn, deep, and unexplained resistance, unexplained, that is, unless we assume a counter-revolutionary attempt to keep the fleet in a state of alarm and panic. As regards the scuttling of the ships, Shchostny acted even more evasively, I should say enigmatically, had not the solution to his behavior soon become quite obvious. Shchostny could not but appreciate the need to make preparations for scuttling, precisely because he, with obvious exaggeration, had described the fleet as so much scrap iron. But Shchostny not only failed to take any preparatory measures, more than that, he utilized this question to terrorize the sailors and stir them up against the Soviet power. This became most concretely apparent in the following episode. During the discussion of the question of preparatory measures in the event of our needing to scuttle the fleet, attention was given to the possibility that, should a sudden attack be made by German vessels, with the cooperation of counter-revolutionary commanders in our own fleet, such a state of disorganization and chaos might be created on our vessels that it would be quite impossible actually to scuttle them. In order to safeguard ourselves against such a situation, we decided to form, on each vessel, a group of shock brigade sailors who were absolutely reliable and devoted to the revolution and who, whatever the circumstances, would be ready and able to scuttle their ship, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives. I proposed that members of the board of the Navy Commissariat go personally to Petrograd and Kronstadt and there, relying on the best and bravest elements in the fleet, organize shock groups of this kind on the ships. Shchostny behaved officially as though this question was no concern of his. 53 It would be more accurate to say that he behaved in such a way as to make his subordinates believe that preparation for scuttling the fleet was inspired not by the interests of the revolution and the country but by some secret deal made between the Soviet government and the Germans, and that he, Shchostny, was merely compelled to put up with these measures because of his position. When the organizing of these shock groups was still in the preparatory stage, one of the members of the Navy Board was approached by a prominent British naval officer 54 who said that Britain was so much concerned that the ships should not fall into the hands of the Germans that she was ready to reward generously those sailors who would undertake to blow their ships up at the fatal moment. I immediately took steps to put a stop to such negotiations with this gentleman. But it must be admitted that this proposal compelled us to think about a question to which, in the hurly-burly of events, we had until then given no thought, namely, about how to look after the families of those sailors who were going to incur a terrible risk. I ordered that Shchostny be told, over the direct wire, that the government was going to allot a certain sum for the sailors of the shock groups. This decision, in my view, was in no way contrary either to particular naval morality or to the morality common to all men. In any case, in those difficult circumstances it ensured an extra chance that the real interests of the revolution would be safeguarded. How did Shchostny act? He made use of this proposal too for the counter-revolutionary work he was carrying on. Not reckoning with the fact that the arrangement, being in the nature of a military secret, should have remained confidential, Shchostny at once took steps to give this proposal the widest publicity. He passed it on to the Council of Senior Commanders and to the Council of Commissars of the Fleet 55, the composition of which was extremely fortuitous, stating that, in his view, this plan was immoral, and giving support to the story that it was being carried out in fulfillment of a secret article in the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. He said in so many words that the Soviet government wanted to bribe the sailors to destroy their own fleet. After that, Rumors ran through the whole Baltic fleet that the Soviet government was planning to pay with German gold for the scuttling of Russian ships, although, in reality, quite the opposite was the case, that is, it was the British who were offering gold, since what was at stake was that the fleet should not be surrendered to the Germans. But an extremely confused situation was created, which was most favorable to the diabolical agitation of the White Guard elements. And this agitation was headed by Admiral Shchostny. He contributed to this agitation equally by his actions and words and by his silence. You know, comrade judges, that Shchostny, when he last came to Moscow in response to our summons, left the railway carriage not by alighting on the passenger platform but beyond it, in a remote place, just as a conspirator might do. After Shchostny had been arrested and we were questioning him, I asked him whether he knew about the counter-revolutionary agitation in the fleet. Shchostny answered, half-heatedly, yes, I knew. But he said not a word about the documents in his briefcase which were supposed to prove the existence of a secret agreement between the Soviet government and the German High Command. The grossness of the forgery could not be other than obvious to Admiral Shchostny. As head of the fleet of Soviet Russia, it was Shchostny's duty to take action immediately and severely against traitorous slanders. But, as we have seen, in fact, by his entire conduct he provided grounds for this falsehood, and fostered it. There can be no doubt that the documents were forged by officers of the Baltic Fleet. It is enough to mention that one of these documents, the address by a mythical German operational headquarters to Lenin, is written in the tone of a reprimand for the appointment of Blokhin as chief commissar of the fleet, on the grounds that he was opposed to the ideas of the Germans. It must be said that Blokhin, a quite fortuitous person, was one of Shchostny's own creatures. Blokhin's incompetence was perfectly obvious to everyone, including himself. But Shchostny needed Blokhin. And so a situation was created, in advance, whereby Blokhin's dismissal could be interpreted as having been dictated by the Germans. I have no evidence for asserting that Shchostny himself compiled these documents. This may have been done by subordinates of his. It is enough that Shchostny knew about these documents, had them in his briefcase, and not only did not report their existence to the Soviet power, but, on the contrary, skillfully utilized them against it. 56. Meanwhile, events in the fleet assumed a more decisive character. In the destroyer division, two officers, named, I believe, Zasimuk and Lysinevich, began openly to call for revolt against the Soviet power, which, they claimed, wanted to destroy the Baltic fleet for the benefit of the Germans. They drew up a resolution about overthrowing the Soviet power and establishing a dictatorship of the Baltic fleet, which must have meant, of course, a dictatorship of Admiral Shchostny. Under the influence of the false documents and all the other methods of sustaining panic, some ships of the destroyer division adhered to this resolution. When, however, the delegates from the destroyers appeared on the larger ships, they met there with a revolutionary rebuff. At Kronstadt a Congress of Delegates of the Baltic Fleet was held. 57 The whole story was put before the Congress, which adopted a resolution for expelling Zasimuk, Lysinevich, and others from the fleet. In the name of the People's Commissariat for Naval Affairs, the member of the Supreme Navy Board, Comrade Sachs S.E. Sachs, who subsequently commanded the Red Caspian flotilla at Astrakhan, demanded that Shchostny immediately carry out the decision taken by the Congress and arrest the counter-revolutionary mutineers. However, Shchostny evaded giving the order for arrest, by referring to Comrade Sachs's non-observance of some formalities or other. At that moment it was already obvious to all of us that Zasimuk and Lysinevich were merely Shchostny's agents, his shock brigadiers. Shchostny himself behaved more cautiously, but moved in the same direction, that is, towards the dictatorship of the Baltic fleet. The Council of People's Commissars appointed Comrade Fedorovsky chief commissar of the fleet. From that moment the situation had to be defined one way or the other. Shchostny began to manifest open resistance, going over to direct revolt against the Soviet power. In defiance of the decision of the Council of People's Commissars, at the end of May, Shchostny issued his order appointing as chief commissar of the fleet Blokhin, who, as he himself acknowledged, was entirely under Shchostny's influence and was not at all fit for this post. I will not dwell upon the truly monstrous fact that Admiral Shchostny appointed his own commissar. Among Shchostny's papers was found the outline for a political speech which, as he himself said, he intended to deliver at the Congress of Naval Delegates which has been mentioned. The speech was to be purely political in character, and expressed a clearly counter-revolutionary tendency. While, when talking to the government, Shchostny called the Baltic Fleet so much scrap iron, to the representatives of that scrap iron Shchostny was going to speak of the Soviet government's intention to scuttle the fleet, in such a tone as to imply that this was an act of treason by the Soviet power, and not the taking of a measure dictated, in the given circumstances, by tragic necessity. The whole outline, from beginning to end, despite its outward cautiousness, is indisputably a document of counter-revolutionary conspiracy. Shchostny read his report to the Committee of the Congress, which decided not to allow him to read it to the Congress itself. When I asked Shchostny who it was that had actually asked him to deliver a political speech, which was in no way part of the duty of a fleet commander, he replied evasively, he did not remember, he claimed, just who it was who had asked him. In the same way, Shchostny did not answer when asked what practical purposes he was pursuing with his intention to deliver such a speech to a Congress of the Baltic Fleet. But these purposes were self-evident. Shchostny persistently and steadily deepened the gulf between the fleet and the Soviet power. Sowing panic, he steadily promoted his candidature for the role of savior. The vanguard of the conspiracy, the officers of the destroyer division, openly raised the slogan of a dictatorship of the Baltic Fleet. This was a definite political game, a great game, the goal of which was the seizure of power. When Messrs. Admirals and generals start, during a revolution, to play their own personal political game, they must always be prepared to take responsibility for this game, if it should miscarry. Admiral Shchostny's game has miscarried. 58. Notes. 48. The Supreme Military Council was set up after the signing of the Brest Peace. On March 4, 1918, by decree of the Council of People's Commissars, General Headquarters was abolished, together with the post of Supreme Commander-in-Chief, and all headquarters, fronts and armies began to be dissolved. Leadership of military units and work for the creation of a new army was made the responsibility of the Supreme Military Council, consisting of the military leader Comrade Bunkbruyevik and two commissars, Proshian and Shutko. On March 18 Comrade Trotsky was appointed chairman of the Supreme Military Council, with Comrade Sklyansky as his deputy, and Comrades Podvoisky and Mikhanashin as members. The Supreme Military Council continued to exist until September 2, 1918, when the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic was formed. During its half-year's existence the Supreme War Council did a great deal of work. Leadership in organizing the armed forces, the implementing of new military administrative divisions, the first mobilizations, the introduction of universal military training for the working people, all were the work of the Supreme Military Council. At the front, the Supreme Military Council formed the screen sectors which, by placing detachments along the line of demarcation that had been established with the Germans under the Brest Treaty, ensured that it would be possible to create without delay the units of the Red Army needed to defend the Republic. See map number 1, the screens. 49. The October Revolution found the main forces of the Baltic Fleet partly at Helsingfors, the ships of the line, and partly at Revel, cruisers and destroyers. After the occupation by the Germans of the Moon Sound, Riga and Baltiski port, the fleet left Revel and was entirely concentrated at Helsingfors. The Germans landing at Hang on April 3, 1918 and their rapid advance, by land and sea, towards Helsingfors, placed the fleet in a very difficult situation. In order to protect it, the fleet was sent to Kronstadt. The vessels had to make their way through the ice hummocks of great thickness which are usually formed in the spring between Kronstadt and Hogland. The fact that the crews were not up to strength and the absence of navigational installations, which had been carried away by the ice, made this transfer even more difficult. On arrival at Kronstadt, the fleet was berthed in the inner harbors. 50 On April 25, 1918, the Supreme Military Council proposed to Fleet Commander Szczęsny that he at once begin negotiations with the Germans about the establishment of a line of demarcation, since without this the position of the fleet would be extremely difficult. Szczęsny passed on the corresponding order by radio to the senior naval officer at Helsingfors, Zelionowy, and this message was repeated on April 29. Only on May 1 was a reply received from Zelionowy, saying that, in his view, it was not desirable to raise this question in the circumstances of the moment. On May 3 Zelionowy reported that the order would be carried out. Szczęsny was obviously conniving at the non-fulfillment of orders by his subordinates. 51 Fort Eno provided, together with Fort Krasnaya Gorka, situated on the southern shore of the Gulf of Finland, a combination of batteries, of 10-inch guns, intended to prevent a hostile fleet from reaching Kronstadt and the inner waters of the Gulf of Finland. The fort was poorly defended on the landward side. It was blown up by the Reds on May 14, 1918. From the dispatch dealing with this event sent by the commandant of Kronstadt Fortress, Artemonov, the following circumstances emerge. Already by April 24 the fort had been surrounded by Finnish White Guard troops. Their demand for the surrender of the fort was rejected, the breech blocks of the guns and a large amount of material were sent off to Kronstadt. The fort was blown up from a mine station in Fort Krasnaya Gorka, by means of a telephone cable with a current of 500 volts. 52 Szczęsny's powers were defined with sufficient precision in the provisional decision on the management of the Baltic Fleet, which was ratified by the Council of People's Commissars on March 29, 1918. Paragraph 6 of this decision reads, where operational activity and preparation for battle of the fleet and of the units and maritime fortresses composing it are concerned, the Chief of Naval Forces performs the duties and enjoys the powers of a fleet commander, and bears full responsibility for directing this activity by the fleet. 53 In a message sent by the Hughes apparatus on May 21, addressed to Szczęsny, the Supreme Military Council demanded that he take measures for preparing demolition cutters and fulfill instructions regarding the financial security of their families. On May 22 Szczęsny replied with reassuring information, and at the same time stated that it was not possible to establish a line of demarcation. 54 The name of the British officer mentioned in the testimony was Commander Cromie, a British naval agent. Cromie was subsequently killed during a raid by the Chicot on the British embassy. 55 The Council of Commissars of the Fleet, Sovcom Balt, was a consultative organ attached to the Chief Commissar of the Fleet. Before the issuing of the provisional decision on the management of the fleet mentioned above, this organ played an important role in the leadership of the fleet. The Council of Senior Commanders was a conference, held periodically, of all the commanders of independent units, brigades, detachments, and flotillas. 56 For illustrative purposes I will quote in full a copy of one of these false documents which were captured when Szczęsny was arrested and which figured in the case before the Supreme Tribunal of the Republic. GGG. Section P. Nachrichten Bureau. Number 1462. April 19, 1918. To the Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the Petrograd Commune. The Intelligence Department has received precise information that a group of anarchist sailors at Kronstadt has decided to place the Baltic Fleet at the disposal of the Red Guards of the Finnish revolutionaries, for the defense of Vyborg and Turku. According to our information, the Soviet of the Petrograd Commune has approved this decision by the group of sailors mentioned. We consider it our duty to inform you that this act will be regarded by our High Command as sufficient justification for occupying Petrograd and demanding the complete disarmament of Kronstadt and of the vessels in the naval port. For the Chief of the Intelligence Department. M. Bauer. M. Chrysler, Adjutant. Nachrichten Bureau. Seal. 57 The Third Congress of the Baltic Fleet took place at that time. 58 The Revolutionary Tribunal of the Republic sentenced Szczęsny to be shot. The military specialists and the Red Army. To the Commissars N. The military specialists. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Commissars and military specialists. In recent weeks there have been a few cases of betrayal among the military specialists. Makin, Muravyov, Zhivjintsov, Vesilago, and some others, who had voluntarily entered the Workers' and Peasants' Army or the Red Navy, went over to the foreign aggressors and invaders. Muravyov was punished as he deserved, the rest still await retribution. Every honest person will look with disgust upon these cases of prostitution on the part of officers. As a result of the treason of a few scoundrels, distrust of military specialists in general has been intensified. There have been some clashes between commissars and military leaders. In some cases known to me, commissars have shown a clearly unjust attitude towards military specialists, lumping honorable men together with traitors. In other cases commissars have sought to concentrate in their own hands the functions of command and operations, not confining themselves to political leadership and supervision. Such action is fraught with danger, for the confusing of powers and duties kills the sense of responsibility. I urgently call upon the comrade commissars not to surrender to the impressions of the moment and not to lump together the innocent and the guilty. The Fifth All-Russia Congress of Soviets has reminded us all that the military specialists who are working honestly to build the military might of the Soviet Republic deserve the people's respect and support from the Soviet power. 59. Keen revolutionary watchfulness does not mean petty fault-finding. On the contrary, conscientious specialists must be given the opportunity to develop their powers to the full. Whoever tries to utilize his position as commander for the ends of a counter-revolutionary coup is, by the decision of the Fifth Congress of Soviets, liable to suffer capital punishment. No mercy for traitors, comradely collaboration with honest workers. Of the commissar we require vigilance, firmness, and tact, for the post of military commissar is one of the highest known to the Soviet Republic. With profound confidence in the ultimate success of our difficult work, a fraternal greeting to the military commissars of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Notes. 59. The precise formulation of this point in the resolution adopted on July 10, 1918 by the Fifth All-Russia Congress, on the report by Comrade Trotsky, reads: Every military specialist who works honestly and conscientiously for the development and consolidation of the military strength of the Soviet Republic has the right to respect from the Workers' and Peasants' Army and support from the Soviet power. A military specialist who tries to make perfidious use of his responsible post for conspiracy on behalf of foreign imperialism must be punished with death. The military specialists and the Red Army. The officer question. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. One often hears it said that the former officers are not joining the army because they do not want to be involved in civil war. The officers, it is said, want to stay out of politics. But how, then, did the officers manage to serve in the old army? Only simpletons can seriously suppose the Tsarist army stayed out of politics. The old army was saturated through and through with the political spirit of Byzantinism, that is, with subservience and servility towards the monarchy. Enemies of the Tsarist autocracy were officially regarded as enemies of the army. The anthem of the autocracy and of the army was the same, God save the Tsar. Both the education of the officers and the literature of the soldiers were permeated with the idea of that anthem. CFDR. Jones, The Officers and the Soviets, 1917–1920, A Study in Motives, in Spornik No. 2. Was that not politics? Where and when did any army stay out of politics? Let our know-alls tell us, we are listening. Furthermore, the old army was an instrument for upholding the Tsarist autocracy. The final decade of the autocratic regime was a time of uninterrupted disturbance and ferment. Did not many regular units, and, therefore, many officers, take part, directly or indirectly, in acts of suppression? On that matter the necessary information could be found somehow in some records or other. The officers of the Tsarist army waged civil war against the workers and peasants. In those days, to be sure, it was not called civil war. But that made things no easier for the workers and peasants whom they shot down. It may be said, of course, all that was in the past, but nowadays the officers do not want to take part in political conflict. In other words, those officers who participated in civil war on the side of the Tsar, the landlords, and the capitalists, when they ruled the country, do not want to participate in civil war on the side of the workers and peasants who are now in power. That's different. But then they ought to say, we fought with the tyrants and the rich against the people, but we don't want to fight with the workers and peasants against the tyrants. It is useless for them to talk about disgust with civil war, they should speak of disgust with the workers and peasants' struggle for complete emancipation of the working people. That would be more accurate. Some, of course, say, there's no question of hostility, the officers simply want to remain neutral in the internal conflict, but they are ready to defend the country against the external enemy. 60 At first glance this may seem a likely explanation. But, in fact, it is a subterfuge, either conscious or unconscious. The fight against Krasnov's bands, what's that? Civil war or defense of the country? Krasnov is trying to cut off the Don and the Kuban from Russia, to cut us off from grain and oil. To do this, as he says himself, he is making use of German weapons and openly calling for German intervention, Krasnov's speech of July 14 at Novokirksk. 61 Can there be a baser or a more out-and-out enemy than Krasnov? Those who want, not in words but in deeds, to defend Russia from the violence of German imperialism must, first and foremost, say to themselves, it is necessary to secure our rear, and so we must crush the traitor Krasnov. And what about the Czechoslovaks? Are they internal enemies or external enemies? The purpose of their revolt is now perfectly clear even to the blind. The French newspapers which reached us last week write openly that the task of the Czechoslovaks is to compel the awkward Muscovites to resume the war with Germany. We knew this even earlier. Thus, the French government, having taken charge of a body of our war prisoners, wants to force us into the war. This is also the purpose of the Anglo-French landing on the Murman coast. The struggle against the Czechoslovaks is a civil war, because the Russian counter-revolution relies upon the Czechoslovak hirelings of the French stock exchange. At the same time, however, it is a struggle against foreign imperialist aggression. Refusal to fight against the Czechoslovaks amounts to willingness to let Russia be crucified by Anglo-French imperialism, just as refusal to fight against Krasnov amounts to helping German imperialism. That is the naked truth of the matter. Everything else is sophistry and playing at hide and seek. We must look still more deeply into the heart of the matter. 99% of the officers say that they cannot take part in civil war. And yet no small number of officers do in fact take a very active part in it. In the first place, let me recall Krasnov's revolt, the first open and extensive manifestation of the officers' civil war. After that came a continuous series of revolts by Cossack officers, who drew behind them the most backward and conservative section of the rank-and-file Cossacks. Besides this there are even more shameful facts to be mentioned. When the Germans entered Dvinsk and Pskov, they found Russian officers there who greeted them as liberators. There can be no doubt that these very same officers were telling everyone, the day before the Germans entered that, though they were opposed to civil war, they were ready to defend the fatherland in any event, against an external enemy. Ex-General Alexeyev worked hand in hand with Krasnov. They both fought against the Soviet government. At present Krasnov, with the help of German arms, is trying to cut Russia off from the Don and the Kuban and starve out the Russian people. Yesterday's ally of Krasnov, Alexeyev, is working with French money and with the help of the Vologda agents of the French Stock Exchange to bring about revolts in Murom and Yaroslavl. 62 Tailing behind Krasnov and Alexeyev are numerous hypocritical opponents of civil war. To this must be added that some of these gentry, after voluntarily joining the Red Army, cross over, later on, to the Czechoslovaks or to the Anglo-French force on the Murman coast. This is sheer prostitution by these officers. One can't call it anything else. What conclusions can we draw? The officer corps was brought up to hold reactionary monarchist views. The revolution flabbergasted them. Different groups were formed among them. These were the main ones. Unscrupulous elements with tarnished reputations quickly tried to ingratiate themselves with the new regime. The Rasputins and Pokrovskys. It is not clear to whom Trotsky is referring when he speaks of the Pokrovskys. Apart from the old Bolshevik MN Pokrovsky, the only person of that name well known in public life in the years immediately preceding the revolution was N.N. Pokrovsky, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he was an honest, upright man, by the standards of his circle, and an opponent of Rasputin. There was a White Guard general named Pokrovsky, but he was a young man, only a captain. He was one of Russia's few airmen, when the revolution occurred. However, the name Pokrovsky is a common one, and Trotsky may have been alluding to some crook who was notorious at the time but is now forgotten of the previous day, hastily repainted themselves as Bolsheviks. There is no need to say anything about this scum, it merely requires to be eradicated. A very important, although, alas, as yet only small group consists of officers who, to a greater or lesser extent, understood the significance of the revolution and the spirit of the new age. These officers are now working tirelessly at the creation of armed forces for the Soviet Republic. To require of them that they repaint themselves as Bolsheviks would be absurd. They must be appreciated and given support. Next, there is the group of pen pushers. They get on with their military clerical duties, guided by the wise saying, "There's always a boss to be obeyed." There is nothing special to be said about them. A substantial group is made up of direct, bitter, and sworn enemies of the Soviet regime, militant counter-revolutionaries, who constitute the cadres of the Savinkovite and Alexeyevite adventurers. Towards them our position is clear: enemies are to be combated and exterminated. The most numerous group consists of cowardly enemies, those who look over their shoulders, self-serving Philistines who are waiting to see what will happen, who are essentially indifferent to the country's fate and who try to hold aloof, while yearning secretly for the return of things as they used to be. These are the persons, neither hot nor cold, who especially like to conceal their cowardly worthlessness behind phrases about civil war. Essentially, they are the reserves of the counter-revolution. In the area of the Czechoslovak revolt, these reservists go over into active service. Where power has passed into the hands of the Soviets, they engage in tittle-tattle, secretly caucus-snoke, and create an atmosphere of hostility around those officers who are working with us not from fear but in obedience to the dictates of their consciences. We must put an end to this situation. Parasitism on the part of officers is just as intolerable as any other parasitism. The principle of compulsion must be applied here with redoubled force. The officers received their education at the expense of the people. Those who served Nicholas Romanov can and will serve when the working class orders them to. This does not mean in the least that the state power will entrust them all with posts of command. No, posts of command will go to those who show ready willingness to obey the workers' and peasants' power. The rest will be entrusted only with duties that include absolutely no powers of command. The former officers who are not doing anything are very ready to preach the saving power of discipline. The Soviet government considers that the moment has come to subject the ill-affected officers, likewise, to severe discipline. Izvesti Yavi.Tsk, number 154, July 23, 1918. Notes. 60. This was the position taken up by many former officers in the period following the conclusion of the Brest Treaty. They went to work in the screen on the Western Front, regarding it as necessary to help the Republic to organize resistance to the Germans, but wishing to take no part at all in the civil war in the south and east of the country. 61. The link between Krasnov and the Germans is clearly revealed in the correspondence published in Spornik Materialos I Statii, collection of materials and articles, published by the Central Archives. A number of letters to Peter Nikolaevich Krasnov and African Pyotrovich Bogayevsky from Mikhail Svekin and Cheryachikin show that the latter two, as delegates from Krasnov, were engaged in mid-May 1918 in importuning Hetman Skoropadsky, the commander of the German forces Eckhorn, and the ambassador of His Majesty, Mum, to help and intervene in the struggle against the Bolsheviks. 62 After the landing of the expeditionary force on the Murman coast and at Archangel, and the revolt of the Czechoslovaks, on which see note 79, the Allies tried, by organizing a number of revolts in towns situated along the Upper Volga, Murom, Yaroslavl, Rybinsk, to create a link between the northern and Czechoslovak fronts. Murom, where the Supreme Military Council had its headquarters, was seized by a White Guard detachment during the night of July 9. The detachment's leaders were N. Grigoriev and Lieutenant Colonel Sakharov. The troops called themselves units of the Volunteer Army of the North, and Grigoriev's title was Plenipotentiary of the Provisional National Government. The town remained in the hands of the Whites during July 9, but on that day a detachment of the volunteers, advancing along the railway line towards Arzamaz, was beaten, and the rebels then abandoned the town. The Yaroslavl revolt, which began on July 6, was a considerably more serious affair. It was organized by B. Savinkov. White officers who were serving in Soviet institutions suddenly, with the support of a section of the population, seized the center of the town, some steamers, and a large quantity of military stores. A number of responsible Soviet officials were arrested in their homes and shot, including comrades Nakinson and Zakgame. In order to put down the revolt, forces from Moscow, Kostroma, and Vologda were concentrated against Yaroslavl. The mobilization decreed by the Whites in the town did not prove successful. After intensive bombardment by artillery, the town was taken by our troops on July 21. The leaders of the revolt, headed by Perkurov, fled up the Volga on a steamer. Perkurov was arrested, tried, and shot in 1923. The military specialists and the Red Army. The demonstration by ex-General Novitsky. A letter to the head of the General Staff Academy. The former commander-in-chief of the armies on the Northern Front, Novitsky. The Novitsky referred to here is V.F. Novitsky, 1869–1929, who was commander-in-chief of the Northern Front, i.e., Army Group, facing the Germans in 1917, and after the October Revolution taught at the General Staff Academy. He complained about a speech by Zinoviev, who said that the military specialists should be squeezed like lemons and then thrown away. He later worked in the Red Army's Supreme Military Inspectorate. D.N. Fedotov White, in The Growth of the Red Army, is wrong in identifying this Novitsky with F.F. Novitsky, another former Tsarist officer, who served as Chief of Staff to Franz on the Eastern Front and died in 1944, has replied to a communication from one of my colleagues in the commissariat with a telegram addressed to me in which he explains why he had to decline to take up the appointment offered to him. Ex-General Novitsky's explanations were published in the press on the same day that he sent his telegram to me. The gist of what Mr. Novitsky says is that collaboration by military specialists should be made possible by showing confidence in them and observing guarantees of their professional and human dignity, on which, Mr. Novitsky claims, they cannot count at present. I have dealt in official statements with the question of the mutual relations which can and should exist between the Soviet power and those military specialists who have been called by it to serve in the work of building the armed forces of the Soviet Republic, and I see no need to return to the matter in connection with Mr. Novitsky's demonstration, but I cannot refrain from pointing out that this demonstration is directed not against the Soviet power but against those military specialists who consider that they ought to work to ensure the country's capacity to defend itself. What Mr. Novitsky is doing in his letter is calling on all the military specialists to engage in sabotage of the defense of the Soviet Republic. No other interpretation can be put upon the letter. Meanwhile, Mr. Novitsky is a professor at the General Staff Academy. The immediate task of the academy is to train military specialists for forming the Soviet Army. It is quite natural that Mr. Novitsky's demonstration should prompt me to raise with you, as head of the academy, the question of how far a call to sabotage work on defense is compatible with the vocation of military instructor. The military specialists and the Red Army. About the officers deceived. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A letter to the head of the General Staff Academy. Among the thousands of officers who, under Krasnov's command, are shedding the blood of the Russian workers and peasants and working Cossacks, there are numerous inveterate enemies of the people, old hands at counter-revolution, but there are also many who were deceived and who now see with horror whither the traitor Krasnov has led them. At first Krasnov called for a struggle against Germany, and appealed for Soviet Russia to be overthrown so that such a struggle might be waged. He recruited officers under the banner of patriotism, and by patriotism he meant the recovery of the parts of Russia which had been seized by the German predator. Later, he himself turned into a hanger-on and lackey of Emperor Wilhelm. Krasnov worked hand in hand with Skoropadsky, but Skoropadsky was merely Germany's policeman in the enslaved Ukraine. Wilhelm fell under the onslaught of the German workers and soldiers, who followed in the footsteps of the Russian workers and the Russian army. After Wilhelm it was Skoropadsky's turn to fall. Krasnov then at once offered his services, that is, the blood of the working Cossacks and peasants, to the Anglo-French brigands, who are ready to tear to pieces any country, any people, any state, for the sake of their profits. Only double-dyed scoundrels can say that the British and French capitalists and usurers are preparing disinterestedly to send their forces into Russia to establish so-called order. Old fools and simpletons can believe that. In reality, if Britain, France, America, or Japan were to move their forces against us, it would be so as to occupy the country, just as the German Kaiser occupied the Ukraine, so as to turn Russia into a helpless, feeble, exhausted and plundered colony. Fortunately, the reach of the Anglo-French predators is getting shorter and shorter. In France there are constant outbreaks by the workers, and city after city has been put under martial law. There and is unrest in the army, which wants to be demobilized. The British bourgeoisie would dearly like to overthrow the Soviet power, but it prefers to act by the hands of others, the hands of the Krasnovs, the Abramovs, the Dragomirovs, the Dutovs, the Denikins and other traitors to the working people of Russia. The British imperialists have not sufficient forces of their own to hold in enslavement Germany, Austria, the Balkans, France, a considerable part of which is occupied by British troops, and the whole of Soviet Russia, while at the same time keeping a watchful eye on America and Japan, for, after all, the booty has not yet been shared out. This is why the Russian bourgeoisie's hope that large Anglo-French forces will invade Russia is becoming ever more illusory. Articles to this effect are appearing in the leading Anglo-French newspapers. The conspirators on the Don are whispering about this, with anxious faces. The disappointed bourgeois press of the Ukraine writes openly about it. Undoubtedly, the consequence will be that Krasnov's whole traitorous adventure must end in shameful collapse within a few weeks. Krasnov promised his foreign employers to finish off the Soviet power in a short time, and received their pieces of silver for his cane's work. Now, when the Anglo-French imperialists have become convinced, from experience, that it will be a hard job to get rid of the Soviet power, they will think 10 times before deciding to allow their own troops to become involved in the fight against it, and all the more so because the German troops who entered the Ukraine under the Hohenzollern tricolor left it under the red flag of Soviet power. No help from abroad is to be seen. The forces of Krasnov and Denikin have run into a blind alley. Thousands of inexperienced and politically immature officers, whose heads were filled with old bourgeois monarchist prejudices, were at first persuaded by Krasnov's talk of patriotism and saving the country, and followed him. He formed them into special officer units, turning them into gendarmes by whose means he could hold in subjection the Cossacks and peasants he had mobilized. The Cossacks, the mobilized peasants, half-clad, and the officers deceived by Krasnov, all are perishing. A considerable section of the last-mentioned category now realize that they have been led into a blind alley. Many of them would be ready to quit Krasnov's plague-stricken camp and return to Soviet Russia, confessing their guilt. But they are afraid of legitimate retribution from revolutionary justice, they are afraid of vengeance to be taken for the blood they have shed. There is no doubt that their crimes are great. They became renegades from their own working people and called in their worst enemies as helpers. They shed the workers' blood. But the revolutionary people are magnanimous toward those of their enemies who confess to their crimes before the people and show themselves ready not only to lay down their arms but also honorably to serve in the ranks of the Russia of the working people. Woe to the traitors! Death to traitors! But mercy to the enemy who has surrendered and asks for quarter. In the name of the supreme military authority in the Soviet Republic, I proclaim that any officer who, either individually or at the head of his unit, voluntarily comes over to us from Krasnov's camp will be spared from punishment. If he shows in deeds that he is prepared honestly to serve the people in either a military or a civil capacity, he will find a place in our ranks. Down with the traitor Krasnov, who deceived the working Cossacks and also many former officers. Long live the peaceful collaboration between the workers, the peasants, the working Cossacks, and all honest citizens who, regardless of their past, are ready to serve the people selflessly. The military specialists and the Red Army. Order by the People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Red Army and the Red Navy. August 11, 1918, number 21. It has been made known through dispatches which I have received that many young general staff officers, that is, officers who have recently graduated to the general staff, have fought heroically in the recent battles on the Eastern Front. I consider it my duty to pass this news on to the country as a whole. It means that the old regular officers' corps has produced not only traitors and Tushino migrants who sell themselves to each side in turn. Among the young general staff officers there are many whom the revolution has bound to the working people and the Soviet power. Honor and recognition is due to them. Traitors will be crushed, but the young general staff officers will be called upon to build the workers' and peasants' army of a Russia reborn. The military specialists and the Red Army. Order by the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic. September 30, 1918. Cases of treacherous flight by members of the commanding apparatus into the enemy's camp, though less frequent, are still occurring. These monstrous crimes must be stopped, without shrinking from any measures. The turncoats are betraying the Russian workers and peasants to the Anglo-French and Japano-American robbers and hangmen. Let the turncoats realize that they are at the same time betraying their own families, their fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, wives, and children. I order the headquarters of all the armies of the Republic, and also the district commissars to supply by telegram to member of the Revolutionary War Council Arilov lists of all the members of the commanding apparatus who have gone over to the enemy camp, with all needful data about their family situation. I entrust Comrade Arilov with the responsibility for taking, in cooperation with the appropriate institutions, the measures necessary for arresting the families of deserters and traitors. The military specialists and the Red Army. About the ex-officers. A necessary statement. Wholesale and frequently unjustified attacks on the military specialists drawn from the old corps of regular officers who are now working in the Red Army are engendering among some of the commanding personnel a mood of uncertainty and dismay. At the same time, ex-officers occupying civilian posts in the rear are afraid of being transferred to the Red Army owing to the attitude of distrust towards them which is artificially fostered by unbalanced elements in the Soviet ranks. It is clear how harmful must be the effect of such phenomena upon the interests of the army in the field. In view of this, I consider it necessary to state that indiscriminate hostility towards former regular officers is alien to the Soviet power and to the best units fighting at the front. Every officer who wants to defend the country from the aggression of foreign imperialism and its Krasnovite and Yutovite agents is a welcome worker for our cause. Every officer who can and will help in the internal organization of the army, thereby ensuring that it achieves its aims with the least expenditure of workers' and peasants' blood, is a welcome collaborator with the Soviet power. He has the right to respect, and he will find this respect in the ranks of the Red Army. The Soviet power deals severely with mutineers, and will henceforth punish traitors, but in its policy it is guided by the interests of the working people and by revolutionary expediency, and not by a blind feeling of revenge. It is perfectly clear to the Soviet power that many thousands and tens of thousands of officers who emerged from the school of the ancient regime, having received a definitely bourgeois monarchist education, could not at once feel at home with the new regime, understand and learn to respect it. But during the 13 months that the Soviet power has been in existence, it has become clear to very many of the former officers that the Soviet regime is not something accidental but an order which has developed in accordance with the laws of history and which is based on the will of the laboring millions. To very many of the former officers it has become clear that no regime other than this one is now capable of defending the freedom and independence of the Russian people from foreign aggression. Those officers who, guided by this new awareness, join our ranks in a spirit of honesty, will find complete oblivion for those crimes against the people in which they participated, under the influence of their past and their backwardness as regards revolutionary politics. In the Ukraine, with Krasnov, in Siberia, and with the Anglo-French imperialists in the north, there are not a few Russian officers who would now be willing to return, repentant, to the Soviet Republic if they were not in fear of merciless punishment for their past deeds. Where these contrite renegades are concerned, what has been said above regarding the entire policy of the workers' and peasants' government remains in force. It is guided in its actions by revolutionary expediency, not by blind vengefulness, and will open the door to any honest citizen who wants to work in the service of the Soviets. December 30, 1918. The Military Specialists and the Red Army. The Military Specialists and the Red Army. *******. I think it necessary to return, for the last time, I hope, to the question of the military specialists, in connection with our general policy in the matter of building the army. The occasion for this seems all the more opportune in that criticism of our military policy has recently found printed and, so to speak, principled expression. There have been, even earlier, not a few critical remarks made regarding the enlistment of former regular officers, but these remarks were essentially of a passing and non-committal kind, and almost always put forward in a semi-humorous way. So then, aren't your military specialists going to betray you? As for that, it's as God wills. If we're strong they won't betray us. The matter rarely went further than such exchanges as that. But discontent became apparent. Discontent in the lower units, discontent in the middle strata, so to speak, of the party, and even sometimes at the top. The source of this discontent was the simple fact that, because we lack our own military leaders, we have had to have recourse to men who are not our own. When the carping became more persistent in one quarter or another, recourse was had to an argument that was not so much logical as empirical. Can you give me, here and now, 10 divisional commanders, 50 regimental commanders, 2 army commanders and 1 front commander, all from among the communists? In answer to that, the critics would laugh evasively and change the subject of conversation. But uneasiness and discontent continued. It was merely unable to find principled expression. For there could be no serious theoretical solution to the problem, but only a practical one, selecting suitable commanders from among the former regular officers and NCOs, while at the same time energetic ally pushing ahead with the training of new commanders. Consequently, the criticism also furnished hardly any grounds for a principled rejoinder. Now, however, some articles which have appeared in the party's central organ have sought to provide the quite comprehensible discontent that exists with a principled expression that is profoundly blameworthy. There is no need to say that, all other things being equal, the Soviet power would always prefer a communist commander to a non-communist one. The moral factor plays a very great role in military matters, and a close moral ideological, and, even more, a party bond between the commander and the best, most self-sacrificing section of the soldiers constitutes an inestimable factor of success. But nobody is asking us to choose between communist commanders and non-communist ones. Until recently we had hardly any commanding personnel who were our own men, in the party sense. The moral bond in an army is most directly ensured by the lowest level of the commanding apparatus. But even for the roles of section, platoon, and company commanders we could provide only an insignificant percentage of communists. The higher the category of commander, the fewer the number of communists we could find to fill it. From outside one can, of course, philosophize as much as one likes about the advantages of a communist commanding apparatus over the other sort. But whoever is engaged in current work on building the army, and has to deal with actual regiments, battalions, companies, and platoons, which need today, at once, real live regimental, battalion and company commanders, will not philosophize but will choose commanders from the material that is at hand. The obvious interests of the revolution demanded that we enlist, to fill the lowest posts of command, men who had formerly been NCOs or even private soldiers who had shown themselves outstandingly able, or even just possessed of common sense. This method was and is being utilized by the War Department on a very wide scale. However, in these cases, too, regular officers were intermingled wherever possible with the NCOs. And experience has shown that only those divisions are good ones in which both of these categories work side by side. We are often referred to cases of betrayal and flight by members of the commanding apparatus into the enemy camp. Such desertions were numerous, in the main, among officers who held the more prominent positions. But we do not hear so often about the entire regiments that have been squandered owing to the military incompetence of their commanding personnel, owing to the fact that the regimental commander was unable to organize a system of communication, did not post sentries or send out field patrols, failed to understand an order, or could not read a map. And if it be asked which has done us most harm up to now, betrayal by former regular officers or incompetence on the part of many new commanders, I personally should find it hard to give an answer. Some comrades who think themselves very resourceful suggest the solution to the problem: appoint as commander of a division only a communist from among the soldiers, but assign to him, as consultant or chief of staff, a specialist, a general staff officer. One may, of course, evaluate in different ways the sort of practical combination, which, incidentally, we often do employ when circumstances call for it. We have no stereotyped approach to this question, but it is quite plain that the solution offers us no line that is distinct in principle, because with this distribution of roles the leading role in a battle situation will obviously belong to the chief of staff, with the commander retaining, essentially, a supervisory role, that is to say, precisely the role which is at present played by the military commissar. So far as the job to be done is concerned, it is perfectly indifferent whether the military specialist betrays the Red Army in the capacity of commander of a division or as its chief of staff. But, as against that, what is different under the system, some reply, is that the communist holds all the powers, while the military specialist is allotted only a consultative voice. Such an argument can be put forward only by persons who think in a bureaucratic way. Soviet bureaucratic communism is a rather widespread and nasty disease. If the consultant or chief of staff wants to destroy the division, he will palm off his treacherous plan on the communist who bears the title of commander. The fact that Kerensky was appointed commander-in-chief did not, after all, prevent the chief of staff Kornilov from surrendering Riga to the Germans. 64 Moreover, it is precisely a consultant, who has no powers of command, and, therefore, no responsibility for command, who can, almost with impunity, palm off a perfidious plan upon a commander who does not know his job. Who will answer for it? The commander, that is, the one who holds the power of command. If it be supposed that the communist, as commander, will be able to see through the treacherous trickery of his consultant, it is clear that he would have been able to see through it if he had been a commissar. And a commissar has the right to deal with treachery and traitors by means of the severest measures, as no commissar with a head on his shoulders has ever doubted. In short, it is plain to any serious person that merely renaming commissars commanders and commanders consultants will do us no good either practically or from the standpoint of principle. It is essentially aimed at playing on the instinct to strive for precedence, and at serving as a blind to hoodwink the less conscious. 2. But now we have been presented with a principled consideration of the problem of the specialists, and a principled solution thereto. Member of the Central Executive Committee Kamensky AZ. Kamensky was a member of the staff of Voroshilov's 10th Army, which had retreated from the Donbas to Tsaritsyn. Trotsky's inverted commas may hint that he suspects that Kamensky is writing on someone else's, Voroshilov's, behalf. Writing in our central organ, does not confine himself just to brushing off the military specialists, he thinks his idea through and, in essence, denies the very existence of military expertise, that is, of the science and art of war. He puts before us as our pattern some ideal army, in the creation of which he himself has taken part, and it turns out that precisely this army, the best, most highly disciplined and successfully functioning army, was built without military specialists, under the leadership of a man with absolutely no previous military knowledge. In Kamensky's opinion, all the other armies ought to follow the same road. To be sure, Napoleon, who knew something about military matters and led armies of the revolution not without success, ascribed very great importance to military science, to the study of past campaigns, and so on. True, Hindenburg investigated theoretically during several decades the combinations that would be possible in a war with Russia, before he applied them in practice. Yes, there are military training institutions, middle grade and higher grade, and an extensive literature on military subjects, and hitherto we had supposed, as our socialist teachers supposed, that the art of war becomes more complicated as technique becomes more complicated, and that it is as difficult to be a good divisional commander as to be a good technical manager of a factory. Now, however, we learn that all this is a mistake. You need only be a communist, and everything else will be given unto you. We are often told, says Comrade Kamensky, ironically, that the conduct of war is such a delicate thing that we cannot get by at all without military specialists. Even if military expertise is a delicate thing, it is, all the same, only one of the components of a more delicate thing still, the conduct of the machinery of state as a whole. Yet, by making the October Revolution, we took the liberty of conducting the state. And we have managed somehow, our author triumphantly concludes. That is what is called putting the question as it should be put. It follows, then, according to Kamensky, that, having accomplished the October Revolution, we are, as it were, obliged to replace the specialists, in every branch of the state system, by good communists who, even if they get things a bit wrong, do, after all, stay sober. The allusion is to Krylov's fable The Musicians. A man invites a friend to hear his group of singers, and they are terrible. When the friend says that it was a poor performance, their patron apologizes for them, saying, "They do into a false note fall. But then, they liquor never touch at all." The fabulist comments, "For my part, I say, rather drink, and show that which you profess you know." Comrades who are familiar with socialist and anti-socialist literature know that one of the principal arguments used by the opponents of socialism was that we should not be able to cope with the machinery of state because of our lack of sufficient specialists of our own. It did not occur to any of our old teachers to reply that, once we had taken over such a thing as the state, we should then cope somehow, even without specialists. On the contrary, they always replied to the effect that the socialist regime would open up a broad field of creative work for the best of the specialists, and thereby increase their number, that the rest of them we should either compel or bribe with high salaries, just as the bourgeoisie had bribed them, and, finally, that the majority of them would simply have no choice, and they would be obliged to serve us. But nobody ever supposed that the victorious proletariat would simply get along, somehow, without specialists. Kamensky tells us that, when he and his comrades were cut off from the Soviet power, they themselves succeeded in transforming separate units into regiments. That is, of course, a very pleasing fact, it cannot be denied. But Marxist politics is not at all the politics of Tyapkin-Lyapkin. Trotsky's Tyapkin-Lyapkin is Lyapkin-Tyapkin, a conceited ignoramus in Gogol's play, the government inspector, who proclaims, "I came to my views myself, by my own thinking," who arrived at everything entirely by his own unaided power of thought, for history is not going to wait while we, having cast out the specialists, gradually think our way through to the transformation of isolated units into regiments, or, more correctly, to the renaming of them, for, let it be said without offense to Comrade Kamensky, in the matter to which he alludes what actually happened was just that the commanders of the separate units called themselves commanders of regiments, brigades, or divisions, according to taste, which, however, did not bring their units any closer to being military formations with the right internal proportions. It is quite true that, after the October Revolution, the proletariat found itself obliged to draw its sword against specialists of all kinds. But why was that? Not, of course, because they were specialists, but because these specialists refused to serve the proletariat, and tried, by means of organized sabotage, to break its power. By its terror against the saboteurs, the proletariat was not at all saying, "I shall exterminate the lot of you, and manage without specialists." Such a program would have been a program of hopelessness and doom. Scattering, arresting and shooting the saboteurs and conspirators, the proletariat said, "I shall break your will, because my will is stronger than yours, and I shall force you to serve me." If the Red Terror had meant initiating a process of complete expulsion and extermination of the specialists, it would have been right to see the October Revolution as a manifestation of historical decadence. Fortunately, that is not so. The Terror, as a demonstration of the will and the strength of the working class, obtains its historical justification precisely from the fact that the proletariat succeeded in breaking the political will of the intelligentsia, pacifying the professionals of different categories and branches of labor, and gradually subordinating them to its purposes, in the realm of their respective special skills. We know that the telegraphists sabotaged us, as also did the railway engineers, the high school teachers, the university professors, and the doctors. Should we conclude from this that, once we had taken power in October, we had no more need of medicine? One might even quote some salutary examples of how a communist, somewhere out in Chukloma, cut off from the Soviet Republic, successfully bandaged an old lady's finger and even performed still other medical feats, without ever having been poisoned by bourgeois medical wisdom. Such a philosophy as this has nothing in common with Marxism. It is a philosophy of oversimplification, quackery, and ignorant boasting. 3. But, all the same, if the British and French launch a serious offensive against us, bringing an army 1 million strong into action, the military specialists will betray us. This is the ultimate argument, both logically and chronologically. No doubt, if Anglo-French imperialism proves strong enough to put a powerful army into action against us, without being hindered, then, in circumstances in which our direct defeat seems certain to the social groups which have been pacified by the proletariat, desertions from those groups to the camp of our political adversaries will start to occur. Desertion will be the more extensive and the more of a danger to us, the less advantageous to us are the relations of armed force and the less favorable the whole world's situation. That has happened to other classes, too, more than once in history. For brevity's sake, the military specialists are often spoken of among us as the Tsarist generals. Those who use this expression forget that when Tsardom got into difficulties, the Tsarist generals betrayed it, took up an attitude of benevolent neutrality towards the revolution, and directly went over into the service of the revolution. The Krestovnikovs, Ryabushinskys, and Mamontovs are right when they say that their engineers betrayed them. The latter are now serving the regime of the proletarian dictatorship. If the specialists betrayed the class in whose spirit they were educated, when that class showed itself to be clearly and indubitably weaker than its adversary, there can be no doubt that these same specialists will betray the proletariat with incomparably greater ease if and when it proves to be weaker than its mortal foe. But this is not the case today, and we have not too much reason to suppose that it will ever happen. The better, wider and fuller use that we make of the specialists today, when they are obliged to serve us, the better we build our Red regiments, with their assistance, the less chance will the British and French be given to lead our specialists into temptation. Should the situation change, to our disfavor, we may have to change our internal policy again, going over once more to a regime of Red Terror, ruthlessly stamping out all those who try to help the enemies of the proletariat. But to do this in anticipation, rushing ahead of events, would merely mean to weaken ourselves. Rejecting the services of military specialists on the grounds that individual officers have played the traitor would be like driving out all the engineers and all the higher technicians from the railways on the grounds that there are not a few artful saboteurs among them. Not so long ago, at the Second All-Russia Congress of the Economic Councils, Comrade Lenin said, "It is time to abandon old prejudices and enlist all the experts we need in our work." Every one of our collegiate institutions, every one of our communist executives, must realize this. Capitalism has left us a legacy in the shape of its biggest experts. And we must be sure to utilize them, on a broad scale. For the context of Lenin's words, see Collected Works, Volume 28, pages 379-381. This is not at all, as you can see, like Lyapkin's readiness to cope with any and everything without the aid of specialists. Comrade Lenin even concluded his speech with a direct threat addressed to the communist Tyapkins. Any attempt to replace action by arguments that are the epitome of short-sightedness, gross stupidity, and intellectual conceit will meet with ruthless punishment. I do not doubt that some of our communist comrades are splendid organizers, but in order to train a large number of such organizers many years would be needed, and for us there is no time to wait. If there is no time for us to wait in the economic sphere, that applies still more in the military sphere. 4. This article would not be complete, and would involve real injustice to the military specialists, if I were to say nothing here about the profound evolution that has been undergone by the consciousness of the best part of the old officer corps. We now have in our service thousands of former regular officers. These men have experienced an ideological catastrophe. Many of them, as they themselves say, only 2 years ago looked upon Gukakov AI. Gukakov was a big capitalist and leader of the Octoberist Party, who became war minister in the first provisional government, an extreme moderate if ever there was one, as an extreme revolutionary, while the Bolsheviks belonged, so far as they were concerned, to the fourth dimension. They passively believed the gossip, slander, and baiting of the venal and dishonest bourgeois press. During the 13 months of the Soviet regime they have seen us communists at work, with our weak and our strong sides alike. We should really have too poor an opinion of ourselves and of our party, of the moral power of our ideas, of the attractive force of our revolutionary morality, if we thought that we were incapable of attracting to our side thousands and thousands of specialists, including military specialists. What about the simple fact of the coexistence in the army of former ensigns, captains, colonels and generals with our commissars? Of course there is no family without its black sheep. There sometimes turn up, among the commissars, troublemakers who busy themselves with petty squabbles over precedence, about who is to sign his name above whose, and the like. But the majority of our commissars are excellent, self-sacrificing commissars, disinterested, fearless, capable of giving their lives for the idea of communism and of making others do the same. Can this not be without its moral effect upon the officers, most of whom entered our service in the first place merely for the sake of a crust of bread? One would have to be morally quite obtuse in order to think so. From my dealings with many military specialists and, still more, from my dealings with the communist commissars, I know how many of the former Tsarist officers have developed a close inner bond with the Soviet regime, and, while not in the least considering themselves Bolsheviks, live a common life with the best regiments of our Red Army. The Council of People's Commissars has decided to rename the station Krasny Gorky, near Kazan, Yudno, in memory of the Tsarist officer Yudin, who fell in the fighting near the station and was one of those who recovered Kazan for us. The general public knows of almost every case of treason and betrayal by members of the commanding apparatus, but, unfortunately, Not only the general public but also narrower party circles know all too little about those regular officers who have honestly and consciously given their lives for the cause of the Russia of the workers and peasants. Only today a commissar was telling me about a captain who commanded nothing more than a section and refused to accept any higher post because he identified himself too closely with his men. This captain was killed in action a few days ago. And today I also had a very interesting conversation with another of our commissars, one of the best by virtue of his energy and devotion to duty. I knew this comrade as an opponent of the employment of Tsarist generals. Make yourself more familiar with the work, I said to him, with, if you like, a certain challenge in my manner, and in a month or two will turn you from divisional commissar into divisional commander. No, he replied, I can't agree to that. How so? We have better divisional commanders. Men like L, or R. But, after all, they are general staff officers. I have nothing against officers like them. It was L who set the division on its feet, established firm order in it. R works day and night, without sparing himself. He himself sticks by the telephone, checking on the execution of every order. I'm only against such specialists as Nosovich. LL. Nosovich, appointed Chief of Staff of the Northern Caucasus District, went over to the Whites in November 1918. Well, of course, we are all against those specialists who worm themselves in among us so as to serve our enemies. V. Comrade Lenin spoke of educated self-conceit and crude obtuseness. Those were strong words, and yet, or, more correctly, just because of that, they were, as the report of the proceedings shows, received with tumultuous applause. I mentally applaud along with the rest. Educated self-conceit, which promises to cope with everything out of whatever resources it happens to have at hand, is indeed the reverse side of that obtuseness which does not understand the complexity of the tasks and the complexity of the paths that lead to their fulfillment. It has happened very often in history that false views and widespread prejudices have been given principled expression just when it was time for them to die. Hegel said that Minerva's owl takes wing at dusk. I should like to hope that this not very wise owl has concluded his principled flight, and, on this occasion, just because the effete tendency that he expresses is living out its last hours. Lisky is a railway junction about 80 kilometers south of Voronezh line linking Moscow with Rostov-on-Don. December 31, 1918. Notes. 64 On August 18, 1917 the German 8th Army, under Hutier, broke through the lines of our 12th Army in the area of Yukskul and began a rapid advance northward, outflanking the city of Riga. Our troops fell back a distance of 70 versts, losing all contact with the enemy. The Riga events were used by Kornilov and the whole bourgeois press for counter-revolutionary agitation, forecasting an advance by the Germans on Petrograd. There are grounds for asserting that the High Command deliberately paralyzed the army's resistance before Riga. The military specialists and the Red Army. The Military Academy. ******. Speech at the ceremonial meeting of November 8, 1918. At the Military Academy, on the day when it opened. Comrade instructors, pupils of the Academy and guests. Allow me to congratulate the pupils, the instructors, and, in the persons of our guests, all the citizens of the Soviet Republic, on the opening of the Military Academy, the highest military training institution of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. The Academy has appeared later than it should have done. We wanted to open it sooner, because, in the War Department and in the government as a whole, there was, of course, not even for one day any doubt about the Army's need for a higher institution of military training. Most, if not all, of you know what the circumstances were that hindered and, at a certain moment, prevented resumption of work at the Military Academy. 65 only now, over a year after the October Revolution, are we able to assemble here to celebrate together this triumphant day of the opening of the highest military training institution of workers and peasants Russia. First of all, I should like to remove a misapprehension which is often associated with the question of the army and the art of war. There is a prejudice, or, at least, something that takes the outward form of a prejudice, not always sincere, that the army, the science of war, the art of war and the institutions of war can stand outside of politics. That is not true. It never was true. It is not the case anywhere, and never will be the case anywhere. One of the greatest theoreticians of military matters, the German Clausewitz, wrote that war is the continuation of politics by other means. In German, as in Russian, the same word is used for policy and for politics. In other words, war, too, is politics, realized through the harsh means of blood and iron. And that is true. War is politics, and the army is the instrument of this politics. The academy is an institution which is needed by the army, and therefore by politics. The essence of the matter is that, in epochs when institutions and ideas are passed on successively from one generation to the next, and when people see no turning points or revolutions during their lifetimes, in epochs like that, politics is as imperceptible as the air itself. The old army existed, nobody in particular bears any guilt for that. Among us, among the instructors, there are many persons who worked all their lives in the old army, and I do not doubt, none of us has any grounds for doubting that they worked with the very best of intentions, conscientiously, but, owing to objective historical circumstances, the old army, with its old institutions, including those concerned with education and training, served as an instrument of the politics pursued by the ruling classes of those days. That was also the politics, monarchist, noblemen's, bureaucratic politics, which in its last decades was combined with capitalist politics. We have experienced a revolution, one of the mightiest revolutions human history has ever known. And if, until recently, some people may have thought, or hoped, or feared, that this revolution was an accident, or an outcome of our native barbarism, this reproach has been thrown at us from the West. Now, after the revolution in Germany, where the wheel of fate has not yet stopped, and where it is rolling in the same direction as the wheel of Russian history, after the revolution in Austria-Hungary, and after those first phenomena of revolution that we observe in countries further to the West, it is clear to every thinking man, even if in the past he did not belong to a revolutionary party, that we have entered a new phase in world history, in which all events are being moved forward in accordance with the same laws, though in different national milieu. Germany is only now catching up with us, in the road and the form of her revolutionary development, and she will soon be level with us. Then it will be the turn of France, Britain, and the other capitalist countries. Everywhere politics is changing, the social organism is changing, new ruling classes are appearing on the scene, classes which wield power temporarily in order to do away with the entire development of classes and all class rule. And here we are, living in this moment of a transition period when the old ruling classes, those classes which exploited the masses, have been or are being overturned, when the new ruling classes of labor have taken hold of the state system in order to do away with the very foundations of class rule and to transform society into a single planned and organized collective which works, produces, and defends itself on comradely cooperative or communist principles. It is clear that in such a period the army must be reconstructed, must come into line with the classes that have taken power. It is clear that the academy, as the highest spiritual institution of this army, must come into line with the workers' and peasants' Red Army as a whole. It must get rid, so far as the very essence of the matter permits, of all outward academicism, what is associated with pedantry, scholastics, routine and mannerism of every kind, must extract from its shell and rind the very kernel of military knowledge, that kernel which must, especially now when we find ourselves beneath the lash of international military necessity, possess a directly and profoundly utilitarian character, that is, you must study so as immediately to be able to impart your knowledge to others and apply everything practically. We are obliged to defend ourselves, we want to defend ourselves well, that is, with the maximum economy of the forces, means and blood of our workers and peasants' Red Army. True, our position cannot be called easy, but if we look back over these 4 years and more of World War, we must conclude that history has changed interrelations on the world scale more to our advantage than otherwise. We suffered a frightful defeat in the World War. It is now clear that there were 3 fundamental reasons for this defeat. First, our technical backwardness. Military technique is always a product of the entire economic might of a country. We were economically and technically the more backward country. In the first period of the war, this was not so perceptible because we had been able to arm ourselves with a certain quantity of those deadly weapons that class society makes necessary, but the longer the war dragged on, the more the material means of war became used up, the greater the demands imposed on the country's economic organism, the more plainly revealed was our economic backwardness, and therefore weakness. The second reason lay in the human composition of the army, the soldier masses. The many millions of Russian peasants, oppressed by tsardom, ignorance, and poverty, were without the initiative and individual enterprise which is inseparable from modern methods of war, engendered by modern war technology. For the peasant, snatched from his village, with his old established prejudices, without any habit of individual initiative, it was hard to find his way amid the conditions of contemporary warfare. He fell, he died heroically, but he proved to be the weaker as an individual military entity. And, finally, the third reason, the commanding apparatus, whom, both rightly and wrongly, the mass of the soldiers saw as responsible for all the setbacks, all the fruitless bloodshed, all the humiliations, just because it was the commanding apparatus, and just because the commanding apparatus had throughout all its past been closely bound up with those ruling classes which, in the minds of the rank-and-file soldiers, held the country's destiny in their hands, led it into war, and brought upon it a frightful defeat. Hence the terrible split that came about between the mass of the soldiers and the commanding apparatus, that split which at certain moments of the revolution assumed such dramatic and bloody forms, well known to us all. If we now ask ourselves what changes have taken place in these 3 factors as a result of recent events, the events of the last few years and months, we shall have to acknowledge that, as regards the first question, the question of technique, we have not, of course, grown any stronger. But all countries have grown immeasurably weaker. The organism of German technique is beyond compare even among the European countries themselves, but from that perfect organism, or, rather, mechanism, it was enough to remove merely this link or that for it to fall into utter disorder. In one country, certain valuable metals ceased to be available, in another fuel ran out, elsewhere there was not enough petrol, in different countries there were different shortages, and so war industry became disorganized. In Germany the situation has already found catastrophic expression. Tomorrow it will be manifested in France and Britain, and then in America and all the other countries. Consequently we have all come into line with one another, along a line of poverty and exhaustion. Now, about the soldier masses and the experience of war with all its misery and degradation. First and foremost, the colossal shock of the revolution has aroused the human personality in the most downtrodden, oppressed and ignorant peasant. It is natural that persons unaccustomed to revolution and its psychology, persons who have not previously experienced in the realm of ideas that which has unfolded before them physically, materially, may view with some sorrow, if not disgust, the anarchic wildness and violence which appeared on the surface of the revolutionary events. Yet in that riotous anarchy, even in its most negative manifestations, when the soldier, yesterday's slave, all of a sudden found himself in a first-class railway carriage and tore out the velvet facings to make himself footcloths, even in such an act of vandalism the awakening of a personality was expressed. That downtrodden, persecuted Russian peasant, who had been struck in the face and subjected to the vilest curses, found himself, for perhaps the first time in his life, in a first-class carriage and saw the velvet cushions, while on his feet he had stinking rags, and he tore up the velvet, saying that he too had the right to a piece of good silk or velvet. After 2 or 3 days, after a month, after a year, No, after a month, he understood how disgraceful it was to plunder the people's property, but the awakened personality, the individuality, not just numbers such and such, but a human personality, will remain alive in him forever. Our task is to adjust this personality to the community, to make it feel that it is not a number, not a slave, as it was before, and not just Ivanov or Petrov, but, 1. Ivanov the personality, and, 2. At the same time, a part of a community of the whole people, with neither slaves nor masters. This is a task of broad education in the broadest sense of the word. And in this respect we have undoubtedly taken a tremendous step forward. Not only the proletariat of the towns but also extensive strata of the many millioned peasantry have been completely reborn in this period. The French revolutionary Boissy once said that in the 5 years of the French Revolution the French people accumulated more experience than in another period lasting 6 centuries. Karl Marx says that revolution is the locomotive of history. And that is true. During the present period, despite the grossness, the prejudices, the backwardness and ignorance of the Russian peasantry, they have, first and foremost, become inwardly regenerated, and capable of very much greater initiative and independence, and when the lessons of history have been finally assimilated, the people, who were kept down for centuries, will make a mighty leap forward, to come level with and, perhaps, ahead of many other peoples. The question of the commanding apparatus is the third, and the most difficult up to the present moment. Here, at this gathering of academicians of today and tomorrow, we can distance ourselves somewhat from events, with that objectivism which we do not and have not the right to allow ourselves in the revolutionary struggle. We can understand, from the psychological standpoint, how and why it is that wide circles of the old officer corps have not joined and have not wanted to join the workers' and peasants' army. There were those who sold themselves, but there were also, undoubtedly, some honorable men. What I said about objectivism applies to this observation. There were also some who were honorable but who, through their psychology, their habits, views, and judgments, had developed into a definite historical formation in which no further changes could take place, and they showed a certain integrity. There were others, who were able to understand, these, of course, were of a higher type, that what was happening was not the caprice of some gang of backward people, nor was it the arbitrary conduct of a particular party, but a profound geological, so to speak, shift in the social foundations of life, and that to fight against it by means of curses or White Guard mutiny is, at best, quixotism of a wretched and shameful sort. But there were many of them who found it impossible to submit to the spirit of the new age. They entered the ranks of the workers' and peasants' Red Army as agents of our enemies. Perhaps a certain percentage of such men are still with us even now. But there were others of a higher type who realized that our country is being raised to a higher level, out of the bloody swamps into which it had been dragged by the trials and humiliations of this dreadful war. But such men were few. We have begun to create a new commanding apparatus from among the workers and peasants. This new commanding apparatus is still extremely inadequate both in quantity and in quality, for we have no commanders from this background, no red officers, who possess higher education. It is the task of this academy to fill that gap. This task of creating and forming soldiers and commanders is a two-sided one. There is the education of the soldiers and commanders and there is their instruction, but we must say that here, too, the historical revolution, this entire social shift in the work of social education facilitates, in the highest degree, among other things also the work of military education, for one does not need to be a communist and an old revolutionary in order to understand now, at all events, that the old system of education, which found its classical expression in Germany, and there likewise suffered classical shipwreck, amounted to taking millions from among the oppressed, the working classes, and educating them so that they would support the state system which upheld and consolidated their own oppression. That was where the difficulty lay in the old kind of military education. It was a complex social dressage, and absorbed much time, attention, and effort. Our social education, military education included, I say our meaning of our epoch, consists in making every worker, soldier, and peasant understand the community which serves his own interests, and only those interests. Our advantage is that we have nothing to hide from the worker or the peasant, nothing to hide, for all the mistakes of our system, all the mistakes of this regime, are mistakes made by the government of the workers and peasants. Food is badly distributed here not because the bourgeoisie, or the nobles, or the Tsar have got hold of it, but because the peasants and workers have not learned how to distribute it properly. From this we conclude, it is necessary to learn. Army supplies are not organized as they should be. There are many gaps, here, there and everywhere. We do too little to expose them in the press. Recently I was emphasizing, in a conversation with the chairman of the Supreme Military Inspectorate 66, that we must bring into the light of day, drag out into the open, all the gaps and shortcomings in our mechanism, for we have nothing to hide from the classes which have now been called upon to govern, from the working classes. In this lies the enormous advantage of the situation wherein the present-day commander finds himself. If he demands strict discipline, and it is his duty to do so, and if he speaks up in this sense, nobody will dare to say that he is calling for discipline in the interests of the nobles or the Tsar. He will say that he has been appointed by the Soviet power of all Russia, embodied in its highest organ, the All Russia Congress of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers Deputies. This means a colossal moral authority such as no officer in the world possesses to compare with our new Russian officer. I began by saying that the Academy cannot stand outside politics. The task of the Academy is to make the body of officers who pass through it understand the nature of the new conditions, of the new classes and of the new army which serves them, and it is for these new classes, for this new army to study and apply all the conclusions for military science and technique that can be drawn from the experience of modern war. The specialists have purged and freed the Academy's program from merely academic old junk and rubbish. There is no point in our studying now, in these short periods of study which history allows us, the way problems of war were solved by the Greeks and Romans, and in the Middle Ages. We now have behind us an epoch of 4 years' war in which everything that existed in all countries, in all ages, in all nations, has been put into practice, in which, on the one hand, men have flown above the clouds, and on the other, men have, like moles, like troglodytes, hidden themselves in caves, in muddy underground trenches. All the poles, all the contradictions in the mutual extermination of peoples have found their expression and application here, and if the Academy wishes, and it will wish, if it is able, and it will be able, then it will mobilize this material from the last war and equip our commanding personnel with the practical conclusions to be drawn therefrom, so rendering a very great practical service. And that is not all. Precisely because this will be an academy freed from pedantry, routine, and mandarinism, it has not arisen amid the celestial spaces, but always under the direct impulsion of practice and internal need. This need exists. It is incontrovertible. We have to defend our country, which has become a workers' and peasants' country of honest labor. We have to defend it against any attack and all attempts to crush it. The will to defend it exists among the broad masses of the Russian people. This is the will of the working class and the peasantry. And the initiative of these classes, their consciousness, their enterprise, has undoubtedly increased. In many cases all that they need is military leadership. In the persons of those present here, I congratulate Soviet Russia once more on this triumphant occasion of the opening of our highest institution of military training. Long live the Military Academy of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Long live the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Hurrah! November 8, 1918. Notes. 65. When Petrograd was evacuated, the former Nicholas Military Academy was moved to Ekaterinburg. During the Czechoslovak revolt some of the students were employed for active work on the Red Fronts. A very small section of them, led by the head of the academy, Andogsky, with part of the teaching staff, were moved to Kazan when Ekaterinburg was evacuated, and there they fell into the hands of the Whites. These were the circumstances which delayed for several months any organized work towards the opening of the Red Military Academy. 66. The chairman of the Supreme Military Inspectorate was Nikolai Ilyich Podvoisky. This inspectorate was established in April 1918 and played an important part in the reorganization of the army and its transference to regular forms. Direct visits to the localities by the Supreme Military Inspectorate were accompanied by big changes in the personnel of the commanders and commissars and the establishment of unity of views in all questions of military work. The Supreme Military Inspectorate was divided into two sections, military and political. The military specialists and the Red Army. Scientifically or somehow. ******. A letter to a friend. Dear friend. You ask how it can have happened that the question of specialists, such as the officers of the old General Staff, has assumed such great importance among us. Let me tell you that what is at issue here is actually not the matter of military specialists, it is a question both broader and deeper than that. We are the party of the working class. Together with its advanced elements we spent decades in underground conditions, carried on our struggle, fought on the barricades, overturned the old regime, cast aside all the in-between groups such as the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks and, at the head of the working class, took power into our hands. But though our party is deeply and unbreakably linked with the working class, it has never been and cannot become a mere flatterer of the working class, expressing gratification with whatever the workers may be doing. We treated with contempt those who preached to us that the proletariat had taken power too soon, as though a revolutionary class can take power when it likes and not when history forces it to take power. But at the same time we never said, and we do not say now, that our working class has attained full maturity and can cope as though it were child's play with all tasks and resolve all difficulties. The proletariat and, all the more so, the peasant masses, have only recently emerged, after all, from many centuries of slavery and bear all the consequences of oppression, ignorance, and darkness. The conquest of power, in itself, does not at all transform the working class and does not confer upon it all the attainments and qualities it needs. The conquest of power merely opens up for it the possibility of really studying and developing and ridding itself of its historical shortcomings. By a tremendous effort the upper stratum of the Russian working class has accomplished a gigantic historical task. Even in this upper stratum, however, there is still too much half-knowledge and half-skill, too few workers who, by virtue of their knowledge, breadth of horizon and energy are capable of doing on behalf of their class what the representatives, hirelings, and agents of the bourgeoisie did for the former ruling classes. Lassalle once said that the German workers of his day, more than half a century ago, were poor in understanding of their own poverty. The revolutionary development of the proletariat consists also in the fact that it arrives at an understanding of its oppressed position, its poverty, and rises against the ruling classes. This gives it the possibility of seizing political power. But the taking of political power essentially reveals to the proletariat for the first time the full picture of its poverty in respect of general and specialized education and government experience. The understanding by the revolutionary class of its own inadequacies is the guarantee that these will be overcome. It would undoubtedly be most dangerous for the working class if its leading circles were to suppose that with the conquest of power the main thing had been done, and were to allow their revolutionary conscience to go to sleep upon what has been achieved. The proletariat did not, indeed, carry through the revolution in order to make it possible for thousands or even tens of thousands of advanced workers to settle into jobs in the Soviets and commissariats. Our revolution will fully justify itself only when every toiling man and woman feels that his or her life has become easier, freer, cleaner, and more dignified. This has not yet been achieved. A hard road still lies between us and this, our essential and only goal. In order that the life of the working millions may become easier, more abundant, and richer in content, it is necessary to increase in every sphere the organization and efficiency of work and to attain an incomparably higher level of knowledge, a wider horizon for all those called to be representatives of the working class in all fields of their activity. While working it is necessary to learn. It is necessary to learn from everyone from whom anything can be learned. It is necessary to attract and draw in all forces that can be harnessed to work. Once more, it is necessary to remember that the masses of the people will evaluate the revolution, in the last analysis, by its practical results. And they will be quite right in so doing. Yet there can be no doubt that a section of Soviet officials have adopted the attitude that the task of the working class had been fundamentally fulfilled by the mere calling to power of workers and peasants' deputies who cope somehow with their work. The Soviet regime is the best regime for the workers' revolution just because it most truly reflects the development of the proletariat, its struggle, its successes, but also its inadequacies, including those of its leading stratum. Along with the many thousands of first-class people whom the proletariat has advanced from its ranks, people who learn and make progress, and who undoubtedly have a great future before them. There are also in the leading Soviet organs not a few half-equipped people who imagine themselves to be know-it-alls. Complacency, resting content with small successes, this is the worst feature of Philistinism, which is radically inimical to the historical tasks of the proletariat. Nevertheless, this feature is also to be encountered among those workers who, with more or less justification, can be called advanced, the heritage of the past, petty bourgeois traditions and influences, and finally, just the demand of strained nerves for rest, all do their work. In addition, there are fairly numerous representatives of the intelligentsia and semi-intelligentsia who have sincerely rallied to the cause of the working class but have not yet had a thorough internal burnout and so have retained many qualities and ways of thought which are characteristic of the petty bourgeois milieu. These, the worst elements of the new regime, are striving to become crystallized as a Soviet bureaucracy. I said the worst without forgetting the many thousands of technicians merely lacking in political ideas who are employed by all Soviet institutions. Technicians, non-party specialists, carry out their tasks, well or badly, without accepting responsibility for the Soviet regime and without charging our party with responsibility for themselves. It is necessary to make use of them in every possible way, without demanding from them what they cannot give. Our own bureaucrat, however, is real historical ballast, already conservative, sluggish, complacent, unwilling to learn and even expressing enmity to anybody who reminds him of the need to learn. This is the genuine menace to the cause of communist revolution. These are the genuine accomplices of counter-revolution, even though they are not guilty of any conspiracy. Our factories work not better than those belonging to the bourgeoisie, but worse. The fact, therefore, that a number of workers stand at their head, as managers, does not in itself solve any problems. If these workers are filled with resolve to achieve great results, and in the majority of cases this is so or will become so, then all difficulties will be overcome. It is necessary to move, from all directions, towards a more rational, more improved organization of the economy and command of the army. It is necessary to arouse initiative, criticism, creative power. It is necessary to give more scope to the great mainspring of emulation. At the same time, it is necessary to draw in specialists, to find experienced organizers, first-class technicians, to give opportunities to all talents, both those that emerge from the depths and those that remain as a legacy from the bourgeois regime. Only a wretched Soviet bureaucrat, jealous for his new job, and cherishing this job because of the personal privileges it confers and not because of the interests of the workers' revolution, can have an attitude of baseless distrust towards any great expert, outstanding organizer, technician, specialist, or scientist, having already decided on his own account that me and my mates will get by somehow. In our General Staff Academy there are some party comrades now studying who have in practice, in bloody experience, conscientiously understood how hard is the stern art of war and who are now working with the greatest attention under the guidance of professors of the old military school. People who are close to the academy tell me that the attitude of the pupils to their teachers is not at all determined by political factors, and apparently it is the most conservative of the teachers who is honored with the most notable marks of attention. These people want to learn. They see beside them others who possess knowledge, and they do not sniff, do not swagger, do not shout, tossing their Soviet caps in the air. They learn diligently and conscientiously from the Tsarist generals, because these generals know what the communists do not know and what the communists need to know. And I have no doubt that, when they have learned, our Red military academicians will make substantial corrections to what they are now learning, and perhaps will even make some fresh contributions of their own. Insufficient knowledge is, of course, not a fault but a misfortune, and moreover a misfortune which can be put right. But this misfortune becomes a fault and even a crime when it is supplemented by complacency, reliance on maybe and most likely, and an attitude of envy and hatred towards anybody who knows more than oneself. You asked why this question of the military specialists has aroused such passion. The essence of the matter is that behind this question, if we dig far enough, two trends are hidden: one, which proceeds from an appreciation of the magnitude of the tasks confronting us, endeavors to utilize all the forces and resources which the proletariat has inherited from capitalism, to rationalize, i.e., to comprehend in practice, all social work, including military work, introducing in every sphere the principle of economy of forces, achieving the greatest possible results with the minimum of sacrifices, really to create conditions under which it will be easier to live. The other trend, which fortunately is much less strong, is nourished by the moods of limited, envious, complacent, and yet at the same time unsure of itself, Philistine bureaucratic conservatism. We're managing somehow, aren't we, so we'll keep on managing all right. It isn't true. We shall not manage somehow, in any case, either we shall manage completely, as we ought, in accordance with science, applying and developing all the powers and resources of technique, or we shall not manage at all, but collapse in ruin. Who has not understood this has not understood anything. Returning to the question you raise, old friend, about the military specialists, let me tell you this, from my own direct observation. There are certain corners in our armed forces where distrust of the military specialists is particularly flourishing. What corners are these? The most cultured, the richest in political knowledge of the masses? Not a bit. On the contrary, these are the most deprived corners of our Soviet Republic. In one of our armies it was considered not long ago a mark of the highest revolutionariness to jeer rather pettily and stupidly at military specialists, i.e. at all who had studied in military schools. Yet in this very same army practically no political work was carried on. The attitude there was no less hostile, perhaps even more so, towards communist commissars, those political specialists, than it was towards the military specialists. Who was sowing this hostility? The worst sort among the new commanders, military half-experts, half-guerrillas, half-party people who did not want to have anyone around them, be they party workers or serious military workers. These are the worst sort of commanders. They are ignorant but they do not want to learn. Their failures, how could they have successes? They always seek to explain by somebody else's treachery. They quail miserably before any change in the morale of their units, for they lack any serious moral and military authority. When a unit, not feeling the hand of a firm leader, refuses to attack, they hide behind its back. Hanging on for dear life to their jobs, they hate the mere mention of military studies. For them these are identified with treachery and perfidy. Many of them, after getting finally into a hopeless mess, have ended up by simply rebelling against the Soviet power. In those units where the level of the Red Army men's morale is higher, where political work is carried on, where there are responsible commissars and party cells, they have no fear of the military specialists. On the contrary, they ask for them, use them, and learn from them. Moreover, in those units they catch the real traitors much more successfully, and shoot them in good time. And, what is most important of all, those units win victories. That is how it is, dear friend. Now, perhaps, you can better grasp the root of the differences that exist on the question of military and other specialists. En route. Tambov Balashov January 10, 1919. Voyenoy Dialo, No 5-6, 34 to 35, February 23, 1919. Balashov is a railway junction about 175 kilometers southeast of Tambov on the line linking Moscow with Kamyshin, on the Volga. The military specialists and the Red Army. Order by the People's Commissar. For Military Affairs. August 3, 1918. Non-commissioned officer. The country is calling you. The Soviet power is creating an army which will have the duty of defending the freedom and independence of the working classes of Russia from attacks by aggressors both external and internal. The Workers' and Peasants' Army needs a serious, strong, and honest commanding apparatus. A section of the old officer corps is working conscientiously at the task of creating the military might of the Soviet Republic. But they are an insignificant minority. The majority, accustomed to fawning and groveling before Tsardom, are unwilling to serve the working class and the poor peasantry. We are compelling the opponents of the Soviet power to act as military instructors. But we cannot entrust them with powers of command. The Soviet power summons you, the former NCOs, to posts of command. You are yourselves sons of the working people. The Workers' and Peasants' Army is your army. You will stand at the head of its platoons, its companies, and later also of its regiments and divisions, in order firmly and valiantly to serve the Russia of the working people. You will create indestructible cadres for the Socialist Officer Corps of the Soviet Republic. As from now, every NCO serving in the Red Army, whether as a volunteer or through compulsory enlistment, is promoted to the post of platoon commander. The Soviet power will give you every opportunity to complete your military education. While remaining true sons of the revolutionary people, you must ascend to the highest levels of the military art. Non-commissioned officers, your hour has struck. Soviet Russia calls you. Forward, on the road of stubborn work, on the road of valiant struggle for the freedom and happiness of Soviet Russia. Forward on the road of glory and honor. ISV.V.TS.I.K, August 6, 1918. The Military Specialists and the Red Army. Decree of the Council of People's Commissars. On the call up for compulsory military service of persons who have served in the forces as non-commissioned officers. Moscow, August 2, 1918. The creation of an army able and ready to defend the interests of the working population against external and internal aggressors is encountering great difficulty owing to the almost complete lack of a commanding apparatus which is inseparably linked with the working class and the poor peasantry. In the old army, posts of command were held almost exclusively by members of the propertied classes, so that the majority of the old officer corps were hostile to the power of the workers and peasants. The new army needs a new officer corps. This can be created in a short time by bringing into posts of command honest and valiant sons of the people from among the former NCOs. Proceeding from these considerations, the Council of People's Commissars has decided, in addition to issuing the decree calling up, in the uyezds of the Moscow, Petrograd, Vladimir, Nizhny Novgorod, Perm and Vyatka provinces, all workers born in 1896 and 1897, to call up at the same time and on the same basis as are set out in the decree mentioned, in all the uyezds of the 6 provinces mentioned, also those workers born in 1893, 1894 and 1895 who have served in the forces as non-commissioned officers, so as to form from them as quickly as possible a commanding apparatus for the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. 67. Notes. 67. The decree issued for the calling up of NCOs was supplementary to a number of orders and decisions regarding the transition from volunteering for the Red Army to compulsory enlistment. The first decision of the All-Russia CEC for conscription to the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army was taken on May 29. In view of the complex problems involved in applying this decree over the whole territory of Russia, the All-Russia CEC decided to begin applying it in the most directly threatened regions and in the principal centers of the labor movement, that is, in the Don and Kuban regions and in Moscow and Petrograd. The People's Commissar for Military Affairs was required to draw up within 1 week a plan for implementing the decree within such limits and forms as would cause the least disruption to the economic and social life of the regions and cities mentioned. What must be seen as the first decree on mobilization was the decree of the Council of People's Commissars dated June 12, when workers and peasants born in 1893 to 1897 were ordered to report for military service in certain uyezds of the Volga, Ural, and West Siberia military districts. On June 14, instructions for procedure in reception of workers and peasants for military service were issued. On June 17 the decree of the Council of People's Commissars called up workers in the city of Moscow and its suburbs who were born in 1896 and 1897. On June 29 workers born in 18% and 1,897 were called up in Petrograd and its suburbs. The growth in the size of the army and the shortage of commanding personnel compelled the Council of People's Commissars and the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs to call up for service a section of the former NCOs as well. The military specialists and the Red Army. The non-commissioned officers. Speech made to the Petrograd Maneuvering Battalion of non-commissioned officers, at Kozlov, in autumn 1918. Comrades. When I arrived here I asked the commander of the Southern Front how the Petrograd Maneuvering Battalion of NCOs was looking. He replied, "Splendid." I had no doubt, comrades, that this would be so. The majority of you are, I know, from that very battalion of NCOs. From the technical standpoint you do not possess the advantages that the officers had. You are military men who know the soldier's trade precisely because the old army brought you forward, and from private soldiers turned you into NCOs. But you have at the same time enormous advantages from the class standpoint. You belong, flesh and blood, to the working class and the peasantry. That is why, comrades, what happens to your maneuvering battalion, and what happens to each one of you individually, is of very great importance for the Soviet Republic, for the workers and peasants' Red Army. You know why and how the old Tsarist army perished. When it advanced on the front against Germany and Austria-Hungary it seemed all-powerful, in it there was much heroism, there were many self-sacrificing soldiers, there were honorable officers. True, in the highest posts of command these were only a tiny minority. This army went to pieces, collapsed, and perished. Why? The representatives of the old order said that the army had been ruined by agitators. We can answer that like this. The Tsar surrounded the army with all possible safeguards, police and gendarmes, prisons and gallows, and yet this army was not safeguarded. The army went to pieces, it collapsed. Why did the agitators prove all-powerful? We can say, for example, let Tsarist agitators on behalf of the landlords and the bourgeoisie, try to get into our army in order to destroy it. They will burn their fingers, and their tongues. The Red Army does not give access to Tsarist counter-revolutionary agitators. Why did the old army refuse a hearing to revolutionary agitators and why does the army of today not refuse it? We have come to the heart of the matter. The old army mostly consisted, like the present one, of workers and peasants. How could it be otherwise? Workers and peasants make up the overwhelming majority of our country's population. In all countries the army is nowadays recruited from the working masses. But an army's character, its purpose, its aim is determined by the commanding apparatus, by those who form, educate, and organize it, and to what end? For a long time Tsardom made of the army an automaton in which consciousness was not awakened and which obeyed orders even when these were mortally harmful to the interests of the masses. The old army consisted mainly of men from the peasant and worker masses. But above these peasants always stood a closely welded officer corps drawn from the rich and educated classes. Every soldier was held in the grip of the discipline imposed by the commanding apparatus of officers. And the latter belonged, by virtue of their interests, habits, and education, not with the soldiers whom they commanded, but with the powerful class which was headed by the Tsar. This old army was strong down to a certain time. What ruined it, What disintegrated it? The same force which is now disintegrating the German army, the awakening of the soldier's mind and conscience. Only so long as the soldier obeyed his commander's orders automatically without thinking about their purpose, only so long did the army hold together. But an army cannot be kept in hand by police discipline alone. For every army, discipline must be created by the army itself. An army must understand what it serves, what its purpose is, what it is that obliges every honorable soldier to devote his strength and labor, and even his life and his blood, on behalf of these interests. And once an army has woken up, once the soldier's consciousness has spoken, then the old discipline and the old stories and catchphrases of the monarchy, the nobles and the bourgeoisie cease to be able to sustain this army. That is why our old Tsarist army broke up, splitting at every seam, and that is why today the strongest army in the world is breaking up, I mean the German army, which is headed by the most skillful, cunning, and experienced officer corps and the most solid landlord bourgeois government in the world. The end has come for the German army, and it is collapsing. After the breakup of the old army, the Soviet power set about creating a new one, on new foundations. Wherein, comrades, did our difficulty lie? It lay, on the one hand, in the weariness of the mass of the soldiers. They were sick and tired of their 4 years of war. It was hard to bring it home to the mind, the consciousness, the conscience of each individual worker and peasant that, despite the fact that our country was in a state of collapse, we had to fight. Despite the weariness of our army, we had to make the army fight in defense of new interests, not those of the nobles and landlords, but those of the worker and peasant masses. And this difficulty was quickly overcome. When the peasants had taken over the land, when the worker masses had made themselves masters of the factories, and the working people looked round, they saw that the greedy capitalists of Germany, Britain, and France had fallen upon Russia, upon the Soviet land of honest labor. In these circumstances we needed to create an army, and realization of this fact penetrated deeply into the consciousness of the masses. But here a new difficulty arose. This was the question of the commanding apparatus. The soldiers of the workers' and peasants' country were, in the main, honest working men, but they did not have the technical preparation needed to defend the workers' interests. Where were we to find a commanding apparatus? 9/10 of the old officer corps, as I said, had sold its soul to the bourgeoisie and the landlords, and now, when the privileges and power of the monarchy and of the bourgeoisie had fallen, the old officer corps fled from the Soviet land. In the Ukraine 9/10 of these officers sold their swords to German militarism. Over there, in the Archangel region, they are hiring themselves out to the British bandits. In Siberia, in the Far East, they are selling themselves to America, or to the Japanese, just as everywhere they are taking service against the Russian workers and peasants. Until recently, before Skoropadsky's position was shaken, officers of the General Staff were emigrating to the Ukraine. However, a section of the officers did remain, to serve the Soviet power, only a minority of them, though. Among the officers there are, of course, and you, as NCOs, know this from your own experience, some honorable men. These honorable men from the officer corps understood that it was necessary to defend Russia, to safeguard the independence of the Russian people, and that this could only be done by a new army, constructed on new principles, with a new, solid, comradely discipline. And they are serving the Soviet army, but, I repeat, they are the minority, and they are not enough. We have set up training schools, in which soldiers, workers and peasants, are taught the art of commanding small units, at least. But these schools cannot provide us in a short time with the commanding apparatus we need. Although the courses are short, it will take 4 or 5 months before we can create out of rank and file soldiers our new workers and peasants corps of officers. But we possess ready-made material for a commanding apparatus, in the shape of the many thousands of NCOs, of you. You have now been called up, and some of you have been embodied in the maneuvering battalion. In you the Soviet power sees the future commanders of the workers' and peasants' Red Army. After the temporary interruption, you must refresh your military knowledge and revive the fighting spirit which lived in you and thanks to which you were, in your time, promoted and made NCOs. You need to get into close contact with the workers' and peasants' Red Army we are forming. I do not doubt that many of you, 99 out of 100, will become in a very short time real leaders in our workers' and peasants' army. You lack a completely finished education. We shall strive to ensure that in our new, workers' and peasants' country of labor, the children of the workers and peasants, your children, shall receive education in all subjects. But what you do possess is living military experience and devotion to the cause of the workers and peasants. You have a sound popular consciousness, not clouded by lies, which you can and you want to put at the service of the workers and peasants. From such men, who do not fear danger, a real commanding apparatus will emerge, for the defense of the interests of the revolution. Over 100 years ago there took place the Great French Revolution, which broke up the old army of the monarchy. Then, as now, the mass of the officers went over to the enemies of the French people, to the side of Britain against the French Revolution, just as now they are waging dishonorable war against us alongside the British capitalists. A section of the French officer corps went over to the side of Germany, and we know that they fought against the revolutionary people of France. They called the French working people sans-culottes, which means men without breeches. And those sans-culottes, those men without breeches, created a real Red Army. Where did they get their commanders from? From the corporals, the NCOs. And Napoleon, who later became emperor, when he was still a revolutionary general, there is no hard evidence that Napoleon ever uttered this famous saying. He could hardly have used the expression when he was still a revolutionary general, since the rank of Field Marshal, Maréchal de France, was in fact abolished by the Convention in 1793. It was restored only by Napoleon himself, after he became emperor, in 1804, that every soldier carried in his knapsack the baton of a field marshal, meaning that in a revolutionary country every energetic and steadfast soldier may and must, in a moment of danger, take over the post of command, however high. Those marshals, forever NCOs, some of whom could not write their own names, became great revolutionary commanders. They not only threw the Germans and the British out of their country, but marches all across Europe at the head of the victorious French army, and everywhere dealt blows at the rule of serfdom and the clergy. This means that there they created a real people's army, forward from its own midst a real commanding apparatus. And so, comrades, the Soviet power looks to you with confidence and hope. The work you are doing at the moment is the phase of transition to posts of command. Each of you must see himself as an honorable worker for the Soviet Russia of the workers and peasants. The workers must know that you are masters of the soldier's trade, that you know well how to use arms, and that you use them in the interests of the worker and peasant masses, that you swear before the whole country never to direct your weapons against the working people, the workers and peasants, on behalf of the landlords and bourgeois. I do not doubt that you will acquire authority and influence throughout our young workers and peasants' Red Army now being formed. Then we shall have a workers and peasants commanding apparatus that is really our own. We need it urgently, for we have many enemies. The whole world is awakening, thanks to our workers and peasants' revolution. In Germany militarism is collapsing, in Austria-Hungary it has already collapsed. Any day now it will collapse in France, Britain, America, and Japan, and this collapse will be a severe blow to the bourgeoisie. But the bourgeoisie is not asleep, it may itself strike a hard blow at the revolution. As you know, the stable fly stings more painfully just before it dies. So it is with the bourgeoisie of imperialist Germany and Britain, who, feeling their death agony coming on, are trying to strike a blow at Soviet Russia. But, meanwhile, we stand firm as an independent revolutionary country, our voice rings out like a tocsin for all countries. That is why the imperialist bourgeoisie has risen up against us, and why we must rise up in defense of the interests of the workers and peasant masses of the Soviet country. Our enemies say that Soviet Russia will not create a new army. The German military press has said this. Not so long ago, 3 or 4 months back, a German general came to see me at the People's Commissariat for Military Affairs, as Germany's representative in the Soviet Republic. After the official statements had been made, he asked to stay and talk to me privately, and he put this question: "Here you are, denouncing our discipline in your papers, but allow me to inquire how you are going to be able to create a new army for yourselves? With your ways of doing things, without a firm monarchical power based on authority, you won't be able to establish discipline." To this I replied, also in a private capacity: "Do you have discipline in Germany? You do. If, in the bourgeois countries, soldiers can put up with discipline against their inclinations, then our soldiers, who are beginning to understand better, as day follows day, that our discipline aims to promote the welfare of the soldiers and workers, will establish a discipline 10 times firmer than yours. That is true. I think that you will help the Red Army to establish such a discipline in itself and in all Red Armies as a whole. The workers of all countries are watching anxiously: are we going to fall beneath the onslaught of the counter-revolutionary forces? This question is discussed with concern in the revolutionary press of the West. How will the Soviet power create a commanding apparatus in the Red Army? So long as the army was small, no more than a few tens of thousands of men, it was possible to obtain commanders from that section of the old officers, that minority, which went over to the side of the Soviet power. But where are we to find thousands of officers for the new revolutionary army? We can now tell our enemies that we have created a new officer corps. We have issued a call, appealing to the non-commissioned officers and to all advanced, conscious fighters in whose breast beats an ardent desire to defend the Soviet Republic on all fronts. The doors of all the schools and military academies are open to all of them. We have purged these schools of everything out of date and taken from the bourgeoisie only what we need. We have left in our academies only that which is necessary for a real military and political leader, who has to influence the soldier masses. He must not only speak the truth but also know well his trade as a soldier. I address myself to you, comrades, with this appeal: look on yourselves as real leaders of the workers' and peasants' army. Tomorrow you will be at the head of platoons, companies, battalions, regiments, and you will really be called upon to command the new army which is being formed. Look on yourselves in such a way that the soldiers will look up to you. Train the young and create firm discipline. This discipline is not the discipline of the rod, it is the discipline of comrades. Formerly discipline was imposed by the rod. What we must have is a real communist work team. Let us take each other by the hand and establish among ourselves a firm, iron, cooperative discipline, and proclaim to our workers and peasants that we will not let our country be desecrated. I call on you to purge the bourgeoisie from our homeland. The Communist Party and the Red Army. ******. On the military commissars. The post of military commissar, especially the commissar of a regiment, is one of the most difficult and responsible known to the Soviet Republic. Far from every comrade, however well developed politically, can cope with the duties of a military commissar. Here what is needed above all is a firm, staunch character, with calm, vigilant courage, free from impetuosity. The commissar who acts without preparation, who turns up in a regiment with a ready-made intention to tighten the screws, set things right, correct and alter everything, before even knowing how, who or what, will inevitably come up against resistance, obstacles, and rebuffs, and will risk becoming transformed into a grumbler commissar. This is a fairly widespread type, though, fortunately, it accounts for only a small minority in our corps of commissars. The grumbler commissar is dissatisfied all the time and with everything, with the senior commissars, with the commanders, with the Revolutionary War Council of the Army, with the regulations, in short, with everybody and everything. Actually, this clamorous dissatisfaction has its root in the commissar himself. He is simply incapable of performing his duties, and is soon transformed into a former commissar. The center of gravity of the problem does not lie at all where bad commissars look for it. The heart of the matter is not the conferring on the Commissar of some unrestricted, all-embracing powers. The powers of the Commissar are quite adequate. The task is to learn, in practice and through experience, to make use of these powers without disrupting other people's work, but instead supplementing it and giving it direction. There have not and do not exist any orders telling the Commissar, "Thou hast no right to interfere in any dispositions whatsoever that are made by the commanders." The sphere in which the Commissar has fewest rights is that of operations, of command. Every sensible person appreciates that there cannot be two commanders at once, and especially not in a battle situation. But nobody has ever forbidden the Commissar to express his opinion regarding operational problems, to give advice, to supervise the execution of an operational order, and so on. On the contrary, all this falls within the Commissar's sphere of work, and if he understands what he is doing, he will always exercise a significant degree of influence, even in the sphere of command. In the organizational, administrative, and supply spheres, where the principal problems are solved not in battle situations but in the preparatory period, in the rear, commissars and commanders must work together and, generally speaking, the rights they possess are identical. If, day after day, they disagree on essential questions, this must mean that one or other of them fails to understand the fundamental tasks of constructive work in the military field. In that case, it will be necessary to remove either the commander or the commissar, taking into account which of them, in his work, has departed from the right road. If the disagreement between them relates to some secondary, practical matter, this must be referred up through the usual channels for arbitration. This procedure has, in fact, long since been established in our units, and has been confirmed by appropriate orders and interpretations. In the sphere of political education it is the commissar who wields the conductor's baton, just as in the sphere of operational command this will always be wielded by the commander. But that does not mean in the least that the commander has no right to interfere in the political work, if this interests him, and a good commander cannot fail to take an interest, since the state of political work has a tremendous influence on the fighting capacity of a unit. The more the commissar tries to understand the work involved in operations, and the more the commander tries to understand the political work, the closer they will come to that system of one-man authority in which the person placed at the head of a unit combines in himself both commander and commissar, that is, leader in battle and political teacher. Autumn 1918. The role of the Communists in the Red Army. Order by the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic to the Red Army and the Red Navy, December 11, 1918. Number 69, Voronezh. It is known to all soldiers, to all sailors, and indeed, to all citizens, what serious and responsible work has been and is being done by Communist comrades in the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Recently there have been cases, however, in which individual communists have behaved unworthily, failing to act against pillage, not showing proper courage, and so on. Such communists are unworthy of the name they bear and are merely persons who have wormed their way into a great calling. The communist soldier has the same rights as any other soldier, and not a hair's breadth more, he only has incomparably more duties. The communist soldier must be an exemplary warrior, he must always be in the forefront of the battle, he must try to lead others to the places of greatest danger, he must be a model of discipline, conscientiousness, and courage. At the front and in the rear he must offer others an example of careful treatment of public property in general and army property in particular. Only such a model soldier has the right to the name of communist, otherwise he is a wretched pretender who must be called to account with twofold severity. I require the political departments of all the armies of the Soviet Republic to pay close attention to the conduct of communists and thoroughly and in good time to clear the field of weeds. Our policy in creating the army. Theses adopted by the 8th Congress of the Russian Communist Party 69 in March 1919. Included in Volume I, which covers 1918, because they generalize the experience of that year. I did not deliver a report at the Congress because I was at the front. Lt. A. General Provisions. I. The old social democratic program called for the establishment of a militia of the whole people, made up of all citizens capable of bearing arms, whose military training would be carried on, so far as possible, outside barracks. This programmatic demand, which in the epoch of the Second International was directed against the imperialist standing armies with their barracks training, long terms of service and officer castes, possessed the same historical significance as other democratic demands, universal and equal suffrage, a single-chamber system, and so on. Under conditions of peaceful capitalist development and the necessity, for the time being, to adapt the class struggle of the proletariat to the context of bourgeois legality, one of the tasks of the Social Democrats was, naturally, to demand the most democratic forms of organization for the capitalist state and the capitalist army. The struggle waged on this basis undoubtedly had its educational value, but, as was shown by the great experience of the last war, the struggle to democratize bourgeois militarism yielded even smaller results than the struggle to democratize the bourgeois parliamentary system. For, in the sphere of militarism, the bourgeoisie can, if it is not to abdicate, allow only such democratism as does not affect its class rule, that is, illusory, pretended democratism. When what is at issue is the fundamental interests of the bourgeoisie, in the international sphere as in internal relations, bourgeois militarism in Germany, France, Switzerland, Britain, and America, regardless of all the differences in forms of the state and structures of the army, has displayed identical features of ruthless class brutality. 2. When the class struggle has been transformed into open civil war, tearing away the veil of bourgeois law and bourgeois democratic institutions, the slogan of a people's militia loses all its meaning, in exactly the same way as the slogan of democratic parliamentarism, and so becomes a weapon for reaction. Just as the Constituent Assembly slogan became a cover for activity aimed at restoring the power of the landlords and capitalists, so the slogan of a people's army, or an army of all the people, became a means of building the armies of Krasnov and Kolchak. After the experience of the Russian Revolution, it takes the truly despicable petty bourgeois blindness of a trotsky to go on preaching formal democracy in the sphere of the organization of state power and the army 70 at a time when the German Constituent Assembly has fled from Berlin to Weimar, giving itself into the protection of White Guard regiments, when General Hoffmann is recruiting his iron battalions from the sons of Junkers, bourgeois and kulaks, and the Spartacists 71 are arming the revolutionary workers. The epoch of proletarian revolution which has begun is an epoch of open civil war of the proletariat against every bourgeois state and every bourgeois army, regardless of whether or not it is concealed beneath democratic forms. The victory of the proletariat in this civil war will inevitably lead to the establishment of a proletarian class state and class army. 3. In setting aside for the present historical period the so-called nationwide character of the militia, as it was defined in our old program, we do not break with the program of a militia as such. We put political democracy on a class basis and transform it into Soviet democracy. We shift the militia onto a class basis and transform it into a Soviet militia. Our immediate program of work thus consists in creating an army of the workers and poor peasants on the basis of compulsory military training, carries on, so far as possible, outside of barracks, that is, under conditions close to the work situation of the working class. 4. The actual course of development of our Red Army runs, so to speak, counter to the requirements which have just been stated. At first we created the army on the basis of volunteering. When, later, we introduced compulsory military training for workers and peasants who do not exploit the labor of others, we at the same time resorted to the compulsory call-up of a series of age groups of the working classes. These contradictions were not accidental deviations, but resulted from the actual circumstances and constituted quite unavoidable transitional forms in the work of creating the army in the concrete conditions which had been bequeathed to us by the imperialist war and the bourgeois, February, Revolution. Volunteering is the only possible means of forming units with any degree of combat readiness under conditions in which the old army has broken down catastrophically, along with all the organs for its formation and administration. The best proof of this is furnished by the fact that, in Germany today, the counter-revolutionary generals find themselves obliged, equally with the Spartacists, to resort to the forming of volunteer battalions. Going over from volunteering to conscription became possible when the main masses of the old army had been dispersed among the towns and villages, and when we had succeeded in establishing in the localities local organs of military administration, for registration, formation, and supply, the Volost, Uyezd, province and district commissariats. V. Counterpoising the idea of guerrilla units to that of an army organized and centralized in a planned way, as preached by the left SRS and their like, is a caricatural product of the political thought, or thoughtlessness of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia. Guerrilla methods of struggle were forced on the proletariat, in the first period, by its oppressed position in the state, just as it was forced to use primitive underground printing presses and to hold secret meetings of small groups. The conquest of political power made it possible for the proletariat to use the state apparatus to build, in a planned way, a centralized army, unity in the organization and direction of which could alone ensure that the maximum results were obtained with the minimum sacrifice. Preaching guerrillism as a military program is equivalent to advocating a reversion from large-scale industry to the handicraft system. Such advocacy is fully in accordance with the nature of intellectual groups which are incapable of wielding state power, incapable even of seriously conceiving the task of wielding this power, and which excel in guerrilla, polemical or terroristic, forays against the workers' power. 6. We can consider it theoretically irrefutable that we should obtain the best of armies if we were to create our army on the basis of compulsory training of the workers and the working peasants under conditions close to their everyday work. An all-round improvement in industry and an increase in the collective character and the productivity of agricultural work would establish the soundest of bases for the army. Companies, battalions, regiments, brigades, and divisions would then coincide with factory workshops, factories, villages, Volost, Uyezd, provinces and so on. Such an army, which would be formed, step by step, parallel with the economic revival of the country and with the education of the commanding personnel, would be the most invincible army in the world. We are moving towards precisely that kind of army, and sooner or later we shall arrive at it. 72. 7. The need to repulse our class enemies, internal and external, immediately and without delay did not permit us, however, to proceed by this organic route towards a workers' and peasants' militia, for which several years would be required, or, at least, many months. Just as on the morrow of the October Revolution we were obliged to have recourse to volunteer formations, so, in the next phase, the summer of last year, when the imperialist ring tightened especially closely around Soviet Russia, we were obliged to speed up our military work and without waiting for militia formations, that is, out of barracks formations of the territorial type, to resort to compulsory general mobilization of certain age groups and to hastily training them and concentrating them in barracks. At the same time, the War Department made every effort to ensure that every barracks was as much as possible like a military school, and to make it a center not only of purely military instruction but also of general and political education. 8. The active army that we have at present, that is, the army which is in action or is directly preparing for action, is of the transitional type which has been indicated. Although a class army in its social composition, it is not a militia but a standing or regular army in respect of the methods whereby it is formed and trained. While this latter circumstance is the source of many internal difficulties, especially under the conditions of the country's extreme exhaustion, at the same time we can state with satisfaction that even this transitional type of army, created under the most unfavorable conditions, has shown itself able to beat its adversaries. 9. Concurrently with the barracked or the purely field formations, that is, those formed in the course of active operations, extensive work is going ahead for universal training of the workers and working peasants in the localities. In relation to our regular formations, the work of universal training was viewed, in its first stages, as elementary preparation, as the inculcation of certain habits in the individual fighter, so as to accelerate his apprenticeship later on in the combat unit which he will join. There can be no doubt that, even from this limited standpoint, universal training is already now performing an important service towards the creation of the Army. X. But the task of universal military training cannot in any case be restricted to the auxiliary role mentioned. Universal training must, through a series of phases, be coordinated with the more urgent and crucial task of forming regular units, bringing us nearer to the creation of an army which is really of the militia type. 11. For the purpose mentioned, it is necessary that universal training be not restricted to the tasks of individual military training, but shall proceed to the formation of military units, even if only at first the smallest of such units, so far as possible without detaching their components, that is, the workers and peasants, from their normal work situation. Universal training must proceed to the formation of separate platoons and companies, and, later, of battalions and regiments, with a more distant prospect of forming entire divisions from the workers and peasants of the given locality, with local commanders and local stocks of arms and supplies generally. 12. If we assume that constant and protracted conflict will continue with the imperialist forces, a gradual transition to the militia-type army will be possible only through a new organization of the replacement of casualties in the active forces. At present, replacements are formed on the same pattern as the basic units, that is, through what are called holding battalions. Subsequently, and in the nearest future, replacements must be formed in the process and on the basis of universal training, and directed into active regiments of the same territorial origin, so that, when demolition takes place, the component elements of a regiment are not scattered all over the country, but have retained their connection with the local community in which they work. The devising of a number of measures for gradual transition from our present transitional type army to a territorial militia type army must be a responsibility of the appropriate organs of the War Department, which has already taken the first decisive steps in this direction. 13. The class militia army towards which we are moving does not mean, as is clear from all the foregoing, an improvised, that is, hastily created, poorly trained army, with a fortuitous collection of weapons and half-qualified commanders. On the contrary, preparation through universal training must be arranged so that, in connection with maneuvers, shooting practices, and military reviews, it may produce a type of individual fighter and a type of unit as a whole, which is better qualified than at present. The militia army must be an army which is trained, armed, and organized in accordance with the last word in military science. 14. The commissars in the army are not only the direct and immediate representatives of the Soviet power but also, and above all, the bearers of the spirit of our party, its discipline, its firmness, and courage in the struggle to achieve the aims laid down. The party may look with complete satisfaction upon the heroic work done by its commissars, who, shoulder to shoulder with the best elements of the commanding apparatus, have in a short time created an army capable of waging war. At the same time, it is necessary that the political departments of the army, under the direct guidance of the Central Committee, shall continue to carry out their work of selection among the commissars, eliminating all elements that are in any degree fortuitous, unreliable, or careerist. The commissar's work can produce full results only if it is based, in every unit, upon the direct support given by a cell of communist soldiers. The rapid increase in the number of communist cells is the most important guarantee that the army will be permeated to an ever greater extent with the ideas and the discipline of communism. But just because of the tremendous role played by the communist cells, the commissars and, in general, all the most mature party workers in the army, must take measures to ensure that unreliable elements do not get into the cells, in search of imaginary rights and privileges. Respect for the communist cells will be the higher and more unshakable the more clearly that every soldier understands, and is convinced by experience, that membership of a communist cell gives a soldier no special rights, but only imposes upon him the duty to be the most self-sacrificing and courageous of fighters. Approving in its entirety the statute composed by the Central Committee regarding the rights and duties of communist cells, commissars, and political departments, the Congress declares it to be the duty of all comrades working in the army to conform undeviatingly to the statute. 15. The demand for the election of commanders, which possessed enormous importance from the standpoint of principle in relation to the bourgeois army, in which the commanding apparatus was selected and educated as an apparatus for class subordination of the soldiers, and, through the soldiers, of the working masses, loses its principled significance completely where the workers' and peasants' class-based Red Army is concerned. A possible combination of election and appointment is imposed upon the revolutionary class army exclusively by practical considerations, and depends on the level of formation attained, the degree of solidity of an army unit, the availability of command cadres. In general, it can be said that the less mature a unit is, the more fortuitous and transient its composition and the less its young commanders have been tested by experience, then the less expedient it may prove to be to apply the principle of election of commanders, and, contrariwise, growth in the internal cohesion of units, development by the soldier of a critical attitude to himself and to his leaders, the creation of considerable cadres of combatant commanders, of both lower and higher rank, who have shown their qualities in the conditions of the new war, create favorable conditions for the principle of election of commanders to be given ever wider application. 16. The question of the commanding apparatus, which presents great practical difficulties, does not, in essence, provide any basis for differences of principle. Even if it had been possible for our army, within a few years, to take shape in a planned way, and at the same time to prepare a new commanding apparatus for itself, we still should have had no grounds of principle for refusing to enlist in the work those elements of the old commanding apparatus which have either inwardly adopted the standpoint of the Soviet power or, by the force of circumstances, have seen themselves as obliged conscientiously to serve it. The revolutionary character of the army is determined, above all, by the character of the Soviet regime which creates this army, which sets it its aims and makes it, so to speak, its instrument. On the other hand, the conformity of this instrument to the Soviet regime is achieved by the class composition of the main mass of the soldiers, by the organization of the commissars and the communist cells, and, finally, by the overall party and Soviet guidance of the life and activity of the army. Work on the training and education of the new officer corps, drawn predominantly from among the workers and advanced peasants, is one of the most important tasks involved in the creation of the army. The steady increase in the number of instructional courses and of pupils attending them bears witness to the fact that the War Department is devoting to this task all the attention it deserves. Together with the Higher Military Academy, of the General Staff, 5 schools of an intermediate type are being organized, halfway between instructional courses and the Higher Military Academy. Nevertheless, there are in the Red Army of today a very large number of commanders from the old army, who are doing their responsible work with great benefit to the cause. The need for selection and control, in order to keep out traitors and provocateurs, is obvious and, so far as experience goes, it is in practice performed more or less satisfactorily by our military organization. From this standpoint, the party can have no grounds for revising our army policy. 17. The regulations published hitherto, for the internal services, for the field armies, for the garrisons, which bring solidity and shape into the army's internal relations, into the rights and duties of its component elements, and therefore constitute a big step forward, nevertheless reflect the transitional period in the formation of our army and will be subject to further modification, as the old barracks features of the formation of the army are overcome and it is increasingly transformed into a class militia army. 18. The agitation carried on from the camp of the bourgeois Democrats, the SRS and Mensheviks, against the Red Army, as a manifestation of militarism and the basis for creeping Bonapartism, is only an expression of political ignorance or charlatanry, or a mixture of both. Bonapartism is not a product of military organization as such, but a product of particular social relations. The political rule of the petty bourgeoisie, standing between the reactionary big bourgeois elements and the revolutionary proletarian lower orders, not yet capable of playing an independent political role or of exercising political rule, provided the necessary prerequisite for the rise of Bonapartism, which found its bulwark in the well-to-do peasant and rose above the class contradictions which had not been solved by the revolutionary program of petty bourgeois, Jacobin, democracy. In so far as the foundation of Bonapartism is the kulak peasant, to that extent the very social composition of our army, from which kulaks are excluded and driven out, furnishes a quite serious guarantee against Bonapartism tendencies. The Russian parodies of Bonapartism, in the form of the Krasnov movement, the Kolchak movement, and so on, grew not out of the Red Army but in direct and open struggle against it. Skoropadsky, the Ukrainian Bonaparte in Hohenzollern's leading strings, formed an army based on a property qualification directly opposite to the class basis of the Red Army, recruiting well-to-do kulaks for his regiments. Given these conditions, it is possible to see the army of the proletarians and the rural poor as a bulwark of Bonapartism only if one is one of those who yesterday, either directly or indirectly, supported the candidates for the role of Bonaparte in the Ukraine, on the Don, at Archangel, and in Siberia. Since the Red Army is only the instrument of a particular regime, the basic guarantee against Bonapartism, just as against any other form of counter-revolution, has to be sought in the regime itself. Counter-revolution cannot in any way develop out of the regime of proletarian dictatorship. It can establish itself only as a result of a direct and open bloody victory over this regime. The development and consolidation of the Red Army is needed precisely in order to render such a victory impossible. Thus, the historical meaning of the Red Army's existence is that it is the instrument of socialist self-defense by the proletariat and the village poor, defending them against the danger of kulak bourgeois Bonapartism, backed by foreign imperialism. 19. The class militia is not the last word in the building of communism, because the aim of the latter is to abolish class struggle by abolishing classes themselves, and therefore class armies as well. As the socialist economy becomes organized, the Soviet class state will be more and more completely dissolved in the guiding apparatus of production and distribution and in the cultural administrative organs. Freed of its class character, the state will cease to be a state and will become an organ of economic and cultural self-government. Along with this, the army will lose its class character. It will become an army of the whole people in the true sense of the word, because in the socialist commune there will be no more parasitic, exploiting, kulak elements. The formation of this army will rely directly upon the mighty labor groupings of the citizens of the Socialist Republic, while its supplies will be furnished directly by powerfully growing socialist production. This army, that is, the well-trained and well-armed, socialistically organized people, will be the strongest army the world has ever known. It will not only serve as the instrument of defense of the socialist community against possible attacks by still existing imperialist states, it will also enable decisive support to be given to the proletariat of those states in their struggle against imperialism.